Test.
Test 1 2. Test.
Calvin, just let me know when you go on.
Yeah, not quite yet.
So Brad, that's our monitor. That's the webcast.
Test. So this thing right up to your lips. It sounds like you get
gotta be close.
good, clear voice on there.
I meant to.
As a cute kid. Is it on?
Yeah, we're going. We're live. So, good morning, Brad. We're good. So, welcome to the 2025, the 23rd California Pro-Am here in Northern California at Shortline Lake. We are going to get going in just a few minutes. It's going to be an exciting day. We've got a huge field. We're going to see some amazing scores. We get to talk a lot about a new boat. Event brought to you by Nautique. We're going to cut to some commercials for a few minutes, and then, well, sorry, let me do this. Good, thanks, Calvin. We're going to get an open round of women. We're going to go to the open round of men, Solemn, one of each. We're going to repeat that. We're going to do the second round of women and men. Then we get into a jump event. Super fun. We've got a good field of jumpers here. That'll complete the day with all of the qualifying. Then tomorrow, Sunday, we just focus on the finals.
Sounds great. It's going to be exciting. And boy, what a seat we've got right here on the side of the lake. Beautiful view.
Okay, we'll go to commercial.
All right, we're going to cut to commercial. We'll be back in a few minutes with the anthem, and then we're going to get rolling.
Ravenol, the lifeblood of your car.
Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, four-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Hey, Calvin. Greg's pulling the boat out. Calvin, play the anthem. Calvin, we need the anthem. All right, as a tradition, we start the day off with that national anthem, the way we do it out here. But good morning again. Welcome to the 23rd California Pro-Am, brought to you from Shortline Lake in Elk Grove, California. We're just south of Sacramento, the state capital. It's a beautiful day. The weather's unbelievable. The conditions are perfect. I'm sitting here with my buddy Brad Hartwell. This is Kevin Bishop.
Morning, Kevin.
Morning, Brad. We're going to get right into the show here in just a second. We're starting out with a round of open women. We've got 7 female competitors from around the world come out here to Shortline Lake to compete in the California Pro-Am. And there's a lot to talk about today, but I want to start right away with brought to you by our title sponsor, Nautique. And Nautique, super excited to bring out a new boat.
Yeah, I took 2 ski rides behind that boat yesterday, Kevin. It felt really good. Very, very nice. And it is a good-looking boat as well.
Yeah. Make no mistake. It may look a little like the old boat, but it feels quite a bit different. I think the team did a lot of work on this boat, and it felt different to ski behind. I got 2 rides behind it as well. It felt amazing. This is the tournament debut for this boat, so it's exciting. Thank you for Nautique for making this happen and getting these boats out here, giving these athletes a chance to ski behind it and showcase this boat to the world. We'll get some of the team on the mic over the day. I know Matt Reaney's here, had a lot to do with it. There's a number of skiers on site that had a lot to do with it. So we'll get them out here to really get into the boat and talk about it. And we're going to, the scores will speak for themselves here in a little bit.
I think so. Greg Bedell driving that boat. He's going to handle our first event. We got Giannina Bonneman, Meckler, our first skier. She'll be up in just a moment. Greg's doing the simulation pass.
Yeah, so Gianna and Dane out here with their child and their family event here, staying on site, and she's getting her skiing back ramped up after having a baby, and excited to see what she's got to do out here on the lake today. We're going to do the open women. We've got 7 of them. We're going to get into a larger field of men, and we're going to repeat it. We're going to go back to the women and go back to the men. So we're going to get our 2 rounds of slalom qualifying wrapped up here sometime this afternoon. After that, we'll swap out the course, and we're going to go into the jump event. So I think this is the second, maybe third year we've done jump at the Pro-Am. It's pretty fun to watch these guys go fly and see if somebody can't land themselves on that island down there.
Well, we hope for not that. We hope for a good distance jump. We don't want anybody landing on the island.
No. We've seen Freddie and Dodd went 138 or 238 or something like that last year. So there's plenty of room. But let's go quickly through the field. So Janina will be first. Then we've got Sasha Daniskaya. Then we'll have Hanna Stratslova, Anne-Marie Robleski, Ali Nicholson, Whitney Reaney, and Regina Jaques. So got some heavy hitters coming up in that field today for sure. We're going to see some big scores. When you get, we have pro events at lots of places, right? Sometimes the conditions are adverse. Sometimes they're
Let's
ideal.
go through last year's podium.
This is ideal. I mean, we know the forecast here is perfect. The lake's about in the low 80s. The air is going to be in the 90s. You've got a lake that's totally dialed. They just rebuilt the shorelines here a few years ago. It's just so ideal. So there's nothing stopping these skiers from, touching their PBs.
No, you're right about that, Kevin. The Shortline crew, they have built a facility here that is world class. And just look at the events they've had over the years at Shortline. It's been fantastic.
Yeah, just to touch on last year's podium. So the top 5 women last year in the California Pro-Am was Ali was in 5th place. Manon came out from France, and she was in 4th. And this battle with the top 3, we had Jamie Bull in 3rd. We had Regina take 2nd and Whitney taking 1st. So we've got 3 of those 5 here today, and they're going to see what they can do. We've had big scores with these ladies. Sorry, I'm trying to remember whether it was last year or 2 years ago, but we had Whitney, Regina, and Manon all run 39. And they might have all got 2 at 41. But I don't know if that's happened in a pro event before. So we're just waiting to get started. The boat is going to do its simulation pass from the south end of the lake. So here we get a look at the boat. I think we're getting all of our technology up and running. I think, as probably almost everybody tuned in knows, we're using SurePath to measure our boat driving down the middle of the lake. That system, if you don't know, is unbelievable. Thanks, James in England, for providing that for all of us drivers. It makes driving the boat so much fun. We get measurements within a centimeter of how far off center we are, and in a tournament like this, it's really useful. It provides all that information to the tower, and just getting that all synced up and operating today. I'm hearing over the radios, we just got to get that dialed in. But as soon as they do that, Greg will have his foot on the gas, and we'll be pulling his skier down the lake. So while we're getting that going, let's take a moment, Brad. We can go through some sponsors here, and I know Greg's got a long time relationship with Nautique, and very much appreciates their support. We need to start with them. Everything they do to put on the event and sponsor it, and of course deliver these boats and help support the event. We can't pull many tournaments without a boat, and not only a boat, a new boat. So thanks, Nautique, for continuing the R&D and refining the ski machines every time you do it. Appreciate it. Got a number of water ski companies. I know Greg's also got a close relationship with Good, so thank you for Good. And I understand we'll have them on site today. We've got many skiers representing the brand. Got Syndicate, again, another bunch of skiers here representing that brand, a solid team. And hopefully we'll get Marcus on the mic here today and get some updates from him. D3, largely developed here on site. Thank you, Will Bush and Creed, for everything you do to support the sport and build your skis. I know we've also got Connolly. Thank you for that. Continuing with the ski brands, Eagle and Masterline. Thanks, Russell, for all you do. I use both products. Thank you very much. Sorry, on the skis, left out KD. Thank you for that. Rich Storley, recovering from an injury. If you're listening, Rich, sorry, buddy. We're thinking about you. Wish you were here. But, Rich, thank you for your support. Storley Insurance from State Farm.
Yeah, get well, Rich. I heard about your foot.
Zero Off, thank you for helping us control the speed. We've got SurePath controlling telling us having, and we've got Zero Off making sure that pull is exactly the same. I don't know. It's hard to remember what it was like before that. Dutch Brothers, strong supporter of the sport, especially here in Sacramento. Thank you to the Grubbs family and Dutch Brothers for your support of the event. Another Sacramento group, we've got California Ski Ranch, beautiful lake. I always give a shout out to Tony for keeping that place looking so good. So thanks, Paul and Tony and California Ski Ranch. Mike Dillinger Insurance. Thanks, Mike. I didn't realize you were on the list. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Dillinger Insurance Company. Sanger Homes. My buddy Scott built some beautiful custom homes in the Bay Area. Get down there and check them out. Ravenol. Thank you. That's a new sponsor. They've got the boats wrapped up, and it's great to see them supporting the event. We love the new blood. Thank you very much. Thank you, Fitness Extra. Thank you, Wilderness Forestry. But we're getting ready to pull the first skier. I think everything sounds dialed in. The boat's headed to the dock. We're going to get Janina out here. Dane's going to take care of Luca. All right, confirming the officials are ready to start. We're going to get this show underway. The ladies can start at 28 off, at least in the first round. It may be 28 off in the second round. It may be 32, time permitting. We're going to do similar with the men. Men will start at 32. Time permitting, they'll be able to start at 32 the second round. If we're running tight on time for any reason, they'll shorten that to 35. But first round ladies definitely get to their 28 start. I think for maybe half the field, that's probably their normal start. Janina will be coming out at 28 off. All right, skier on the water. Janina coming in, 28 off. We get a good look at this boat. Similarities to the old boat for sure. In fact, some people might have a hard time telling the difference, but skiing behind it, you will notice a difference.
Yeah, no trouble at all with that, Kevin. She was smooth. She was early up on the boat at the start and just rolled right through that 28 off. Just nice and easy. Good opener. Good warm up.
Yeah, and here on site in the shade, there's a breeze. It's almost cool. I'm sure on the water she's comfortable. Like I said, the lake is in the low 80s. There's just a light breeze. It's going to heat up quickly today.
Yeah, temperature was nice yesterday. Never really got too hot. It felt good. The water just felt great. Temperature was just right.
Yeah, over the years, we've had a lot of variety here. You know, we had one year with the fires. There was a ton of smoke. That was terrible. We've had really hot years, and we've had cool years. This is a little earlier than normal. Given the global calendar, we had to pull the event forward. I think this might be the earliest Greg and Debbie have ever done it. But beautiful forecast. It could easily have been super hot, and we've got ideal ski weather. So having completed 28, her warm-up, she's coming back now, 32. Setups here, I've skied here so many times, the setups are pretty equivalent on each end. You do have the jump on the south end, but in terms of your timing around the island, everything's about the same. Watching her come in, just cruising through her 32, she looks so comfortable. It's great to see her out here. I didn't get a chance to speak with her much yesterday, but talking with some friends, you know, she's really pushing through to get some tournaments, to get some scores, to get her ranking back up, and you know, recover from that long haul of having a baby and then getting back into the sport. We've got a couple of skiers in the field. We know Whitney's gone through that, and she's had a chance to put herself fully back in form. Back when it was just a couple of pros and mostly amateurs and completely different format that's evolved over the years into what it is today, where we do 2 qualifying rounds and then a head-to-head. So Janina in her first qualifying round, having completed 28 and 32, coming in on course at 35, 12 meters, nice and left at that gate. I love that move. She comes in, looks up course at 1. So things are getting a little hotter out there for her. She's a little loose at 2, but stays patient, climbs over that ski into 3. She looks like she's in there. She's got this. She says, I know where I'm at. I'm a lefty. I can go down here and smash 5. I'm sorry, righty. I had that backwards. Sorry. But, yeah, crushing the 35. She's looking good. She's going to get her shot at 38 here in just a second, 11.25.
Yeah, you're right, Kevin. That was a good observation off the 2 balls. She did get a little bit loose, came up early, but she stayed patient, stayed with it, finished each ball, and just worked her way down course. By the time she got to 5 balls, she was right back on time.
Yeah, as we watch the replay here, it's just, you love watching these athletes that know the kind of space they have. They know the kind of time they have. She doesn't panic at that 2 ball. She knows where she's at. I remember watching Chris LaPointe in a big dog, and Chris was out there running a 38. Maybe he was late, or I think it was actually 39. And he knew exactly how much room he had, and you would have thought he was done, but just the experience of these skiers to say that I know where I'm at. I don't have to freak out about this. And just what that reminded me of, her 2 ball there. All right, Janina coming on course at 38, 11.25. As we shorten that line, as everyone on the webcast knows, it gets harder and harder to get out and around those buoys. This line length does not make it out to the buoy. She's not one of our tallest competitors. See what she does, putting this together on her gate roll-in. That's the view that we have here on that replay. That's our view from the tower. Just looks like she just, oh, here we go. This is what we need to see. So through the shadow there, yeah, just.
Maybe just a little loose line there. She rounded 1 ball.
Yeah.
She kind of just fell back on the ski.
Yeah, I'm sure she's a little surprised. Maybe we'll talk to her on our way by here. She comes by the tower, but looked really good through the 35. Not what she expected coming out of that one ball, but we take the top score. So that's a warm-up round for her. She has another one later, so she can take her shot at that here in a little bit. Half at 38 official score. So next skier, Sasha Danaskaya. Yeah, let's right on the side. So Sasha's been out the last several years to the event. She's jumping later today. She offered to we may hear her on the webcast for some of the men's jump later today, so she's going to be busy here at the Pro-Am this weekend. Sasha's at 28, coming in for her warm-up pass. Now, many of these athletes may be skiing behind this boat for the first time. I'm sure a lot of them have had a chance to see it. Be interesting to talk to some of them about how they feel getting a look behind this boat.
Very nice opening pass. That 28 off was just smooth as silk, Kevin. Nothing to it.
Yeah. It's one of the challenges of our sport. It's hard to appreciate when they make it look so easy and how hard that is.
Yeah, and we know how hard it is. 28 off is a nice warm up pass, but you got to pay attention. All right, Sasha's up around the island, coming back in. Second pass for Sasha, minus 32. A nice opener at 28 off, and this will be pass number 2. And working her way down the lake. Nice and easy, right foot forward skier. Big reach for 5, ball on the way to 6. No problem, 32 off.
All right, I'm here on shore with Janina. We're going to find out what she felt on her round and what her thoughts are at the moment.
I'm still trying to kind of find my rhythm. I don't know. I thought this week it went a lot better. This round, I don't know. I struggled through 35, and I somehow managed to get through. And then, I don't know. I kind of just was fast into one, and then I had nothing out of one, and I ended up in the water.
Yeah, we were saying we loved the first 2 passes, and we saw you rock back a little bit on the 35, but you stayed with it.
Yeah, I did stay with it, and then I should have done the same with 38, but I don't know. It's still, I didn't have that many tournament rounds yet, and it's still, I'm a little nervous out there, and I'm just trying to find my composure.
Yeah, no, we talked about it, making the comeback. We're glad to see Luca on site today with you and Dane, a family event.
Yeah, thank you. I'm super happy they are out here, and we're here as a family and can support each other.
Great. Well, good luck in the second round.
Thank you.
All right, here comes Sasha. We're on 35.
Yeah, Sasha, now pass number 3 for her, minus 35. Our leader, Janina, at half at 38. Here we go, minus 35. Nice and easy at 4 ball.
It's awesome watching these ladies make this pass look like, it's routine. This is a
So
pass
easy.
for, at the U.S. Nationals with all the amateurs and the men that practice every day. This is a pass that separates so many people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it really is.
You start to really have to understand the timing. The line that is legitimately shorter. You're starting to get higher on the boat. And this is a pass that so many of my friends would love to run.
Oh, yeah.
And these ladies are doing it as a warm-up.
And as a warm-up. It's remarkable. And that just shows you the degree of the athlete that's out there doing this, the time they put in to prepare, and the coaching that they've had, and their commitment to the sport. And that's why they run that pass so beautifully. And so our next pass, that was a nice 35 for Sasha, and she minus 38. Our leader is at half, but we're going to see that disappear here real quick. A lot of big buoys are coming.
All right, Sasha, this is her 38 off pass, 11.25. This rope does not get out to the buoy, so she has to get extended. She comes off that one ball early enough for two, but went big. Decided to really get in there on that two ball. We'll look forward to watching this on the replay. Tried to smash it and go, and just didn't get hooked up and out of that two. This year, we're going to try to get a lot of our friends from the pro field up here. Hey, let's look at this real quick. So tip came up a little bit out of that one ball, but it looked like she thought I could get back together, hooked up out of two and go, and it just didn't come together for her. Get a good look at this here on the replay. Yeah, not the one ball that you love, but I felt like she thought she could go at two and just didn't get out of there. So she's going to take some notes and come back out here for the next round a little bit later and build on that one. But I've got my friend and pro skier Corey Vaughn's joining us here in the booth. We're going to get some of his thoughts. Good morning, Corey.
Yeah, morning, Kevin. Nice to be in here with you guys and just getting myself up to speed. I kind of missed that one in real time, but I did see the replay. And, yeah, I mean, maybe not perfect off the one ball there, but she had space coming into two. She looked calm. That's one of those ones where you kind of find yourself swimming, and you're just like, oh, no, come on, what happened? Like, I think she thought it's game.
Yep. Something to build on. Hopefully it makes you find some motivation and get out there and get some redemption. But we keep rolling here at the California Pro-Am. This is Hana Stratslova.
Yeah, I mean, someone who's just set a pending world record. I think maybe it's still pending approval, but nonetheless, on fire in 3 events. You know, obviously known most for her jumping, which we'll get to see. But I think on that world record, it was 5 at 38, or was it 1 at 39? Anyway, I mean, she
Big
can run
score.
38, so it's a big score.
2 at 39.
2 at 39, yeah, huge. So, yeah, that was a nice little 28 off opener. Looked solid. Hannah's obviously super duper strong. And she's going to look to take the early lead here in this field. Be the first one to run the 38.
So I'm here with Sasha. I get a chance to ask her about her ride, and we're speculating on what you felt out there, but just walk us through what you felt.
No, I mean, it's very nice out. I think I was just a little bit tense and like my energy didn't match what I needed to. I think the one was not the best, but I think it was good enough. And yeah, I think I just turned too hard too soon at 2 instead of just riding the line. And yeah, I'll watch the replay and get better at the front.
That's what we saw. That's what we said. So I'm glad to hear you say that. That's what it looked like. 1 wasn't ideal, but you thought when you came into 2, I can hook up out of this 2 and make it the rest of the way down the lake.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I feel like there is definitely a lot left. So yeah, hopefully scratch this out, get out of the way, and yeah, only better from here.
Use it as fuel for the next round. And then you're a multi-eventer this weekend. We'll see you out here for the jump event.
Yeah, I mean, very excited for the jump. I have really nice headwind, and yeah, I mean, everything is perfect. I feel like we're going to see some good jumps, so that's going to be exciting.
All right, here we go. This is her 32 off pass. We can have Sasha tell us what she thinks.
No, I feel like Hannah looks pretty strong. I don't think she had practice, but she looks very calm, and yeah.
She knows how to ride the slalom ski, too. I mean, many people that just slalom ski would be delighted if they could ever do what she's doing right there. And, you know, half the world really just thinks of her as a jumper. So she's showing us why she is in world record territory for overall. Nice, solid 32 off pass. We're going to be coming back at 35. Sasha mentioned a little bit of wind. It's faint, but it will be headwind off the dock for the skiers as of right now. So this 35 off pass for Hannah will have a mild headwind.
And it's not the typical wind here. We don't get a lot of south, but that's what we have today. And it's fairly steady, so not too hard to plan around.
Here we go, 35. I'd say it looks like Hannah has been riding her slalom ski. You know, this is pretty tidy. A nice gate shot, really clean off a 1.
Big turn there at 3.
It was. But again, like, she's got to be one of the physically strongest skiers in the event. So if she bites off a lot, she's pretty capable of holding on to it, even without a jump sling.
Yeah, riding the good there. That's what I ski on, and I feel like when she came into that 3-ball, if you push those skis around, they will dig in and grab a lot. It'll go, and we'll see it on this replay. Different view for us. Just really tall and really high, and just said, I'm going to gain a little ground here at 3-ball.
Yeah, she turns hard on that 1-3-5 side. I mean, I really like the way she was off of one. It wasn't, a big aggressive one, but it was nice and tight. She hooked up with great alignment. I guess we're going to see it one more time right here. Nice and clean. I got it to pass off to a nice rhythm. Had a little extra time to float at 2. And there's the one that you liked.
Yeah, that offside smash. Yeah, she felt it out of 2, I think. Had a little anxiety and made up some ground.
So this is the pass that she'd like to run. I think we got Janina in the lead with a 4. Is that right?
No, it's a half.
Oh, it's a half. Oh, okay. I missed the beginning. Okay. So there's a half and a 1.5. I think because she was in good shape there at the 5. She kind of did a turn like you talked about. She really dug the front end there at the finish of 5 and got a lot of load. Wasn't able to come out of it. She was skiing that pass nicely though. I mean, here we're at 3-ball. She's on time. She turns 4 nicely here. I was believing that she was going to take it, and then right there, a little bit forward, and little too much to hold right there.
That little tip rise at 1. Sometimes, I watch like a Regina or somebody that just gives you time to sneak in behind the boat, and it's not as bad a thing as you think. She stayed comfortable with that, and she just went with the rhythm she had all the way down the lake, and was just a fraction away from completing that all the way out the gate. So close, but. Big score at this point in the round, and something for her to build on the next time.
Yeah, she did come up just a tiny bit narrower than I think she expected at that 5-ball. And ski kind of grazed it a little bit, wasn't able to get her full rotation. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, out in the lead at the moment, and something to build on. And we've got, just 1, 2, 3, 4 more skiers to go. So the next round will be reseeded. Hannah's going to be looking to move up. I guess next we're going to have Anne-Marie Roblowski. I think we're starting at 28 off.
I think so too, Corey. I didn't get to hear it from the announcers. We'll see when the boat goes by. We get a chance to look. It is 28. Very chill, almost casual. Look at how relaxed she is.
Yeah, it's good to see that. I mean, she's going to be one of our younger contestants in the field. So good when you can come out calm. It's more worrisome when one of those younger skiers comes out and they're just hammering away on the opener. That was great composure.
Yeah, it's so the mental side of this sport, as everybody knows, it's so brutal. I feel like we need a technical coach on how to ski as much as we need as a sports psychologist. And when somebody comes out that relaxed, I just go, I wish I could do that. I got some buddies I know that wish they could do that.
Yeah, I'm thinking, now you get that first pass under your belt. Usually then your heart rate actually can come down a little bit because you're like, okay, everything's working. That was a nice, clean pass. And stay with the program. Hopefully she can keep that state of mind all the way through, her 38.
And the boat is going to spool up around that South Island. We relentlessly shorten the line. That is our format. That's what we do. It's getting shorter every time. So she had that, very relaxed, comfortable looking 28. Let's see if she just stays that cool all the way through, or if she turns it up a little bit as we go.
I have a feeling 32 is going to more or less resemble 28. This is a routine. Ooh, maybe a little too relaxed at that 1. Kind of a slow rotation, but, she's back in business at 2. Maybe just a little bit of, wake up, I better go ahead and really commit here. There we go.
Yeah, very chill. I met her, I want to say her first pro event was the California Pro-Am last year or 2 years ago.
I know she was out here last year, and I know we were kind of saying this. I don't know if it was her first for sure, but we were saying, one of the first. I think she skied Lake 38 this year. So, she's kind of been building up to this. I think we were kind of all in agreement that we're going to be seeing a lot more as the years go on. So the first year or two, you're just kind of going out there and getting your feels. I mean, unless you're like a Nate Smith and you just jump in first event, second place or whatever, and then start crushing.
Thinking of Anne Marie, I remember her fan club was enormous last year. I was getting shout-outs out on the webcast and so on, and so I'll go see if we've got any.
Yeah, well,
from
she's
Ohio?
I say she's from the Midwest,
Yeah.
and those people are passionate. They love it, and I love that. It's great to have that enthusiasm. The Midwest people, the Eastern region people, we get a lot of bottled up ski fever over the winter, and so then it all has to come out in ski season. So it's a little different than if you're skiing 12 months out of the year. You can exhaust some of your fire, but the flames are burning strong in the Midwest and the Eastern region right now. Anne Marie on 35 off right here. Nicer one ball than 32.
Yeah, it looks like she's where she wants to be, feeling like she's got the space and time to just keep things going, even just relaxed out of that 4-ball. She says, I'm down lake enough. I've got this.
Yeah, I mean, I think her 1-3-5 turns looked great in that pass. The 2-4 turns were a little bit slow, and the thing that I noticed here, I'm sure we'll have another look, I thought that her gait was a little narrow and slow right there, and that can come back and affect the 2-4 turns. So, not bad, but just not as crisp, not getting cross course quite as quickly off of this side right here. Still just a little slow off of 4. I think to get, to be comfortable in this 38, she's going to need a little more speed through that gate turn in from a little higher up on the boat, and that's going to help her establish the rhythm that will carry her through 38 off.
Got a shout out to Zane Nicholson saying, thanks, Calvin, for the webcast. Watching from Spain. Zane, we know you know a lot about webcasts, so good to hear from you. My buddy Dave Preston saying hi from Florida. Hey, Sabrina. Hey, Dave. Hope you guys are tuned in. Watching all this slalom. Dave, you'll be on the water soon.
All right, here we are, 38. She's approaching the course. Wind is at a dead standstill. Let's see if she can get that more energetic gait. This does look better to me from here. Nice 1-ball. And she's off of 2. Let's go.
Good hook up out of 3. The lead is a full.
Oh, it's tight.
There we go. She's going to get around 6.
Yeah, there we go. Using some of that height. She skis very tall, and I was thinking as she was heading into 5, a little bit of height, a little bit of reach is going to make a difference here, and it did.
Yeah, Brad. Stayed calm. It looked like she's ratcheting it up a little bit. Just the gait intensity, the 1 intensity, and I don't know. She probably doesn't have a choice. If she skied that 38 like the 28, I don't know how far we'd have gotten.
Yeah, but good mental composure, like that 5-ball when you're a little late, a little tight, it's easy to do too much. And she was very wise to do just enough. Get herself over there to 6. And, really not too much to hold on to at the gate. She skied that pass very nicely. I think she needs to ratchet up that gate intensity still a little bit more, though, if she wants to get off a 1-ball clean and have a shot at turning 2 at 39. With the likes of Allie Nicholson, Whitney Reaney, and Regina Jake was coming after her, she's going to need to be able to turn 2 at 39 to have any chance at improving her seating value.
Yeah, and good point, Corey. They're taking all 7 ladies into the finals, so it's not about who doesn't ski. It's all about seating, right? So their scores today will determine in which order they ski. The tops. Let's get back to that in a minute. This is 39. Little stretch out to 1, but yeah,
decent. Let's see if she can turn this 2. She's going over. Look at that, a full 3. Very nice.
Yeah, looks
that's
like a 3.
Great first round score. And I think that was a really, a great job of using each pass in the set to build into the next pass. Making observations about the gate, the 1s, the 2s, so that as she got to her 38, got to her 39, everything got a little more refined. She was executing on her keys a little bit better. That's a great way to ski the set. So very good. 3 at 39, that's quite solid.
Yeah, big scores. We get to watch that, or watch her victory lap there as she comes back, waving at the crowd. Always a fun thing when you get to ski away and do that, and you have an extra moment to soak it in on the water. So great skiing for her. I bet she's pumped with that score. Let's give it up for Anne-Marie.
Yep, coming by us right now. Got a smile on her face. That's a good way to start things off. Yeah, you're right, Kevin. That's a great feeling, especially in the first round, to come back by after a good score.
The leaderboard is up.
You're feeling solid. Okay, well, and here's our leaderboard so far. We see Anne-Marie in the first place there at the moment, with still 3 to ski, 3 at 39. Hannah with the 4.5 at 38. Sasha 1.5 at 38, and Janina with just a half at 38. But all this can still shake up and change in the next round. Like you said, they're skiing for seeding at the moment, and then ultimately they will be in a head-to-head format. So it'll be a matter of pairings once we get through the next round. I guess the top seed is going to just have a bye since there's 7.
That's right. That's right. So the very top seed gets the benefit of not having to ski that first round of the head-to-head. So we're getting into the heavy hitters here, right?
Yeah, I mean, Allie, Whitney, Regina, get serious.
Yeah, getting some big scores. So scores this year, and you know, plenty of podiums for these next skiers. Allie coming off a win at the Masters.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge. Obviously, that's a crown jewel right there.
Yeah, big tournament to win, a nautique event. But here she comes. Looks like she's at 32. Coming on course, this is Allie Nicholson. Well, look at the width into one. Good look at that here from the dock. Just early waiting on these buoys, standing up. Just a cruiser pass.
Yep, that's Allie's typical opener, 32 off, and I'd say that's the widest, cleanest, best line that we've seen out of 32 so far. Allie's looks like she's feeling good. I know she was out here for some practice on Thursday. I saw her down at the dock.
Got a couple shout outs. We've got one from far away from Sweden, Stefan Lund. Good evening, if that's what time it is. Tony Lightfoot. Tony, good morning. Thanks for tuning in.
How we doing, Tony?
Yeah, you can send us your feedback later. Let us know. Maybe I'll throw in some Tony Lightfoots as early as you like. Tony, sorry, I can't do very good impressions, but good morning. Thanks for tuning in. Got Koble Ski School saying hello. They're proud of Anne-Marie. Maybe she gets down there and gets some training with the Kobles.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what the relationship is exactly, but I feel like she's been, either coaching there and skiing there for some years now. So, great place to do it.
Allie, one of our skiers that we may get on the mic this weekend. She's helped out in the past. She does a great job. I know she does it with Tony, and we'll get her down here today, hopefully, to share some of her wisdom.
I think we're on a goose delay, Kevin. I think they're trying to see if the ducks and the geese will get out of the course, because at 35 off at 34, you don't want to take a duck to the face or anywhere else.
Nope, this family of 4 has been a problem all weekend. We've got 1 Canadian goose and 4 ducks. They got Mike Dillinger in the amateurs yesterday.
Ooh.
Not actually contact, but it caused a re-ride.
Yeah, I rarely get ducks or geese landing for long enough to be an issue at my place. But a few years ago, we ran a tournament, and a buddy of mine, I think it was on his opening pass. It might have been in the gate glide or something. I mean, he ran into a goose, and the goose, I think, actually survived and was okay. It broke his ski. It split open the edge, and I couldn't believe it. Like, that's a sturdy goose.
Yeah, you do not want to get tangled up with a goose, or even worse, a swan. And we've had some bird issues at the Pro-Am. I can tell you some stories later about ducks. Because of me, I know what the rules are here at the California Pro-Am. But anyway, they've cleared out. They're out of the way. They got the message. Allie's coming back at 35.
Water's as glassy as you like. Not really much a hint of wind at all. So this is 35 for Allie.
Just lots of space. Nice leverage there out of that 3 ball. Waiting on 5. up and early into 6.
Looking pretty sweet right there. Just a cruisy warm-up, 35 off for Allie.
You really see how much space she has. I mean, so much room. You know, she's running that pass, and I'm sure a lot of skiers will be thinking, I've got margin here for the next one and the one after that. I've got so much space and time. It'll be just fine when they shorten the rope.
Well, from what we've seen so far, to me, this is looking like the most dialed-in gate. Allie kind of just knows her mark. She's getting up high on the boat. She looks really balanced out there. She's carrying some good water speed as she's approaching that turn in, and then she's able to commit. We'll see it right here, but it's not sudden, it's not abrupt, but it generates all that good direction and edge, and that's what she's going to need to keep going through this 38. And I know Allie's hungry for to run a 39. And a couple weeks ago in San Gervasio, she had one going. I mean, she was in great shape out of 4, and she's a lefty, and I'm sitting there thinking, oh, okay, she's going to slam this 5, and I don't know, maybe a little safety mode at 5 or something crossed her mind, and that 5 didn't work out exactly the way she wanted, and kind of had the long pull just inside of 6, but she was skiing it great, and so she'd like to take care of business and finish that off here today. Oh.
So we had to hold up for a second. I said there's one Canadian goose, and that goose decided to hang out by 1 ball, but it has cleared the course, so we're going to tighten up the boat and bring Allie in it.
I'm guessing those geese and ducks are lucky that we're in California and not Texas.
Yeah, the state will be split on that. There's a bunch of people that would like to get out a shotgun, and then there's those that want to preserve them. But here we come. This is 38. Gets her ski flying out wide to that 1 ball. Looked early into 2, waiting on 3, just skiing just the right amount of aggression to keep in front of the boat, not get dragged around by the boat. She's ahead into 6, out the gates.
You see, Kevin, that's how you do it right there. That is textbook right there. Beautiful gate, and then really just not a misstep anywhere through the course. Had space. Like you said, just kind of the right level of commitment at each buoy. There's no reason to overturn or overload if you have the right rhythm, especially once you come off a 2 right there. It's like, okay, you've established the rhythm for the pass. You kind of got that energy flowing. Just ride it. I mean, Allie's done this thousands of times, so yeah, it shows. It just looks like, yep, another clean 38. Just getting myself all tuned in for 39. I think this is where this next pass, she's got her heart set on seeing the exit gates.
And we know she's capable. She's got a few of them under her belt, right? And like you said, almost won just this summer. This is the time to do it. This is the conditions to do it in. This is a lake that's not holding you back. So no duck delays this time. We've got the boat coming in right now. Allie's at 39.
Coming back before the ducks have a chance. Yeah, so I think, Allie's a lefty. It's going to come down to, her gate right here. We know she can turn 1, but she needs this gate to be really good so that she's going to get off a 2. That looks pretty good right there. Ooh, deep off of 1, pulled up a little bit, and she's going to have to stand up the 2. Darn. Man. She was definitely committing off of that 1 ball, and everything up to that point was looking decent, but, man, she got into a bit of a hole there and then was getting pulled forward into 2. Let's have another look.
Yeah, I want to see the boat view because it looked good. I mean, from the gate glide. I like how she stays left there when she rolls in. Off that gate, kind of lose her in the shade. I don't know. What do you think? What causes that just a little bit back out of 1?
I think she was, feeling like she had the setup, liked her look, and like she really committed. And I think her shoulders were going back to merge with the boat there and pick up the line of the back of 1. And the timing just wasn't quite what she expected. The line wasn't there when she thought it was going to be, and so she kind of got too deep. And then when it came tight, instead of her being able to drive that line cross course, kind of build it progressively, she started getting peeled up and towards 2 ball. And then, that space to turn and rotate the ski vanished as she was going through the edge change and the approach to 2. So that's going to leave her definitely hungry, putting her in second after she skied those warm-up passes so well. And, of course, Whitney and Regina still to come. But Allie knows that she's got more buoys in her pocket, and we're going to see that in the second round.
And we're getting right into the business here. This is Whitney Reaney. I think they got in yesterday. Whitney's normally a skier that will come out kind of early and practice and get some rides and spend some time at the lake. This is the first I've seen her this weekend. So, don't know if it's I doubt it's a different strategy, probably just what's going on in their lives.
Well, she's a mom, and I think unlike a lot of other people, we haven't been mentioning so much that this is the first tournament for the new Nautique, but Whitney would be one of the skiers who's had, I think, some of the most experience behind it. I'm sure that there's been one at Matt Reaney's ski school. That's obviously where Whitney trains, and so like for me, I've never seen the boat or skied behind it. I wanted to really get here on Thursday and just have a little feel for things before we got into the tournament. She knows she's been to Shortline. She skied well here. There's nothing tricky about the lake. And for her, it's basically her home boat. So, if that made it a little more relaxing to not rush out here and spend an extra night in a hotel and all that sort of thing, then, Whitney's already into the finals. Doesn't have to worry about that. So she's got 2 rounds. She's got today 2 rounds to kind of dial herself in and be ready for head-to-head tomorrow, where she'll be hoping for even more rounds. So lots of skiing to come. I'm sure she didn't feel like she really needed that practice for anything.
Yeah, Corey, I'm sure that's all spot on. If we get a chance to talk to her later, we can confirm any of that. But here we go. She's coming in at 35. I'm sure she started at 32, right? This is her 35?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. 32 start.
Jammed that one ball.
Looking strong. Way up course. Pretty cruisy. I mean, Whitney has like a nice attacking style, but she's got so much space right there. It looks, pretty easy and effortless.
I think she's been coming to the California Pro-Am as long as I have. I should pull up all that data and bring that to the event. But she's skied so many California Pro-Ams at the different lakes that we've been there, and she's always in the women's hunt, always.
Yep, my first one was 09, and I'm pretty sure she would have been at that one. And probably she's been to more of these than I have, I would imagine, as with most tournaments.
So what do you think of, Corey, when you think about the California Pro-Am? You get to go to events all over the world. Just what do you think you or any of these people think when they come out here and ski this event? What does it mean to them, or what are they thinking about when you come out here?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's obviously this event is now it's on its 3rd location, so we've gotten to see some different lakes over the years. I kind of think of the Diablo Shores days as that was the essence, like where it's all started, and it had its own unique flavor, and I have just a lot of fond memories. I think that's where I started actually making a lot of friendships, which I've been able to build over the years. And then it kind of moved to Bella Aqua, and that was fun. I hate to talk over Whitney's 38 here, but I do feel like we're expecting it to be fairly routine business. Bit of a big one, but that means lots of space at 2 and a little bit big at 3. I mean, so early.
I mean, she's attacking right from the opener, right? She is attacking.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a signature of Whitney's style, which I think is great. If you can find that right level of attack, run the passes wide and early, right there, she's got space for 39. She's going to want to get her rhythm dialed in a little bit more, not wanting to go so big on the backside of some of these buoys. So she'll, obviously what we're saying is she's had the experience of skiing all around the world, and, we'll be able to make those little fine-tuning adjustments here. But then, and for me, since the California Pro-Am has moved here to Shortline, for all of these years, since my first one in 09, I've mostly come out and stayed with the Goldman family who live right here on the lake, and I've gotten to build that friendship for 16 years now, and so that's been wonderful. And of course, now they open their house up to more folks that are coming and helping with the tournament, the Robin Rochelle and the Yamasakis. So gotten to know this whole crew of people, and it just feels like kind of a family reunion every year at the California Pro-Am. And then, sitting with you and just getting to say hi next to everybody else at the dock, it's just this year I came solo, but I love coming with my family too. Like just getting to spend normally like a week on the West Coast and explore. There's so many cool things to see out here. All right, but now Whitney, 39. This is serious.
Love watching her ski one-handed gate. Lefty gets that onside one.
Nice one. Needs to turn 3 and go to 4 for the lead. She's looking in good shape for that big 3, though. She's going to have to settle something down at 4. Good 4. And nicely done.
There we
Runs
go.
the 39. Oh, no. Oh.
Could not have been closer.
Daggone. I said that, and I thought I was pretty confident about
I think you were safe, Corey. You were allowed to do that. That's all right.
Do you think it was a decision that she just didn't want to hold on to it because why take a hit?
Only she knows at this point. I don't think so. I think she wanted that. It just slipped out of her hands. I think she's surprised she didn't get out of there. That's the way I read the body language, but just so close.
Well, shoot. Yeah, I mean, there were a couple of sticky spots, like, that's why she ended up a little faster and down course a touch into 6. So we had that slack. Maybe that 2 right there. Big 3. Oh, man. Maybe a little slower and deeper off of 5.
Yeah, it looked like that was going to be a pretty mild hit, and I think she felt the same, but it just popped right out of her hand. So judges are giving her a 5.5 at 39, so she's, squarely in the lead.
Yeah, she wasn't quite back to the center yet. As she was getting ready to take that hit, she was still moving towards the boat lane, but had not gotten to the inside of that left-hand gate buoy. So that could have been a full 6 had she gotten back and done the exact same thing there. But I don't, ultimately it doesn't matter. It's a round for seeding. She wanted to run the 39 and take a stab at 41. So that's going to be her thought for the next round. And now we're going to find out what Regina can do.
So Regina, team athlete, not her first time behind this boat either. Not her first California Pro-Am.
No, I don't know. There has to be a new event for it to be new for Regina. She's been collecting titles all over. I guess it was not this past one, but the year before at Moomba. She took her first Moomba win, and that was kind of like, wow, of all these years that she hadn't gone to many Moombas before, but had to go and add that one to the trophy case.
Yeah, she finished second last year. Whitney won. Unfortunately, I've got too many of these. They run together to remember exactly what happened.
Yeah, but Regina's won plenty. Whitney's won them too. Like we're going to see that battle again. Of course, Allie wants to sneak up in there, and Anne-Marie wants to pressure these ladies. So plenty of skiing to happen. But yeah, I mean, hey, you live out here, Kevin. I was just saying, I love coming out here to the West Coast, and I've gotten to do a lot of cool experiences. I've gotten to go mountain biking out here, like with Terry Winter. That was amazing. You can go see the Redwoods. You can go to San Francisco, obviously, and explore the Bay Area. I love something that we discovered was like going to Nevada City for like an afternoon and going to the Yuba River and just kind of hanging out and rock hopping around. There's so much that you can get to. You can get to mountains. You can get to forests.
Yeah, it's a very dynamic state. I mean, I grew up in the Midwest and moved out here, and I've been exploring it like you. But this is Regina at 35. Let's make sure we enjoy this experience of watching her ski. She's just such an amazing skier. I see so much confidence. She's just so dialed. It's so consistent. She's so strong.
I feel like with Regina and some of these great skiers, I'm like they're 35. It's hard to even like say much. We should just have like a soundtrack that we kick on and just like let people sit there and watch it go to the beat, and then we'll just keep talking about tourism in California because, what are we going to do? Pick apart Regina style at 35, like when it's clear that this is, she could be doing this in her sleep pretty much.
No, you're right. It's tough. It's you just have to sit back and enjoy it. And I think about any amateur skier that's out there and, people working on 32, 35, 38, and you watch this, you're just taking notes. How can I do more of that? And you just admire what she does. And for her, it's easy. She doesn't think about, she's not worried about running 35. She's getting dialed in. She's thinking about her cues. And, if you're new to the boat, you're feeling the boat and you're trying to figure all that out. But yeah, she just cruises through this.
She definitely does some things that are very unique to Regina. Like I'd say, her gait has a signature that's very much her own, not quite like anybody else's. And the way that she can get that ski to rotate and her body on 135 is very unique. Like even if she's fast, even if there's not off a 2.4, she can turn that side and hold on to pretty much anything she has to. You know, and that we're talking, you know, some 39s and 41s. Here at 38, I'm expecting, you know, she's kind of gathering data here, trying to get her rhythm, feel out the boat, feel out the water. You know, I think this is 38 for Regina, for Whitney, for Allie, for these ladies. Like, that's where you really start to know, like, okay, you know, I built my keys at 32, 35 pretty well, and now I'm ready. Or, okay, I still need to make an adjustment for 39. And I'd say in this case right here, she's feeling pretty much ready. There's not a whole lot that stands out like, oh, you know, I felt loose on one side, or, you know, I was getting into a big hole at the backside of one of the buoys.
I think it's textbook Regina, and you were talking about her turns. Watch this. So the one ball is pretty clean, just the ski rotates, and she's out of there. Watch three. This is something I see her do, and I'm always curious about this, is she gets that early rotation, and it's almost like a two-step process. So that ski rotates, she waits, it might stand up a little bit, she sneaks in behind the boat and goes, and she can do it at 41.
Yeah.
So I used to think, well, shouldn't her tip stay down? And then I thought, well, I don't know, it works for her, and maybe she's just sneaking inside a little bit farther behind the boat while their ski lays back down, and then she gets it into the first wake.
I think the key is that she's still moving and she's not falling off the edge of her ski, like being overly committed to the inside. I think that, you know, at 41, you get side to side so quick from the swing of the rope that you don't have to be super efficient at the buoy. I think that's probably a mistake that not that a lot of people are skiing 41, but that thought could easily be a mistake. I think I got hung up with that. Big one, and she's off to the races, strong off a 2. Oh, my.
Totally. She
Whoa.
was so early and up course and just...
Wow, that happened right in front of us, and I don't even know what happened.
I think she just put too much into the 3-ball, maybe. We'll have to watch it on the replay. Just
ski turned backwards.
Yeah, you could see the tail really slip down course, and she pushed on the front pretty hard. I'm sure she's comfortable with that move. I'm sure that works out for her 9 out of 10 times, but this time... just maybe the ski got a little bit too much sideways and chucked her weight forward, and she couldn't get it put back together to get over to 4.
So we got our leaderboard. Do you want to read it off there, Kevin?
Yeah, we'll go through it. So Whitney, although she wanted that full pass, it was good enough to take the lead with 5.5 at 39. Regina, I'd be scared of her in the next round with a 3 at 39. I think she's going to come after it. I wouldn't count her out. Anne-Marie, I'm sure stoked. I'm sure her fan club is stoked to be in third with a 3 at 39. We've got Allie with a 2 at 39. She's another one.
Going to be hungry.
Yeah, she's coming hard. You watch. Hanna Stratzlova, she's a 4.5 at 38. Sasha Danaskaya, 1 1/2 at 38. And Janina with a 1/2 at 38. I think, I can't wait to see all these girls ski. I think they all have a reason to go for it big in the next round. They're not going to hold anything back. It was a good first round, and I'm pretty excited to see what they put together next time.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the scores come up as everyone dials in, and as we get ready to start the men's event, I'm going to participate in that, so I'm going to leave you gentlemen here, and I think I saw Brian Detrick floating around. Oh, no, I guess he's going to be competing too, so he won't be jumping in here yet. I'm going to be giving it back to Brad.
Yeah, Brad and I will take over for a while. We've got a whole list of people that offered to come down and help. Corey, really appreciate you coming down. Maybe we'll see you again this weekend.
Yeah.
Appreciate your insight. Thanks for sharing it with the crowd.
No, happy to be here, and yeah, I'll circle back and see you guys a little later on.
Cool. Good luck, man. Go get her done.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thanks, Corey. It was great listening to your comments and your observations with the skiers. Absolutely spot on. Ski good, man. Have a great round.
So we're going to do a quick turnaround here. We'll do a crew change, and we're going to get a boat change. We're going to flip-flop back and forth between these two boats that we have here this weekend. We're going to get into the men pretty quick. My guess is this is the sim pass for our first men's skier of the first round. So we're in our first skier of the men's round. Louis Duplomp Freiburg. Opens up big for that one ball. I love the, watch that inside hip come forward and shoulder. Who looks like looks like a big guy out there. Looks tall.
He does look tall.
So again, these men all have to start at 32 off. They can opt to start shorter. I doubt anyone will this round. I got a text from my buddy Mike Parsons watching from afar. He says, Mike, thanks for listening in. Announcer in his own right.
Yeah, I think Mike is
Or
done.
5.5 at 39. Happened down there. I just wanted to make sure I was dialing my gates this first round. I didn't come to practice, so passes I was overshooting my gates and 39, and I felt like I got a really good start at 39. Deep and heavy at 3 ball, so I lost a little grip and kind of let the same thing happen to me at 5 ball. So came up a little short getting out the exit gates, but it was a great first round. Got a lot of information. It was amazing just behind all new skiing on Teague, and I'm excited to see what the rest of the weekend.
Awesome. Well, that was some great skiing down there, and congratulations. I'm looking forward to seeing you later.
All right, we'll work on the technology there. I hope we can continue with the doc interviews this weekend. That's something we really want to do. We'll see if we can sort out the tech. But this is Louis on his second pass. This will be 35, 12 meters. Yeah, he looks confident and comfortable as he gets out there, and you get all warmed up and get all the muscles moving and feel the boat, feel the lake, feel yourself. How do you feel today? What do you need to tune in? It was looks like he's just getting everything clicking.
Yeah, he's trying to identify that ski he's riding. Can you tell what he's on there, Kevin?
I haven't had a look yet.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell on the replay here, but I'm not going to guess until I get a good look at it.
Right, can't see it. So that was 35. He'll be coming back in at minus 38 again. Most likely warm-up passes. These guys are strong, but again, 38. It's all business. You've got to take care of it every step of the way.
And we're going 2 miles an hour faster.
Right.
So now we're going real speed. We're going 36. Everything happens quicker. It's just everything's so fast behind the boat. Just boom, boom, boom.
58K if you prefer metrics.
All right, Louis coming in. He's on course 11.25, 38 off. Nice big pull out there. Yeah, he definitely didn't get that ski pointed across course. He didn't get his body under the rope enough to feel like he had that swing in front of that 2 ball. So you come into 2 with a little bit of legitimate, justified anxiety about how you feel coming into that 2 ball. So, it's 38. He's like, all right, I'm gonna give it some. I'm gonna try to get back into this pass. He probably has a 8 out of 10 chance of getting away with that. And fortunately, this was one of the 2 where we lost the tail of the ski, and he's going to have to regroup and come out for the next round.
Yep. And that might have started it as setup for the gate. He might have been just a little bit narrow. He didn't get the swing into 1 ball that he was hoping for.
See that on the replay. It's hard to tell height and width there, but it looked like he was out there.
Yeah, it looked all right. But yeah, and the ski was behind him off of 1 ball.
Yeah.
You notice that? And that's one thing you'll see. The skiers, these guys all keep the ski out in front of them, moving forward, and they just don't fall behind it. And just like a lot of us regular skiers, if that ski falls behind you, you're going to be losing space and speed. These guys don't let it happen. And the women, too, same thing. They keep that ski out front and moving fast.
Out front are really just over it, right?
Centered,
really
balanced,
really
balanced on the ski. Okay, local skier coming up. Blaze Grubbs is next up. Belle Aqua Lake 3 skier.
Yeah, big ski family. Probably Steve gets to take credit for the fact that they have some skiers in the family. Sister Yenna, quite the skier, 3 event. Blaze as well. Blaze just, I love hanging out with him. He's just positive all the time. I've never seen him grumpy. I've never seen him upset. He's just happy, upbeat, positive. I bet you he might be the most relaxed skier in the whole event today. I'm sure he's got some pressure on himself to go out and ski. It's not that he doesn't care, but I'm sure he's smiling and talking to the boat and ready to go out here and give it a rip. And just ski is so tipped down all the way around that buoy. It's on a good. I haven't seen that.
It is different. Yeah, nice strong opening pass. He's up at the buoy and just waiting. Lots of space at each ball. No problem there. Minus 32.
Yeah, I look forward to watching this from the boat replay. I just haven't got to see him from that angle in some time, and see how he's doing on this ski. Different equipment for him, at least as far as I know.
Yeah, no, I think last time I saw him, he was riding a D3.
Yeah.
Solid opening pass for Blaze. He flew the family out to Salt Lake City area. We had a tournament, at a kind of a regional warm-up tournament at Bear Hollow. We're going out there next year for a regional tournament. And he brought the family out there, and he was out there looking for a good trick score, which he did get, by the way.
Yeah, he's an amazing three-event skier.
Great three-event skier.
We would see him in the jump event, but I believe I think he's got a flying gig. I think he's got to get in the plane. So one of the things we talk about with Blaze, he started very early. We've got several pilots here in the lake today.
We do.
With
Nate
Ryan,
Smith.
And Blaze is another one, and he's done, making a career out of that. And I think he said he's got to take off and fly the plane before he got to jump, but otherwise we'd see that. In the meantime, we'll see him at 35.
Yeah, again.
I like that speed at 0. It just looked like the right time to roll.
Yeah.
Looked good.
Up nice and wide. A lot of space.
Early, comfortable, just kind of cruising. Blaze is, they train behind Nautique's. Now, I'm sure he's got over here this week and skied behind the new boat, but they have the prior boat. They've had several of them over at Lake One in Belle Aqua. I love the slow-mo there. Well, I'm a skier first, a fan of the sport second, and maybe a part-time announcer third. So, I get watching these guys, and what can I learn, and what's he doing, and why, and how, and their friends, and
That's right.
So I just find myself watching. But that was cool to see him ski that in slow motion.
Well, we wouldn't be sitting here if we weren't big fans of the sport.
Yep. So 38. So Blaze not our tallest guy. A pass he's certainly run. I don't think he's run a 39 yet, but I think he's been pretty close. He's got some big, deep scores, and this is a lake that he knows. He skis here. He lives just up the street. He's been here a million times. So Blaze got a good opportunity in front of him here. He's got a couple of rounds. This is 38, rolling in on that gate. Looked plenty comfortable coming out of the one ball. Just a little bit, maybe rock back at 2, but nothing he had to worry about. Big push there at 3. Now he's got to get his work done and just doesn't get that hookup out of 4.
And that started going into the 3 ball. Just didn't get that good finish and fell behind the ski just a little bit and hustled to get around 4 and was not able to stay with it.
And this is our view from the tower, so it's a little hard to see what happens on the backside of this 3. I know he came into it a little bit there. It looked like he was comfortable. He could make up some time, and so he got a little aggressive on it, and it just unfortunately didn't work out. Kind of reminds me of what happened to Regina.
Yes, you just stuck that ski at 3 ball. It went in deep and hard.
One of the things I'll give a plug to Good is one of our sponsors here at the event. I've been riding Good skis for years, and you can get as much as you want on a Good, and you can get too much. So I like it because it puts you in the pilot seat, right? You can chill out and ride it through the turn, or if you need to shut down, bleed some speed, get some angle, and take a chance, the ski will let you do it every time on both sides. And I try to set it up so I can't dump myself up out the front, and his ski looks money. I think he had the right setup. I just jumped on it hard there and should have worked out and just didn't quite. Hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to him on the way by. 3.5 at 38 for Blaze. Another skier that's going to be totally motivated for that next round. Here's with some scores. We've got Blaze with a 3.5 at 38. We've got Louis Duplum Freiburg with a 1 1/2. And Nick Adams will be up next. We've got a pause here. I haven't heard the official reason, a technical issue, or what we have going on. Maybe some technology. You know, here at Shortline, they're constantly evolving. You know, George Canepa and doing a lot of work. You know, really as a hobby, former Intel guy, engineer mindset. So always playing with video equipment and how to capture video and how we broadcast it around the lake and how we use it in tournaments and how we use it in practice. And there's a lot going on there.
Yeah, and he was very busy yesterday during the amateur portion of the event, and he still put in 2 great rounds of skiing. He into 39. George is really skiing good right now, and as busy as he is, you know, running the show, he still had time to focus and put up a good score.
Yeah, no, for sure. I was really happy to see him do that well, and to do that in the final, to run that 38 in the final. That was awesome.
Yeah, I got to sit in the boat and boat judge that, and it was beautiful. Beautiful to watch George ski.
Back to something Corey said earlier while we talked, because I think this is an important part of this event. Corey talked about the family that's here that he kind of gotten to know over the years, and we talked about it at dinner last night. There really is a core group. I came in later. I'm not an original gangster, but the original gangsters are here, you know, and Greg and Debbie and the team, and you know, all of our officials, everything, Rochelle, and I don't know how to name them all, but all the people here at the lake. Even before it was at Shortline, it was a lot of the Shortline crew. We've got so many judges, drivers, and officials that live here on site. It's really unbelievable. And that family puts this event on every year. And I see, you know, when they show the dock view, we get to see a number of those faces down there on the dock, putting things back together, getting everything working, getting us ready to run the tournament.
This is one of our jumpers too, Dorian Llewellyn.
Yeah, sorry, I think I said it was.
I thought it was Nick Adams.
Oh yeah, and you know what? Sorry, Nick might be a scratch. So yeah, we jumped right into Dorian. Yeah, I recognize that wasn't Nick. So good to see Dorian out here. Looking forward to seeing him in both events. I got to see his dad, Jarrett, not that long ago. Jarrett, I hope you're watching. You know, hi from California. I hope all's well if you're in Florida. I just happened to get a ski ride out at the lake where Jarrett lives and got to talk to him a little bit there. It was good to see him. Good to see pulling some. He had some students out there giving some lessons. Representing Team Canada. We've got quite a few of them here today. So Dorian shortened to 35. Got the brand new Nautique. Such an interesting boat. So much fun to ski behind it yesterday. I can't wait to ask some of these athletes what they feel, what they think, what their impressions are. Don't know how much Dorian's had a chance to ski behind it, but he's coming in at 35. Looks pretty comfortable there out of 1, waiting on 2. I just watch all these guys and girls getting warmed up on those first 2 passes, just kind of checking with where they're at and how things are feeling, how their timing is. I would say he's feeling pretty good about that.
I would say so. That look nice and easy and slow, too. You know, you watch them come into the buoy. They create so much space for themselves. It looks like they're actually going slow as they make the turn and finish it. But that's just because of their angle going to the ball and the leverage that they have to create that. Yeah, I got a chance to ski behind that Nautique yesterday, and it felt very, very good. It felt like my boat at home. So very comfortable. The boat looks really good, and I think it skis great. So they're, again, Nautique Boats has knocked it out of the park again with another.
Got another one of our guest skiers today. I know we've heard her on the mic before. I'm happy to be joined by Allie Nicholson.
Hey there. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, and it's great. Appreciate you coming down. I know everybody online would love to hear from pros like you and just hear your voice, hear your insights. You know, we'll talk about your skiing here in a second once we get Dorian through his 38. There we go.
There we go. Yeah, nice looking pass there from Dorian. I know he's been out here the last few days. He flew out on Tuesday, I believe, the same day I did. So got at least 2 days of practice out here. He's been skiing at Jack Travers as well. So he's gotten some sets behind the new boat. I feel like he's probably feeling pretty comfortable out here. And I think his practice sets have been going pretty well for him. So hopefully we can see a big score out of him today.
That's good. Always good to have somebody coming in comfortable and on the upswing and ready to put up a score. You know, when you have, we were talking earlier, when you have a lake with the conditions like this and the driving and the boats are all dialed and everything, I would think as any pro athlete would say, all right, here's a place that I can really put up a score. I'm not just competing to beat the person next to me. I can actually go big, start touching those big scores.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we have a couple events that are in kind of interesting places where it's just survival and just trying to come out on top. But this is definitely a place where the conditions are perfect, the driving's perfect, the boats are dialed, everything. That skiers are looking to go out and put up big scores and hopefully see a big battle out of it. I know that this is one that's always takes a big score to get to the final, and I think we're going to see a good battle today with these 2 rounds.
Yeah, I think a lot of years with the men, I mean, if you're not getting a 3 or more at 41, it's hard to make that cut. We've had guys that have a pair of 2s or something, and they don't get in. But Dorian's got to run the 39 before we worry about 41. So he comes in, let's see what kind of start. He gets a little bit loose out of the 1 ball, but maybe good enough to keep going. He's just dealing with it at 2. He's being patient, nice and patient out of 3. Into 4, he's going to pull that ski outside of 5. We're going to get this big turn. Is he going to, little back out of 5? Oh, no. So close. So close. I think if he'd have hooked up just an incrementally bit better out of that 5 ball, he could have taken that ski around 6. So we'll let the judges call that one, but I'm going to say it's a 5.
Very close. But from my angle, I'm pretty coming into 4, staying on top of it. Nice connection out of 4 into 5. Just a little bit on the back there, and kind of you saw him kind of drop and squat there into out of 5 ball into 6. So seeing that 6 ball pop out, pretty sure we're going to get a confirmed score of 5.
Yeah, when you, as you know, Allie, when the line is that short, if you're not stacked, you cannot get to the other side. And so when he just unfortunately couldn't have his hips under him, just when they're behind him, it's just hard to get enough leverage to get the ski moving out. Tough way to get around 6, but good skiing for him. So this is Nick Adams. We had the running order I have in front of me has got these 2 inverted. So it's great to see Nick out here making his warm-up pass at 32. So we've got some new guests here in the booth. I've got Asher the dog. Asher's Allie's dog and happens to be sitting in Nate Smith's lap. Nate, thanks for coming down. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having us. I think Asher's more excited to be here right now.
Yeah, so Nate, welcome down here to the announcer's stand. I appreciate you saying hi. Well, how early did you get out here, and did you get a chance to practice at Shortline, or are you just going to go straight into the event?
No, I have been here for a few days. Flew in Sunday night, I think it was, so I got to ski a couple days here this week. Also skied up at Redwood Shores, California Ski Ranch, where Paul Crawford has his setup. So skied there, skied here a little bit, and then took yesterday off and tournament today.
Excellent. And no stranger to Shortline. You've been here many times.
I think this is.
I don't know when Nick got into town.
I hadn't seen him until this morning, so hard to say. I was out here most of the day on Thursday, so I didn't see him come on Thursday for a practice ride. So not sure, but looking pretty good here, making his way through his second pass, 35. As we always say, kind of still a warm up for these guys.
Yeah, very calm, very kind of casual, very relaxed looking, just so quiet and so you just look comfortable cruising down the lake. So I'll ask you both. So where does Nate and Allie go after the California Pro-Am? What's next?
Home.
Home? Indiana home? Or Florida home?
Home to Florida, and then back to work this week. So after this tournament, I work 10 out of 12 days.
Yeah.
So I was able to get some time off, spend a week here, and relax a little bit and actually practice before a tournament. So
yeah, it's been a new mix for you for the last couple of seasons, trying to balance the work with the skiing and try to get enough water time. And how you holding up in the balance?
Better now, but the last couple of years were a lot tougher. It was show up to tournaments, ski a ride, and take the prelims as a practice ride. But pretty much this summer, I've been able to get the time off that I need for the most part to ski and practice before a tournament, and actually get some rides on the water. So, I skied well this week here at Shortline. Tournament's a whole different story, but it's good. You got to go work and to be able to come out and play. So.
Yeah, so Nick at 38 off. See if he can keep his chill, relaxed style going all the way down the lake. Get him through this pass and get him into the next one. Looks like he's took the back half of that down course just a bit, but no real pressure.
Yeah, just a little bit down course, but still cruising through that one, staying nice and calm. I mean, hopefully set himself up for a good look at 39 here, see if he can be our first skier to get through it. Our last skier, Dorian Llewellyn's, holding our. So, this is the last event for us before Worlds, so kind of take some downtime, just some practice time, just to get kind of dialed in, and no pressure for a few weeks as we build to a lot of pressure, right?
Yeah. So let me ask you. So when you think about a Worlds or a Moomba or a Masters or events like this, how does the Worlds stack up for you in terms of mindset? Is that just a really big deal, or how do you guys look at that?
I think you got to try to not build it up that much. Treat it just like any other tournament. I mean, this year Worlds is going to be at Ricciotto. It's going to be a perfect man-made lake. Conditions are going to be great, kind of like we were talking about here. It's just going to be one of those lakes where conditions are going to be perfect, driving's going to be ideal, boats are going to be dialed in. It's just going to be going up and putting up a big score. So I think trying not to build it up is probably the best case scenario for that one.
Love it. Love the mindset. That is a cool site. I actually got to ski there once. It was pretty cool. It's an amazing place. Looking forward to seeing that. Hopefully there's a good webcast so we can watch all that. But Nick at 39, see what kind of start we get here. Is not good enough to go. Nice deep ski out of that 2-ball, keeping him up course, and just I'll have to watch that from the boat view to see what happened and why we ended up rocking back out of 3.
It's kind of similar to what Regina had there. I thought she had a pretty good start, gate 1-2, and then just kind of swung over to 3 and just lost the line. Like kind of got it pulled away from her a little bit as the approach came into 3. We'll see on the replay. And then just didn't have anything there at the backside. I mean, I thought Nick, in his mind, was ready to go, ready to turn 3 and go over to 4. Yeah, he just got pulled narrow there right at the apex, right at the turn, and then, that kind of pulls you forwards, and you really have nothing to hold on to there at the backside.
Yep.
Yeah, just like you said, it kind of, right at the top of the turn, it looked like he got a little extra stretched out and stuck there.
Looks like we're going to go to a doc interview. Oh, okay.
So we're here with Charlie Ross, who's skiing later. He's our second top seed. So how are you feeling for later?
Yeah, got a bunch behind it during testing, starting maybe 8 months ago, but it's an amazing boat. I think the improvements are going to push the boat's boundaries, but also making more for the sport and falling in love with it. So nothing but excitement for it.
Yeah, I've heard. So we have a lot of competition out here. It's going to be you did pretty well on the European tour. Do you want to talk more about that?
Yeah, sure. I don't know. It was a strong start to the year, having kind of pick and choose, but wanting to maximize scores at each one. So it's been a strong start to be here. It is a strong field. You wouldn't want any less. So it's good to catch up with and see them.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in the States. Yeah, beautiful site. We love Shortline. The officials are amazing, so we're happy to be here.
Yeah, really happy. Sweet.
Okay, awesome. Oh, I get better. Oh, that was great.
Avinol, the lifeblood of your car.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right, welcome back. Had a little bit of a commercial break there. Dialed in some of our tournament officiating equipment. Cameras getting the video from the boat dialed in. But now we've got Daniel Advarco coming back. He's going to start at 32 like everybody else. In the video there, we'll work on our, see if we can get the mic sorted out for the doc video or do something different. But while we watch Daniel ski this 32 off, you may or may not have heard Charlie Ross made it to California, but his ski did not. So he has to borrow equipment for today. If you're a D3 skier and you showed up here without a D3, Will might be able to help you out.
It's the best place to not show up with a ski, tournament-wise, because the conditions are perfect and it's the same boat you ski behind every day. There's no surprises there, but also D3, Will's the guy behind the curtain there. So he's going to have everything you need, and the cool thing about a D3 is they're all very, very similar. So, it's not fun to not have your own equipment, but at the same time, you have the best-case scenario here to go out and perform well. And as Charlie said, he skis this boat every day. He was involved in some of the testing with it. So, that takes away some of the uncertainty, I would guess, coming into here.
Yeah, I'm sure that helps him out. Have either of you had to do that, show up at an event and ski on other equipment?
I actually have never not had my skis show up. It's showed up a day late, but I've also come to a tournament ahead of time. I think it was in Toowoomba a few years ago. It showed up a day late, didn't make our flight, but, I give myself time to get there. So, I guess that's one of the risks that you take showing up the day before the tournament.
Yeah, no, you can certainly plan ahead.
Fortunately enough, yeah, I've always had my bag show up. I know under 21 Worlds, my bag showed up a day late. But that was the closest I've ever had to not getting my ski. But I've always been able to have my ski on my stuff. Maybe miss a day of practice, but definitely I've always had my equipment at least show up.
Course out of that 1 and that 2 on his 35 off pass. Nice and early to 6, getting warmed up. But Nate, yeah, the D3 is very consistent production process. We've both been in the factory. We've both seen it. We both know what they can do and how ski to ski to ski is so well managed.
Yeah, I mean, you're always going to have your favorite, but, at the end of the day, if you got Will's got a garage full of them over there, you can typically go grab one and mount it up and perform the same. At least that's the experiences that I've had. Everybody's a little bit different, but, like I said, it's the best case scenario. At least we're not somewhere that's hard to get a hold of a ski, in some country far away that they've got to ship it and things like that. You just walk over to Will's barn and pick what you want.
Yeah, yep. And if his ski does show up after he skis today, but before he skis tomorrow, that'd be an interesting decision based on what did you feel today? You're going to go back to your ski. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I mean, if you ski well on borrowed equipment, then you get your ski. But I think you're always going to go back to your ski because you know exactly what it is.
I think you always go back. I think if your ski shows up, you always go back to your ski. Just the comfort level of there and being like kind of confident on your own stuff. I don't think he would second guess going back to his normal setup.
Sometimes that's how you find something better, though. Trying
Kinda
something
forced.
else.
Yeah.
I definitely think we do get kind of comfortable. You know, you get on something, you don't really want to change, and sometimes a forced change is good for you.
Edvarco staying way left on that 0 gate glide, staying away from the boat. Great, some space before he turns in, and stood up on that 2 ball. Unfortunately, we'll get to see that on the replay.
I'm not really sure what I saw there. Kind of similar to the, the 3 ball coming back the other way for Nick Adams. But it looks like he just got stood up there at 2. We'll see on the replay here.
So look pretty comfortable out of 1 into the 2, and then just shoulders forward into the finish of that 2 ball turn.
Yeah, kind of broke at the waist there out of 2, and then wasn't able to kind of get the hips up coming in.
I think the ski just grabbed a lot of water. That you saw the tip really engage there at 2. You know, this lake skis so well, but the ski does sit in, and you can get a big turn when you want. And I think it just looks like the tip grabbed a lot of water, kind of broke him forwards a little bit unexpectedly there, and never really got himself into a strong position across course. And unfortunately, just not enough to stretch out at 3. So it is a little bit different of a pull. It's not your, Nautiques have always had a pretty similar pull, and this one is, some think is quite different than models in the past. So I'm not sure if Daniel did get to ski the boat this week at all. I know he was here a little bit, but I guess I didn't see him ski. He may have taken a practice ride here, but the timing can be a little bit different. So it is different. You just have to adapt to it.
Yeah, I got to ski it for the first time yesterday, and it felt great. I had 2 great rides. The boat felt awesome. It felt to me like we were going slower, which not necessarily a bad thing. I was expecting it to be even more like the prior boat than it was.
Mm-hmm.
Let's make sure we give credit here to Carter Eaton coming down from Alaska. He's made the last few California Pro-Ams. One of our younger guys, newer to open out here at these events. Good to see him making the trip, cruising through 32.
Yeah, Carter's been quite the world traveler this year. He went with us over to Europe, skied all the events that he could. So spent 5 weeks over there abroad, and then I think got to go home to Alaska for the few weeks in between there and here, and now is coming down to join us for California Pro-Am again.
Yeah, but I know. I don't know what I'm told, and I look forward to talking to Rini and some of the other guys that were really intimate with the development of this boat. They wanted it to be different. They wanted it to feel different. There were some goals. I'm not going to make them up because I'll wait till he tells me what they were. But I thought the boat would feel more like the prior boat, and it was a comfortable departure from it. It wasn't the same. And I believe they've read that they wanted the wakes to be a little bit smaller on the longer lines, and I think they were. And it just felt really good to me. I can't wait to ski behind it again.
Well, I think you have to, their goal with it, speaking out of turn a little bit, Matt will fill you in, but I think one of the goals is to make it comfortable for the mass amount of skiers, not necessarily just the 39, 41 off skiers where, the last boat was fantastic, and so is this leads them.
Yeah, and it can't be an easy thing, to work on a wake from 26:15 to 36:41, and have everybody be happy. I can't imagine how hard that is for a boat company to do. And, I've only skied the boat from 32 up, and the last boat wake is amazing from 32 up, and this one is too. But I did hear a bunch of my buddies at 22, 28 saying that they're loving the change. They love the improvement.
Yeah, and that is the challenge. I mean, how do you make not only for slalom but a 3-event boat? It's very challenging for and that's what Nautique, their roots really are as a 3-event company, and they want to make it the best for all 3 events. But you mentioned the longer line lengths being the same as the shorter line lengths. So I think those engineers at Nautique are better than most out there and find a way to make it happen. So I think what's on the water is their hard work. We're seeing it work, I guess.
Yeah. No, you're right, and like you said, I think it was a strong point. I think overall yesterday in the amateurs, we had high scores. We had people skiing near PBs or above, so we had a bunch of different levels of skiers out there doing it yesterday, and we're going to get to see what happens here today. Here's Carter coming in. Don't know how much he skied the boat. This is him at 38 off, 11.25. Little stood up there out of 2 ball, so now he's got some work to do. See if he stays calm. Little forward into 4 again. Down course 5, drops his shoulder at that 5 ball to get around the gate, takes a little bit of a hit, and he's out and gets to continue.
You know, he still had that little bit of a dive in there at 2 ball, you know, similar to what Daniel had a little bit. So a lot of times that 2 ball is a direct relation from the gate. So the gate pull out, the gate glide, the gate turn in, and how hard you load through the wakes going to 1 ball. So, you know, maybe guys are struggling a little bit with the different feel on the gate glide. You know, it is something you have to adapt to. You mentioned it. He may not have skied this boat. It might be his first time. I'm not sure if he was here this week for practice, but, you know, we have a couple of rounds today, and then, you know, if you make it through tomorrow, to take a couple of rides behind it.
Yeah, and you guys, I'll have you comment. I know when I go to different places, the gate glide is one of the things we'll always have to figure out. It's the lake and the boat, and just getting dialed in right when you turn in and how that feels to you, you know, and you guys have the same issues when you travel around the world?
I think definitely, like, going different sites, the gates are a lot of times different. And then I think this boat coming in, must run to take the lead. Season's best, I believe, for him is 2. Going to have some work to do there after that 1 ball.
Yeah, I think it was a similar one to his 38, and it'd be interesting to talk to him if we get a chance when he comes by. I wonder if Nate's right on, right? Is it that gate timing? And it's as much about the lake and the conditions as it is a boat or a rope, right? And trying to figure out, how do I get out and back in on that gate to feel good about 1. Both of those 1 balls, the last 2 1 balls, it's kind of stood up and fell back out of 1, and I don't think he felt good on his way to 2.
Yeah, I mean, 1 wasn't bad approach, but you saw that he had that loose line of the backside and kind of stood up, and a lot of that is typically going straight at 1, no angle, just a lot of speed, you know, possibly from the gate glide just being slow there at the top. Maybe it's an adjustment, maybe it's, you know, where he normally skis, but you talk about different lakes as well. I mean, Shortline's a perfect lake. There's nothing out there that's going to bother you, but it is different visuals too. You know, my lake down in Florida is very wide, so you don't really have visuals out there. You know, one end has a couple of docks, the other end's wide open water, so you kind of have some visuals at one side, but, you know, out here, when you pull out, you know, you watch the jumpers, they're right up against the shore. So you don't think that's going to affect you, but having that visual or trees, it just doesn't allow you to carry out wide sometimes.
Yeah, you remember Belle Aqua Lake too, right? I love skiing there. It's tight. The trees are right on shore. The lake's only so wide, and I feel like you're in a tunnel, right? And then you come here, it's a little wider, or your lake, super wide.
Yeah.
Totally different visual. And then you go to lakes where, well, you guys tell me which lakes you think of, but I can think of lakes that are 4 feet deep at one end and 12 at the other, and now you've got to deal with that in your gate glide. Here, that's not the case.
Sounds like my lake in Indiana.
Oh, I know who this is. Local boy, Terry Winter. Love watching him ski. I'm not the only one. Such a passionate guy for the sport. The dude just wants to ski. The second the tournament's over, he's on the dock wanting to practice. Love seeing him out here. He lives in Idaho, but he spends a decent amount of time here coaching up at Liquid Zone. I know he's in town for a couple of weeks. He actually coached me a week ago.
Over and over and over. And then every once in a while, he just kind of uncorks one and surprises you.
He's been trying, about 5 people on site have been telling me he's trying different skis. So he's on the HOs now and the Conleys, and he's playing with the skis, and he's got different binding setups, and he barely takes the same set in a row, right? Constant changes, and he's like runs 39 on everything. So I think he's adaptable. So even if he had never skied this boat, I think he's going to figure it out.
Yeah, he seems to always figure it out everywhere you go for the most part. But man, those drop times sure seem short down there. They're already coming right back in. I think we're 45 seconds, 40 or 45 seconds.
Well, you and I are both smiling as we look at each other. We know how Greg runs the event.
Yeah.
Greg, you know, and I love it about Greg, and it's the same way when he's building the house. Like, he's on, and the schedule is on, and he just doesn't really have a choice. He's got to run it that way. So I think it's a 45-second timer, and the rope will be tight at 41 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think it's good. You know, it keeps people's attention. The boat is not just sitting it down at the end for a minute and a half each time. So, you know, it makes things go just a little bit quicker. And the conditions are nice. You're not waiting on anything.
You're not waiting for the lake to settle out, right? They just rebuilt the shorelines a couple years ago. It settles out so fast. It's so clean. There's no reason to take longer. There's a show to put on. We got to keep moving. And it's it's the same for everybody. You and Allie and Terry will all have exactly the same wait time.
The ducks and the geese gave me a little bit longer time today, actually.
Yeah, that's right. Do you guys know the history of Kevin Bishop and ducks in California Pro-Am? Yeah. We'll wait for a downtime. I don't know if you're online, you can chat in the forum, or I'm sorry, in the chat on YouTube there, how many times you think Terry Winters run 38?
Who would know that answer?
Looking good. Looking good. So while we let Terry catch his breath on the end of the lake there after running his 38, he'll be coming back at 39. We'll talk to Carter. So Carter, how you feeling about skiing here at Shortline, and maybe tell us about your ride?
Yeah, the lake is perfect. Like, absolutely nothing wrong here. Haven't skied behind that boat yet, so that set was kind of finding my feet there. Nothing's worse. It's just different, right? Just something to get used to. And so second round, I think, go a little harder, honestly. Just get after it. And yeah, that boat, like, it doesn't jump you so hard at the back of the ball. So I think you can get away with a little more, maybe energy, aggression, whatever you want to call it. I was kind of dancing there and need to get after it.
Yeah, no, I think I heard similar comments from some of the other skiers that it doesn't hit you as hard as the other boat can, and you can use that to your advantage with the other boat, and this one's maybe just tempered a little bit.
Yeah, like more energy going out, and then maybe a little more time to get under.
So I heard you got to cruise around Europe this year and hang out with the other people. How was that whole tour?
It was a lot. Yeah, new respect for the guys that have been doing it for 20 years. Like, yeah, it's a lot. Every weekend, new event, going after it, and learned a lot and had some good and some bad, and yeah, we're back where it started.
Cool. Well, good luck in the second round. Use that first round as fuel to get you motivated and get back out there and kill it. Thank you for the interview. We got Terry at 39. A little bit deep there out of that 3 ball, but he's got the reflexes of a cat. Does what he needs to do to finish that pass. He's also a master of taking the hit out the gate. The guy knows how to do that, maybe as good as anybody. I don't know. You and Nate, you guys can have a rope rodeo competition.
Well, you know where I learned that was who I grew up next to on my lake in Indiana was Cale Burdick. He's the one that did that initially. Wow, that's kind of cool. So I started doing it. Now you see a couple other guys. JT does it a lot now.
JT does it a lot. Corey
Yeah.
Vaughn does it a lot.
So
The kind of rodeo.
I mean,
at
the
the
theory
end.
behind it was, if the rope goes in the water, you can't see it, so you could ski over it. But when a rope comes tight, it's a very hard pull. So it's just putting a coil in it, and as that coil comes out, it's a much softer hit. So that's kind of the theory and the idea behind that. You can see it. It goes up in the air, puts a coil. As it slowly comes out, it's a softer hit than just like putting it straight down in the water and the rope coming straight. So credit to Cale on that.
Yeah, no, Cale, I hope you're watching. I love seeing your posts online. You skiing with your family back there in Michigan. That's super cool, and hopefully we'll see you at the Nationals. But that's cool. That goes back to Cale.
Yeah, I skied with him a couple weeks ago up there. I went to visit up in Michigan and skied for a few days with Jeff Smith at Silver Spray, and then
Nice.
Cale came up and skied a little bit too.
Nice. That's awesome.
Alrighty, guys. Here we have Terry Winter coming back into the course, coming in at 41. He is our lead skier right now. First one to get through 39. See what he can do. Put the pressure on the rest of the list here.
Yeah, we talk about it forever. Terry isn't as tall as the other guys, and you wonder what that does to him at this pass. He's got to get out of that 1 ball to turn the 2 and go. There he takes that little hit to get the full 2. Terry's got gobs of 2s. I'm not sure how many 2s. He's got a low number of 3s over the course of his career. He can do it. What I love about Terry, talking to him now, is he's just as passionate now as he was when he was 18. And he's constantly trying to learn. He's studying some of the new guys. He's looking at Lucas. He's looking at everybody, and he's saying, "What can I learn?" And he's evolving the way that he skis now, and he's just fired up about it.
Well, he seems to always help anybody and everybody. I mean, when I was coming out here a long time ago, he'd ride in the boat and just give me little tips and hints, and he doesn't have to do that. We're skiing the next day, competing against each other, and he was always there, just trying to help anybody and everybody. It seems like, but. We saw that replay there. I didn't really dislike the start of it. I thought he came out of 1 okay. It was a little narrow, maybe apex a little bit soon, so it pulled him forwards over the ski. But he got it back underneath the line and swung over to 2, just I think a little bit of excess speed. So maybe he wanted the full 2 rather than potentially a 1.5, because that may come into play later on. But to me, it looked like he probably could have turned that 2 if he really, really wanted to. But only the skier knows the risk of what they feel at that time.
200 feet to the dock today from his house.
Walked out of his house right to the
Yeah,
dock.
yeah. Brian on a tear lately. I know, Nate, I heard, and you said you've had some good practice week, and I've heard Ryan's having some good practice last week or two as well.
Yeah, he did. Earlier in the week, he skied really, really well. He had a couple of not, I call them good practice sets, but, from what he was doing and what he's expecting, he was a little frustrated with it. But, it's a new day. You're in your backyard, so there's a little bit of nerves, but, maybe it's the exact opposite. Maybe to him, it's just a practice ride here. So, you use the word commuting 200 feet or yards or whatever, but that word's in his head too about possibly commuting. He's following his passion of flying and kind of doing what I'm doing to be a commuter in the airline world. So he may soon be commuting much further than that for a secondary career in aviation and flying for the airlines like I'm doing. And sometimes if you're based in a city that you don't live in, you have to get yourself to work and commute before you can start.
So how many pilot skiers are here? It's you, Blaze, Brian, anyone else?
I'm sure there's someone. I know there's a few local California skiers, maybe not the pros, but there's a few local California skiers that both ski and fly as well. So you would know that better than I would.
Yeah. Both my kids want to do it. They both have pretty cool flight simulators. They want to be pilots, so they're going to go to flight school soon.
That's how Ryan started. I mean, when I used to come out here, he'd be playing flight simulator, or if he came to my house in Florida, he was doing the same thing in the kitchen. So, he's got majority of his hours and looking to apply and figure out where he wants to go and what he wants to do, and whether that's here in California or somewhere else in the country, or which airline. So,
yeah,
he's excited.
No, that's cool. That's great. So this is Ryan at 35. He has been able to practice behind the boat. He has skied at Shortline a bunch. He has everything going for him.
It drove for him, and you still feel him probably a little more than some of the others. I pulled him and Dane Meckler back to back, and Ryan's definitely more out of the buoy, but he rides the line, as you can see in that replay, just rides that line out to the buoy, like no effort almost off that second wake, and just uses the swing and the angle that he creates into the first wake there. So, he's been playing around with different skis and figuring out what's best for him, and I think this week he skied really well. He's been skiing really well. So, he's looking for some type of score he's happy with today. Usually if he goes out and does his thing, that's going to put him right in the finals.
Yep. And I had to pull up the rules to make sure that.
I have at 39 and not made the finals in this tournament before. So, because of the average.
Yeah, anyway, I'm sorry. Let's get Ryan here on this. This is 38. Another skier that was just, I like that kind of left at the gate move at 0. He just stayed out there at the end of the line. Looks pretty comfortable here. I mean, he's somebody that can, really drop bombs. He can really go hard, load up hard, and he hasn't had to go there yet.
I mean, that was 38.
Yeah.
It looked like 32.
Yeah. It looked, I mean, for Ryan, I just don't see him hitting the gas as hard as I remember him doing it before, which is a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the ski's moving out of the turn a little bit, less effort than what he's used to. Like I said, he's been playing around with different skis, and, maybe he's found something that works a little bit more a little better for him. And I think he's been getting midway down 41, I've heard this, the last couple weeks. So
I've heard
we'll
really consistent at 39 and getting deeper looks at 41 than he has in the past.
Yeah.
But we've got, let's see, locals. We have definitely Terry, and then we have 2 skiers that live here, Ryan and Brian Detrick. All guys that can make the final. All right, just got done saying the word on the street is Ryan's had some really good success lately at 39. We talked about, Nate was saying how that 38 looked like kind of cruisy, it looked like 32. So here we come at 39. See what Ryan Canova can put down. Looks pretty good on a 1. Waiting on 2. Cruising out of 3 there. Up and tall into 4. Think he likes where he's at. Down. Yeah, that was nice. I mean, just pretty slow and easy into 5 or 6. I mean, with that little bit of that righty ski hop, the Brooke Baldwin little ski hop out
Every
of
6 ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know on the gate. We'll see on the replay here. Be interested to see if he's happy with it. I know that's his way of kind of keeping his width. See that outbound, but it also gets you slow and a little bit
Right.
heavy into that first wake. But he does have a lot of good luck with that. That's his way of staying wide and keep. But I think he has to make sure he keeps that speed up, especially as he gets to 41 here. So, you mentioned he has skied this boat this week. The last few rides were behind the boat, so maybe it's something he's felt he's adapting with here. But yeah, you see he's up wide and just dying a little bit of speed there, and it's kind of a heavy turn in. But that's also his style. He creates a lot of angle into the first wake, rides it past the second. But other than that 2 ball, it was really a pretty easy, symmetrical pass for the most part. A little heavy out of 2 and 4, I guess. But, he gets a good gate here, come out of 1 clean. I think we'll see him get 2 or 3, at least 3. I know he really, really wants a full 3 here.
Yeah, skier totally capable of it. I know
He can run it.
Yeah.
I mean, easily. You just got to put all the pieces together at the same time.
Yeah, it's a big puzzle, right? All the pieces.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, we'll watch that gate, and we'll talk about the gate maybe even more after he skis. I got a question for Nate, but let's see Ryan here. So, has a big lean out there. So, again, a little bit away on that gate to 0. Pretty good enough one to go to 3. Let's see if he gets that ski around 3, a little S turn. Is he going to make that gate? I think
Yeah, he did.
he did, yeah.
He's
3.
happy. Good for
So,
him.
I think that's a celebration hop, not a frustration hop.
Well, you don't want to talk too much about the skier while they're out there. They can hear you, and you don't really want to talk too much. But he did, I think, the last practice ride he was not happy with. We talk about how great he skied the last couple weeks, how great he skied earlier in the week, and then the last practice ride, you're kind of talking yourself off a cliff. So he wasn't confident really coming into the tournament too much. But you see on that replay, he stayed wide. He did go hard, but he did have the width, which allowed him to come out of 1 and have that swing over to 2. And I think he just trusted himself to drive off that second wake into 2, create that speed, and he knew that he could get over to 3 ball. So, I mean, you can see it. He doesn't show emotions, so you can kind of see that was his way of overcoming, maybe that last practice ride that wasn't so great for him.
Yeah, that understatement of the day, Ryan doesn't show emotions. Like he's just keeps it all inside, and it is cool to see him give that little bit of celebration. It is significant. So our leader now with a 3 at 41. We'll see how the weekend unfolds, but that may be a score that you need to ski tomorrow. We'll see. It's certainly a score he's happy with, he's comfortable with.
Well, I think it's a solid score. Like that's everybody's first round score you want to go get. You want more than 3, but you have to put the 3 in your back pocket. You have to have that immediately. You have to have that to fall back onto for the next round because, maybe you do try to push it and you go down at 2 ball. Well, now you have that 3 and that 1.5, or you come up short at 3 or whatever that might be. A pair of 3s are most likely putting you through this weekend. So he did it first round, go do it second round. But he's also probably going to know what he needs the second round to push himself through.
Yeah. By that, he might be seated high enough that he'll know
We'll
that.
see.
Yeah. So, Nate, I'm going to take advantage of the seat I'm in, and you sitting here, I'm asking you a question. So, on that gate glide, we're talking about Ryan that you were saying, I don't know if you need to go left that hard because you lose some speed. And I'm playing with that as I ski, so I'm trying to figure this out. So, when you're out there up on the boat, what are you thinking about? I go left until I feel the pylon, until I feel that rope come tight, but I don't want to dig in. What are you doing in your gate glide?
Yeah, I think it's kind of a loaded question. There's 2 things with the gate. I think there's being up on the boat, and there's also being wide. There's 2 pieces of that puzzle. So you can be wide, but maybe not up on the boat, or you can be up on the boat, but not wide. And all that comes from, driving outbound progressively and building up wide and continuing out. Ryan, maybe the 39 gate wasn't necessarily way up on the boat, but he had the width because he was going outbound on it. So some people will pull out hard and heavy, stand up really quickly, and you may get the speed going outbound, but you'll see a curve in the rope, and you're not wide. You may be up, but you're not wide. And what that does is when you go to turn in, it's a heavy, hard turn that you typically lean with your shoulders. Well, if you spike the boat, go heavy and hard on that turn in, how are you going to drive through that second wake? Especially for you at 34 miles per hour, you've got to drive through that second wake. You can't be giving back to the boat. But if you've given it 100% before the first wake, how are you going to build on something that the boat's going to fight back on you?
Yep.
So, going back to what you asked, I guess there's no real immediate thing that I'm thinking about, but it's a progressive pull out. Make sure that you're standing up kind of slow and keeping that outbound direction. One of the guys that really helped me a lot with gates through all the years, you know him as well, was Chad Scott.
Yeah.
And he and I would sit and talk about gates and figure gates out. And he had a special feeling in that driver's seat. He knew exactly what you were doing. He didn't have to look at you. Like, that's the most important part. But, you know, one of his things is like making sure you're keeping yourself square on the gate glide. I have the tendency to lean back towards the boat. Like, you'll see me have my shoulders and my arms pointing towards the boat quite a bit. That's not really what I'm wanting to do, but it's kind of what I do. So, you know, he was always forcing that, you know, right hip forwards, keeping the handle more in front of you, that kind of thing. But I don't know. I don't know if that answers your question.
No, thanks.
But, you know, like,
no, I'm sure I'm not the only one that would love to
Yeah.
hear kind of how you think and how you talk about it. And I could ask Allie the same question, and it'd be fascinating to hear. Just before we go any farther with it, we haven't talked about Team Canada and Stephen Navu. Believe he lives in Texas now.
Yeah, I think he splits time. I don't know if it's vacation up in Canada or, you know, just visiting home or whatever it might be. But I know, I think work and home is in Texas. I believe it's Katy, Texas.
That's what I heard.
You know, I've skied a couple of tournaments there. I've been there. I barefooted a lot there back when, you know, Eagle was based in Houston. So
I think there's a story there.
There is, yeah. Yeah, it's called like the short bus week or something. See how much you could learn. But yeah, I think he spends time. You know, you see pictures of him both in Canada, summertime, wintertime. You know, everybody enjoys going back home, and there's no better place than where he's from in the summertime. Like, it's so nice up there. So, but I think home is Texas. So I haven't really seen him a whole lot this summer. You know, I didn't go to all the tournaments, but I was at. I think I only missed 2 of them, but you know, he always seems to make it to this California tournament. He's always out here.
Yeah, we talked about it last year. I think he only went to 2 last year. He picked one other thing, and I'm sure he'll go to Worlds. He's here, right? But it's great to see him here. You know, we have a couple skiers that really gravitate to the event and come consistently, and it's always good to see him out here.
Well, he's a great skier, and he's another one of those guys that, you know, you can never write off. He's always going to put up, you know, a score well into 41 off every single time. And, you know, even when you think, you know, he's not going to get around a buoy, he just stretches a little bit and he's around it. You know, he seems like he's a foot taller than I am even. So, no, it's good to see him here. He's a nice guy. His family, you know, you see his parents traveling with him a lot. I don't know that they're here this weekend, but, you know, they're always so friendly and supportive of everybody. And, yeah, he's a good competitor to be around.
Yeah, no, and done well in some pro-ams. I think he's won one, I believe.
Yeah, I haven't kept track, but I would say more than one, I think. So, you know, I know he's always after that next one, and it seems like he just...
As soon as you get down there, we'll get some more skiing in. Say hi to Trisha. Yeah, we've got the tall guys and the short guys are in this event, right? And Steven's a tall guy. He's just a giant. He's one of those people, he just sticks his arm out a little bit and he's halfway to the buoy. Even watch on his gate, he does this little one-handed gate. He reaches 2% and he's 6 feet wider.
Pretty much. That's what it seems like, yeah. So we'll see here at 39, you know, following up Ryan's score.
So here he goes. He just moves away from the handle slightly on that one-handed gate. I'd say he's in front of the 2-ball there. Little shoulder down into 3, but no problem. We lose him a little bit down course there. Oh no, we can't. We don't get to see much what happens after 4. We see the spray. Nate and I'll have to watch this in the replay. I don't know, Nate, did you see anything live?
He was just getting a little bit further down course with each buoy. I'm not sure if he didn't clip 5-ball there, and that's what caused the ski to go up in the air. I know he was down course. Maybe he couldn't reach. I thought the start was pretty good. Gate 1, 2 seemed all right. With this replay, even 3 was okay, but behind the spray, it does get very hard to see. I really can't tell on there.
Yeah, we'll watch from the boat. It does. I wondered the same thing about him hitting the buoy, the way his ski kind of hopped out. We'll see it here. We'll watch this. Curious to see this on the replay. I mean, decent into 2, right? A little slow out of 2, I guess. Into 2, good out. See what happens. Oh, he rocked back out of that 4-ball and. Yeah, I don't know if he hit the buoy or if his ski just kind of chattered.
Yeah. That's a bummer. I mean, I did not see that coming at all. I mean, Steven's usually pretty automatic there, running 39s and getting himself midway down the 41 off pass. So, you know, get the nerves out of the way. You know, you haven't skied a tournament for a little bit, so there's a lot of things going through your head. But, you know, you kind of regroup and reset yourself and get ready for that next round because, again, it's the best of the, you know, the score. So he goes out there and the 41, which he's very well capable of. He put himself right back in the mix, and maybe it only take a 3. We're really not sure how things will play out. So, it seems dark when you miss a 39, but it's not over.
Right. Especially when you have the one score format, right? And you brought up the example where on average it did punching through 41. That's just all started clicking. I forget what it's the 13th guy to do it or whatever.
Yeah, I don't remember the number, but yeah, like you said, every tournament he was at, if he didn't, I think he ran it 3 or 4 times, or maybe one of those didn't count, or there's something weird about it, which he was very some time off, kind of came back a little bit, found Elena. Found Elena.
First married man pro-am for him. Yeah, I got married here last October.
So, that was my last time here at Shortline, was the wedding.
Me too.
So, we were here, and I didn't even bring my ski that weekend, I don't think, It was kind of weird to be here without having a ski with me, but...
you and Ellie came out for that.
Yeah. So, here he is trying to get his feet back under him, and I think he's had some good practice rides, and, he's focused on the rest of the year now, but it took a little time to get back to here.
Yeah, you're right. You're spot on. He had the injuries. He's just had a few things over the last several seasons that have prohibited him from really training as hard as he needs to be out here competing in these events. And he's super passionate about it. I've had a lot of long conversations with him. He says, I can still do this. I can still compete with these guys. I can't imagine being on the sideline. I got to be back out there, and I want to be in the mix. I'm just happy he's out there. He's got his chance this weekend. He's pretty good this week, so we'll see what he can do here. He's got his chance. The first 2 passes look pretty good.
Yeah, it looks good. Typical Brian. Like you said, he just loves it. He was at the...
All right, so we are down here with Ryan Canepa, who just got 341, now the leading score. So tell us about your set.
Oh, well, definitely some jitters standing on the dock there, but got out there, I got in the water, it kind of calmed my nerves, and ended up having a really good time. It felt good out there.
Awesome. It's not like you have a lack of practice on this lake. So, that was a great job, and looking forward to see what you do later.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really excited for the next round.
Absolutely. Good skiing.
All right. Brian, having put the 32 and the 35 behind him, warmed up. I think he likes the way he feels. He has had a chance to practice behind the boat. This is his lake. I don't know if it's Will. Is that Will or Greg driving? It's Will driving. Either way, 2 of maybe Brian's number 1 and number 2 drivers would be Will and Greg. And so this is the home court advantage, 100%.
Yeah, and I wonder if sometimes that's added pressure that you don't want. Sometimes you get so familiar with something that, you start overthinking it a little bit. So it can go one of 2 ways. You can be overthinking it, or you can just be relaxed and say, hey, this is my time to shine, and I'm going to go out there and do what I know how to do. It's my lake. It's not his boat, but he's skied it this week. His drivers, everything's the same. He walked, again, like Ryan did, down to his dock, got his ski out of his locker, and is going skiing like he does every day here. So, I would feel there's a little added pressure just because, what do you blame?
Well,
right?
your expectations go up, right?
Exactly.
And then you have to deal with that because you're like, okay, I have no excuse. This is set up for me, and then I should do well. And then that would what would happen in my head. My expectations would get high, and then I'd have to deal with that.
Yeah.
So Brian's run a lot of 39s, and lately he's been knocking them down in practice. But that, today is a different day. It doesn't matter. This is a pro tournament. Brian's looking good so far. I think he's a skier that everybody builds on every pass. I know Brian thinks that way. So we'll just see how he gets on this gate. This gate 1. Let's see where he's at. Looked good on the roll in. Let's see how the finish of 1 is. All right, we're up course enough to run it out of 2. Let's see where we come on 3. Puts that shoulder down sometimes into that 3 ball. Into 4. Just slid down the course, and we heard him pop the handle off his ski, I believe.
I think it was off the back of the boat.
That the boat?
Hopefully. It sounded like the boat, maybe. I hope it's a ski. Watching that replay, I thought the gate was good. He's had good width. He's been up on the boat. He's been wide. That's one of the things that I saw. A difference. He stays wide up over the ski, where we saw Ryan kind of leaning out away a little bit. We'll see here where that rope ended up. Yeah, it hit the back of the boat there, I think.
I think it was ski.
You think so?
Yeah.
No,
Just the timing of it, how fast. I thought I heard it before it could have been the boat.
You think so? All right. Well, if it is the ski, hopefully there's nothing wrong with it. So, but that's the first round. You kind of get the bugs worked out a little bit. It's not over. You can always go back out, say, hey, now it's time to shine. I have to go. I've got to get after it. And sometimes you need that little kick in the pants. Say, all right, it's time to shine. I can't tiptoe around anything and get it going. So.
So I know Brian, he's a skier that feels a lot when he's out there, so I'm sure he has a pretty good idea of what went down. I'm sure he'll go watch his pass back later. He'll take some notes, and he'll build on that for the next round.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you'll get to chat with him here in a minute and just see, if his thoughts were similar to ours or not. But, Joel Poland come in here at 32, and you kind of mentioned about people that have skied the boat, haven't skied the boat. Well, he skis at Matt Reaney's, and there's nobody that's had a boat longer than Matt. So Joel is no stranger to this boat. He gets the opportunity to ski behind it every day, to figure it out and see what may or may not work for him.
I think of Joel. There's a lot of talented athletes in this field, but this guy seems like a super freak. And I don't know if it matters what boat he skis behind. I feel like he'd just ski anyway.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how he does it, but the guy just seems to have the ultimate reflexes and athletic skill to just go out there and crush it.
Well, if something doesn't go great the first round, he usually always figures it out round two. So whether that's in slalom, trick, or jump. So, but no, you see, this is a slalom event. We're looking at him as a finalist competitor here at the slalom event, but I think when he kind of popped on the scene, he was more on the trick side of things. But you look at those trickers, those guys, even the girls, but the guys, the top 3-4 guys are so stacked up right now. It's pretty crazy to watch.
All right, this is Joel Poland, the talented man, flying off the jump last year, slaloming well last year. Such a fun skier to watch. Glad he's here. We might get him on the mic. It's fun to get him talking as well. Looking pretty routine on that 35. We got Brian Detrick here. I'm going to get his thoughts. Nate and I we have our own view on what we thought happened, but why don't you walk us through that 39?
Yeah, I thought the gate was pretty good. I was just overshooting the earlier passes just a little bit. Was rolling in without having the line. So I thought I pulled out a little earlier there at 39. Thought I fixed it. Felt pretty good into one. I had a little loose line, a little heavy to two, but thought I was back in it. And then lost the line again out of three. And then just went too hard. Got pulled into the inside there at four and just fell in too early.
All right, you got to settle a debate between Nate and I. Did that handle pop your ski or did it hit the boat?
Pop the ski. There's a mark right on the E of the good logo. So definitely hit the ski. I looked at it. It looks like we're good. There's no effects from what I could see, so that's a good sign.
Great. So I know how you are, and I know you'll think, and you'll go back and watch that. You feel good about coming back out here, getting it done next round?
Yeah, it's one round. Throw that out. I know I've had a good week of skiing. Best I've been skiing all year, and so just take that confidence and be able to build on it in the second round, and I'll know kind of what I'll need to do based on how this first round finishes.
Hey, Brian, I'm going to need you to comment on this as we look up. We get this helicopter buzz in the lake. I think so we got a fire right next to Shortline Lake. and it's a I don't know, it's not that far away, and the helicopter was circling. I think they were looking for water. Have you seen that before here, Brian?
I've only seen it here once. Usually I see it more often at Belle Aqua. I remember, back in high school days being out there a lot more. That would happen a lot. But yeah, I look to the east. Hopefully everything's okay. There's a lot of subdivisions. Hopefully maybe it's a little beyond the subdivisions. There's a little more rural area, but hope everything's okay for all the residents over there.
Yeah, and I think the helicopter maybe I think he was thinking about going for a dip, but maybe he saw we were up to something here today and chose to move on, which was plenty nice of him. But thanks, Brian. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Keep up the work.
Thanks, mate. All right, so this is Joel Poland coming in. He's going to be at 39. Smashes the one. Waiting on two. It's a little ski slide there at the backside of that two ball, but Joel says, that's okay. I trick ski. No problem. Big dig from 5 to 6 to make sure that happened and out the gates. You see that little two ball ski wiggle?
Yeah, I did. It's interesting because you're seeing a lot of skiers have that little hiccup at, the two, especially in a three ball. And a lot of times, like we talked before, the two is typically a direct relation to the gate. So I don't know if everybody's kind of struggling finding the boat or the rhythm there at the start in the gate glide. His turns you see are really down course here. So it's not something Joel can't do, but you're used to seeing him turning right on the backside of the buoy, and I think you saw that with Brian Detrick a little bit, So I think the rhythm of the boat's just different. It's not what everybody is used to and maybe expecting, so we'll have to see. There's a little bit of adapting going into that second round, but, seeing Joel kind of get down course with a loose line and, working so hard, and really you can see he's not hardly turning any buoy there and just pulling all out behind the boat, so which is interesting because, he skis this boat every day. So.
Yeah, and probably nobody's got more rides behind it than him
exactly.
and Witt.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. But a man that can run the pass.
Yeah. Yeah.
Coming in at 41.
Is it runoff World, or was it World? Just a straight up round at Worlds a couple years ago, or 2 years ago. And he ran it.
No, it was. I remember that Worlds. I can't remember if it was a runoff or straight up. I think it was straight up.
I think
he went right through.
It was the prelims. Yeah.
Yeah.
He had such a bad trick ride.
Yeah. So a man that has run the pass, looked pretty comfortable going in and out of one, I think. Getting over his ski there at 2, staying with it at 3, hooked up out of 3 to go to 4. He's going to S-turn 4. A 4 at 41 to take the lead for Joel Poland.
Yep. So, to me, that gate and start there was so much better. I mean, he was clean going through. We'll see a replay here. But he loaded the line a lot better through the gate. You see he came into 1, right back out of 1, no problem. Still kind of a hiccup there at 2, but I think he just trusted that, hey, I got to go. And, he knows he can turn that 3 ball.
And I'm sure he also knows that that's a good score in this competition.
Yeah, I mean, more than likely, I don't know where we're at on the list, but we're probably, are we in the top 8 yet?
Yeah. Yes, we are.
Yeah, so he knows the cut. So, 4 at 41 is going to put him through unless everybody beats that, right, on the next round. So, but with that, I think I'm going to go find all my Steve stuff.
I was just going to give you the opportunity to bail out, Nate. Hey, Nate, thanks for coming down. I really appreciate you being on the mic. I know everyone listening does. They love hearing what you have to say. Thanks. Good luck in your round.
Yep, thanks.
Go get them done.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, just do what you've been doing.
I'll try. All right. Thanks, man. We'll see.
Yeah, man. Have a good one. Yeah, I remember Nate at this lake. Oh, I don't know. God, it's probably 10 years ago. We were doing some video for D3, and Nate was skiing extremely good at the time, and right here in front of me came just inside a 3 ball before he had ever been around it, so he missed it by an inch, and we had that on video. And I think back to that day and see if Nate can't do that today. Let's get him out there. Let's get him going.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. I mean, and not that the skiing hasn't been great so far. I mean, watching Terry Winter ski and then watching Ryan Canepa ski. Man, just some great skiing. And then Joel, Ford 41 right there.
Yeah.
Outstanding. And then we got a kind of a little brush fire going over there. We got some firefighting helicopters buzzing around. In fact, they eyeballed the lake, Kevin. I thought, is he coming in for a refill?
Yeah, I'd have to ask a local here. I'm pretty sure that what they're getting is there's a little pond over there, like a mosquito fish
Right,
pond,
yes.
and I think they just made a decision that was good for us to go there for their water rather than Shortline Lake. So,
Yes.
So we're watching them do the refills, and they'll take care of things. But now we've got from Australia, Aussie, we've got Lucas Cornell.
Nice.
If you haven't seen him ski, watch, because it's interesting how tall he is and how stacked he is from deep water start to drop. It just never changes. I'm just totally fascinated about how he does it.
He just stays very, very tall
the whole time,
all the way through.
There's no hitch in his hips ever. It's incredible.
You know, Chris LaPointe was here yesterday. His wife Jen, skied in the tournament, and he told me about Lewis. He says, you got to watch him ski. Have you ever seen him? No, I haven't watched him ski before. So I'm enjoying this and seeing exactly what Chris was talking about.
Yeah, it's like I should call Jeff Rogers and Lucky Lowe and some of these guys that I think way back, and it's been a while.
Very similar style.
Now you've got, at least in this respect, at least in the hips are real high, and
yeah, you see,
I need to get a lot closer to that.
Yeah, you watch how a Terry Winter moves forward on the ski as he comes in, and his knees are flexing quite a bit, and then he moves forward and gets up on the ski at the apex of the turn. But this guy he was straight up and down all the way through, and just, like I say, just never lost his hips. But chasing that top score, Ford 41, Joel Poland, setting the pace for this early round. Lewis Cornell, minus 35. Just so tall. Look at the counter into the ball, Kevin. Just so nice.
He's got. It's interesting how much he's kind of banking and leaning into the turn, but and a lot of us would get folded forward on the backside of the turn if we get our shoulders that low.
Right.
But he just keeps his hip locked in over his feet, and it's just a cool
We'll
thing
do a
to
quick
watch.
interview.
Yeah, let's go for it. We're going to get to a dock interview.
ADHD was going.
All right, we're here with Joel at the dock. You're the new lead. Tell us about your set.
It was really good. I had a humbling practice set here the other day, so I didn't really know how that was going to go. I was kind of nervous from the first pass. But yeah, in the set, just found my rhythm and was getting really good gates and ones. And yeah, super happy with it.
Yeah, you got some good luck from the helicopter. Was that a little scary out there for you?
Yeah, my ADHD saw that around the corner, and as I was pulling out for my gate, I'm like, you need to focus right now.
Well, thankfully it flew in the other direction. The fire seems to be going down, so good skiing. That's awesome. I'm excited to see what you do later.
Hey, thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm excited to see you jump, too. That'll be awesome. Cheers.
All right, third pass for Lucas. 38 off. Yeah, working his way right on down the lake, looking a lot of room at the 4-ball. Big turn. Nice and patient at 5. And he'll be coming back in at minus 39. Lucas Cornell.
All right, if you're tuning in on the webcast, if you get in the chat, I'll do my best to. I tuned out here for a second, but I'll get back to it. If you want any shout-outs, got any comments or thoughts. I know there's some of you commenting about the audio from the interviews, and we're working on or have worked on that. Let us know if you see anything else that's off.
Yeah, no, it is sounding better. The last one with Joel it sounded pretty good.
I've got some friends watching Nate and Sheila down at Lakeside. They're probably out in the boat right now, so they'll miss my shout-out. But Nate and Sheila, if you're anyone down at Lakeside's hearing me, I hope you guys are all well. Glad you tuned in. Here comes Lucas. Look at that locked back out of one ball.
Incredible.
No, this little slow out of that three. He's going to need a big four, and he gets it.
And
Down course at five, but he's going to
it.
lay into that six and hooks up out of six ball and gets out. The view we had here from, I'm pretty sure his ear was in the water in the first wake out of five ball. That's like a...
The lean out of five ball was incredible. Absolutely incredible. Let's watch that on the replay.
Yeah, so we get to see the boat video here, so watch this one.
Yeah,
he waits and then just down. Adam Caldwell, eat your heart out here.
Look at the leverage
Yep.
on the way to six. Wow. He needed every bit of it. Yet still, he still had space at six, and it wasn't going too fast. Turn it out the gates he went.
Yeah, so a skier that didn't run the 39 the way that he wanted to, but the judges don't care.
No.
Six is six, and, he stayed patient in a pro event when things weren't quite going the way that he wanted, and he had just enough margin to get her done.
Remarkable. Yeah, form points went away a long time ago. 6 is 6. All right, so the lead's 4 at 41. Ryan Canepa with a 3. Terry's got a 2. And then the next top scorer is Dorian Llewellyn, 5 at 39. But that's been surpassed. Lucas is going to take his shot at these guys right now. Minus 41.
All right, to go for the lead is a 4. Unofficial. Oh, no. The one wasn't what he wanted.
Wow,
Not
no.
sure he even got a piece of the 2.
Right, yeah.
Luke is probably going to go back and recalculate how we get through the gate at this lake on this day. What does he need to do to get that roll in and release out of the gate, rather, to get in front of one, to turn one, to go?
Yeah, he just, on that turn, he just stalled. And by the time the rope came tight, the boat was getting away from him, and he had no leverage to get over to 2. From the boat, see a stall, and he gave it that lean, but I'm not sure he got around 2. I couldn't see it. They have posted a 1 for him. Let's see if we can get Lucas to come over here and tell us about his ski ride.
So I always try to encourage, if we can, get the skiers to come by to an interview. Lucas is going to come say hi here in a second. If they choose not to, that's also totally fine.
Absolutely,
The competition
sure.
is first and foremost. But Lucas is going to come over in just a second. And we're really getting into it now, Brad. We've got, next up is Dane Meckler. Then we're going to have Thomas DeGasperi. We're going to get to Corey, to Charlie Ross on a borrowed ski. And Nate Smith.
Was that who we were talking about? Ski didn't make it on time?
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But we're getting into the top of the field here.
All right, next up on the water, Dane Meckler will be coming in at most likely minus 32. But we're going to talk to Lucas Cornell here.
All right, on the water, Dane Meckler. We saw his wife, Janina, ski first skier of the day. It's a family affair, so we've got mom and dad skiing. And Luca, not quite on the water yet, but if they have their way, maybe they'll all ski a Pro-Am one day.
Well, he was busy pushing the lawnmower or the vacuum cleaner yesterday and just having a great time down by the starting dock. Very cute little guy.
All right, while we wait for them to shorten the line and come back at 35, I've got Lucas. Lucas, tell us about your ride today. What'd you feel and what are you thinking?
I thought it started off really good, like first couple of passes, pretty sweet. But yeah, like midway through that 10-7, it just fell apart, really. And then, yeah, that 41 wasn't very good either.
Yeah, it was amazing to watch you keep it together through that 39. What was your mindset? Were you thinking, I got enough room, or were you like, oh, crap, I might not make it?
Yeah, no, I was working for it. I was, like the 3 and 5 was terrible. So I had to put it there at 4 ball, but just enough and lucky I ran it.
Yeah, I said on the webcast, I think your left ear hit the water on the way to 6. That was a big dig.
It probably did. I don't know. I'll have to check it out.
So on the 41, what are you thinking on your gate? Were you rolling in thinking this is going to work, or was it not what you wanted? And then the 1 ball. Tell me about the 41.
Yeah, no, just a bad gate, I reckon. I'll put it down to that, but have to check it out and try and get it better next time.
All right, well, it's great to see you out here. Love the way you ski. Good luck in the next round. Go build on it.
Oh, cheers, mate. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. So now we've got Dane. Dane rolling in. This is 35 off. Dane is one of my favorites to watch as a fellow lefty. Dane has got amazing technique. There's a lot to learn watching this guy ski. And also, like everybody in this competition, he's a really nice guy. He's happy to talk about it. Love watching him go out there and get it done. He's a skier that has, in the last several years, really put up some big scores.
Yeah, and watching him ski, Kevin, he looks a lot very similar style to Terry Winter. They both ski, how they move forward on the ski as they're coming into the apex of the turn. Very, very, very similar.
I'd hazard a guess they're similar size. Probably about the same height.
Yeah.
Same height and weight, probably.
Yeah, I think Dane might have an inch on Terry or so, but boy, I tell you what, Terry gets all of it.
Dane's been in California for, I don't know, at least a week. He came out and did an event with Crawford up at California Ski Ranch. They did a day, good, I believe it was a good demo day. Dane, of course, one of the good team skiers. Got several of them on site today.
Yeah, and Will's got the event moving nicely. They're very efficient at the turnaround. Line gets shortened. They wait for that second beep, and then off they go.
I mean, Shortline in general runs a really tight ship, but when you put Greg Bedall behind the wheel, it is going to run tight all day long.
Very, very tight.
Dane just looking really early on this pass. I mean, waiting and waiting and waiting for these buoys, and we're at 38 off, 11.25.
Just nice and easy. So much room at 6 ball. And I love the way his handle control, how he reaches and controls that handle at each ball.
Yeah, I mean, Dane's putting on a clinic here. Like that if you'd have told me that was his 32, I might not have known the difference.
Right.
And it was so clean.
So clean.
And he's so early, like almost. I felt like this 3 ball. We're right in front of 3 ball. I thought he was going to turn in front of it.
Uh-huh. And look at him as he glides into 6 ball. He's waiting for the ball to come to him as he approaches. Nice view from the boat here.
Thanks for the comments online. Sound is fixed, and we've got people tuning in from all over the world. This one not so far, but from Steamboat, Colorado, tuned in today. Yeah, there we go. Get to see the announcer's view there for a second. Look at Brad in my ugly mug.
Mm.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, happy to be here.
Yeah, no, this is fun. I always love doing this. It's a great event. It's a great group of people, amazing group of skiers, amazing group of sponsors. Fun weekend to debut the new Nautique. Tons of big scores yesterday. We're off to a good start today in the pro event.
I just felt so comfortable behind the boat yesterday. It felt like just like I was at home.
Here we go. Dane is at 39. Up course at 2. This looks like his 38. dropped in front of 3, tall into 4. Dane is walking down this lake. That was a beautiful pass. I can't believe that's
was
39.
a beautiful pass, yeah. I mean, we watched Ryan Canepa earlier, and he looked also very quiet and very easy. And that one might have been just a little bit easier.
Well, I'm going to say that's the best one so far by
awfully
a
nice.
good bit.
Awfully nice.
By a good bit. We got some skiers coming up that know how to put down some clean 39s.
Oh, yeah.
You know, with T-Gas and Corey, Charlie, and Nate. That's who we have up next.
An amazing group of skiers have done amazing things already. So again, we're looking at 441 at top with a 3, a 2, and a 1. And Dane Meckler is going to make a run at, he's going to put up all 6. With that 39, he is dialed in.
Got to shout out my good buddy Mike Kuziak. Thanks, Mike, for tuning in. Just got your text. Appreciate you watching. I know you got a lot of friends here, and you know your way around Shortline Lake. So wish you were here. But now, Dane, back to business. Crushing 39, coming in at 41. 4 is the lead. Nice turn at 1. Looks like he took his time, waiting for the rope to come together out of 2. Stretches around 3, puts his ski around 4. He's going to turn it. He's going to look for the 5. Gets around 5. I believe we'll let the judges call it based on that S turn. Let me hear what the judges have to say.
Yeah, we couldn't see that because it was all spray from our angle. That was looking good.
That was
looking good.
All right, that is a 5. Confirmed 5. So Dane Meckler just about running 41. I mean, to send a message back to the doc. I mean, I doubt he's thinking that way when he's out there skiing. He's out there just doing his thing, getting his score, going as far as he can. But goes out and gets a 5. And, you know, with a start, obviously good enough to run it. If you go around 5, your start was good enough to run it. So Dane taking a barefoot ride on the way back.
Nice.
Let's you give it up for Dane. Score of the day so far, 5 at 41. Dane Meckler. Just, you know, like so many of these guys now, right? They're working men. We've got careers. Dane has a family. And, you know, it takes a special kind of person, and several of them are here today. Dane is one of them that can put all that together, that balance. I mean, Brad, you've worked on it. I work on it. You have to ask my wife if I'm succeeding or failing. But it's incredible at the absolute top of the game. Dane's out there.
Remarkable, yeah.
Doing what he's doing.
Yeah, but he's balancing family and career along with a skiing career. It's really impressive. And a lot of the pro skiers are doing the same thing. And Nate Smith, you know, being a pilot, he talked about it earlier, working, he said, 10 out of the next 12 days. So that's pretty awesome to see these folks moving along and then staying focused and working at producing scores and results like this. It's just fun to watch, fun to see. That looks like Thomas DeGaspery would.
Horton just asked an interesting question. I got a text from John across the lake. He's over there taking photos. I'll get to that in just a second. This is Thomas DeGaspery, the legend, the veteran. This guy has run so many buoys and in so many pro-ams.
Yeah, I had the privilege of having dinner with Thomas last night. We went out to a restaurant, and he was there, and very pleasant fellow. I don't know him real well, but just as nice as can be, and talked about skiing a little bit and what's going on. He asked a lot of questions of me, so just a nice guy. Very, very pleasant.
Yeah, no, always fun, upbeat, you know, positive. He a lot of times he'll stick around during the amateur event, and you get to spend some time and talk with him. He's been at, I don't know, I have to see how many pro-ams he's been to. It feels like all of them. He's done very well in them. He's always consistent. Like, I don't ever remember Thomas having a bad pro-am. I don't remember a weird miss of a pass. He's just, I talked about it last year, and I'll repeat it. It's just Mr. Consistency. You know, 2, 3, usually 3 at 41. I think you listen to the guys on the dock, most of them will be like, yeah, Thomas is always good for
You-
3.
you can count on that.
That's a
Yep.
big deal.
That's right.
I mean, if you can go out and hit that number every single time,
Yeah. Yep.
He's got a ski that works. It's built just for him. He's
Yeah.
got his program. He is doing it over and over and over again. The question Horton asked me, it's a good question. Never thought about it this way before. He said, how many fathers have run 41?
Oh, my goodness.
While they were a father. So Horton said Maple has, and then we'd have to go down the list and think about it. Jeff Rogers probably had his son before when he ran 41. I'd have to do the math.
I'm trying to think.
Yeah, I'm just going down that list. Somebody's going to have to text me the list of the guys that have done it, and we can go figure it out that way. But that's a good question. Maybe John will start a thread about it in the Ball Spray forum. But that's a good question. But here's Dane. I don't think Dane's run 41 since he was a dad, but he just about did.
Almost. I would venture a guess that he will be the next one to run 41 as a dad.
As we watch the replay, Thomas, just making light work of 35. Just what is Thomas DeGaspery's percentage of running 35? How many years has it been since he didn't run 35 in a tournament?
Oh,
probably have to go
yeah.
back to when he was like 12.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, keeping the 41 off dad discussion going. John reminded me, Corey, maybe I'd have to remember.
There you go.
The difference between when he ran it and when he became a dad. Anyway, if somebody's sitting around behind a computer and wants to figure this out, I'll give you a Nautique hat.
There you go.
If you can let me know. Problem is you have to come to Sacramento to get it.
Yeah.
This is Thomas DeGaspery at 38 off. He's doing a little bit more work here, but he is just fine cruising down this pass. Again, how far back do we have to go to find where Thomas didn't run that pass or didn't run it well? The guy is just a machine. It's just like
so steady,
just machinery. And when I feel my best, that's the way I feel. It's just consistent machinery. Just do it over and over and over.
But you know what? To get
41. Want to talk about it?
Yeah, no, thanks. Super happy with 5. Against this group, the margin for error is so small. So to get a big score there to, hopefully solidify my spot in the final feels good. And so, yeah, this lake's incredible. I think the scores are going to be pretty big today.
Awesome. Yeah, that was huge. Were you looking to run it for sure?
I mean, honestly, I was just trying to make my way down as far as I could get. I really wanted to get 4. 4 plus would have been awesome. So when I was early at 4, I turned it. And, 5, really happy with it.
Yeah, no, 5 is huge. Hopefully next round you get that last buoy. Tell us a little bit about that boat.
Yeah, it felt good. I haven't had too many sets. I got a couple of practice sets this week. I trained with a Mastercraft for a long time, and the pull is a little closer to that, I'd say. So for me, it helps a lot, I think. I'm a little bit more connected. My speed is a little bit lower, so I can turn and finish without, being in a hole. So I think can't argue with 5, so I think I like it.
Yeah, that was a big score, so must have liked it. Well, good skiing.
Yeah, thanks, Mackenzie. Great to hear from Dane. I love the smile on his face. Let's get Thomas through this 39. Nice turn up course at 1. He's waiting on 2. I think Thomas likes where he's at right now. He's got that extension. He stands up into that buoy, crouches a little into the 4, then just no problem over to 6. I think Thomas is going to feel pretty good about that pass.
That's another really nice 39. I think, that was pretty good. Like I say, I like the way he does that little bit of a crouch. That's kind of his signature move.
I get to see it on the replay. I mean, I know any of these shortline passes is so much nicer when you feel like you're ahead a bit out of 1, and he looked that way to me. Got his ski pointed, up course, and the boat wasn't kicking his butt. He was swinging with that boat all the way down the lake, right there out to 2, gets that release. Maybe just a little narrow at 2, but I don't know. Now we're being nitpicky because he never had I don't think he ever questioned whether this was going to get finished.
In a way, he came off a 5 ball. He had he was back up course by the time 5 ball. But I think you're right about the 2 ball. He might have fallen behind just a little bit. Hadn't gotten the swing going quite right at that point, but he corrected it. And how about that comment by Dane? Yeah, when I came into 4 ball a little bit early, I felt good. When was the last time you said I was early to 4 ball at 41?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the difference between these athletes and everybody else is that they've pushed this sport, their skiing, to that level where that is what it looks like to them, and
Right.
it's almost unthinkable to us. But
Well,
yeah, it's good for him. But here we go, Thomas, Mr. Consistency. I'm talking him up all weekend. Everyone says he's good for 3. We're not going to jinx him because he's that solid. In front of 2, he is definitely going to 3. He's going to turn the 3. He's going to put his ski outside of 4. There is Thomas DeGasperi with a... We'll let the judges make sure I'm right, but I'm going to say that's a 4.
I like that. I like that as a 4.
I mean, congratulations to Thomas. I was just sitting here talking with Detrick. I'm trying to just guesstimate. Thomas has got a pile of 3s. I wouldn't even want to guess how many of those we got. But the number of 4s he has might be countable on 2 hands. I don't know. Maybe it's happened 10 times, maybe less in a career, in a long-standing career. But that's a big score for Thomas, for him to go out. He's done it in other California Pro-Ams, but let's give it up for Thomas DeGasperi, 4 at 41, our second highest score of the day. So just taking a look here at where we stand. We've got Dane Meckler with that incredible score. I love his attitude. I mean, it's infectious. 5 at 41. We just saw T-Gas put up a 4 at 41. Joe good for the 4 at 41. Ryan with a 3. Terry with a 2. And Lucas with a 1 to count up our 41 scores. And then we've got Dorian with a 5 at 39. And let's see, 3 skiers to go. Corey Vaughn's hitting the water. Thanks, Corey was on the mic earlier today, so he's multi-eventing this weekend. He's going to do some announcing and some skiing. And I got my good buddy, pro skier Brian Detrick, sitting down to share some knowledge and help me out with a webcast.
Hey, thanks, Kevin. You guys been doing a great job kicking off the event this morning. Some good skiing so far. Dane's been dialed all week. I know he's been skiing really well. He's had a few sets, and like you said, a big smile. That's a huge score. I think the biggest score he's had all year so far.
Did you get a chance to watch his 39?
No, I missed his 39, but saw his 41. But I did see him this week, so I can imagine if it was anything how he was skiing this week. Very, very dialed, up course, and just skiing really well.
Yeah. Speaking of skiing well, here comes Corey cruising down the lake. Corey, another Pro-Am veteran, talking about how many years he's been coming to the event, and, got a chance to talk with him a little bit last night. He actually helped announce our amateur final last night, which was fun. So good to see him out there getting warmed up at 32. So difference for Corey this year, it's not a family affair. So Amelia and Seth are home this time, and we miss seeing him out here, and I know how hard it is to travel around and do all those things. I know Corey loves having the family here, and this year he's just quietly able to 100% focus on his skiing and announcing, and just a different look this year. Amelia, Seth, I hope you guys are well. Miss seeing you. I hope everything's well back in Virginia. So, Brian, I know we both know Greg really well, and one of the things I admire about Greg, and I appreciate the way he's built, the way he thinks, is he gets stuff done, right? Whether it's this event or we were joking around, he's building a house in Florida, he's going to get it done like in record time, and so he keeps everything on track. I'll tell you why I brought that up in a second. Let's get Corey through this 35. So getting another warm-up pass in, the 32 looked money. Let's see how Corey comes in here at 35 off. What are you seeing, Brian?
Yeah, Corey's looking good. Saw him this year at the LCQs, and he was dialed then, and he's looking right on par right now. I know he ran a couple 341s in the qualifiers and had runoffs in both of them, and unfortunately got edged out. But Corey, I know he went to Europe for a little bit. I think he had some good scores. I believe in
that
the
was 38.
Africa event, first round, he put out a big score, had a big lead there. So he's been skiing well this year, picking up where he left off last year, having a really good season.
Yeah, gotta love Corey's attitude and his positivity, and he's a thoughtful, spiritual person, and I love hanging around with him and his vibe, and it's so cool to see him. It's kind of the way he skis too. You see it out there. But I was talking about Greg and keeping everything running tight, and this between Greg and the professionals at Shortline, the whole event runs pretty tight, right? So we look at the timing, we look at where we're at, we look at when we're going to finish, and so on, and you have some options. So we are going to do ladies 32 start, men 35 start second round. We're going to make sure that we keep the event going the way that we need to keep it going to get everything done in the right time, the right light.
And make sure we got enough light for our jumpers this evening for their first round. We've got Corey coming back in, 38 off.
It's 39.
What we see
39.
with Corey might not get as high on the boat as others, a little farther down course, but he's always got the line.
Did you hear that, Brian? That was 39. So
39.
I guess there was an opt-up in there. Sorry. Thanks, guys. I didn't get the memo. That was a 35 start for Corey. And when he came in on that 39, I didn't know that's what it was. I missed that. He backsighted the crap out of 1 and 2. Watch this on the replay. I thought, man, look at this is good for 38, and then there's 39. I'm sorry. I'm sometimes at a loss for words just watching these guys ski. So Dane had a really nice 39, and Corey's is going to be one of the ones that so far in this first round that was a pretty nice 39.
Yeah, no, there's nothing to critique there. I know saw the replay there on the webcast. You're going to see it again here from the boat video. I think what Corey does really well is that work zone. You see him, no matter where he's at, he's going to get that early edge change. It'll be interesting here, him starting at 35. He's taken 41 from the opposite end. We've seen Dane with 5, Thomas and Joel with 4 from the north end, but now we'll get the first look at 41 from the south end.
It'd be fun to ask Corey, why'd you do that? I doubt it was wind, because there really isn't any. We talked about the lake's the same depth on both ends. The gate glide's the same on both ends. We'll get to that in a second. Let's focus on the 41 here. So, rolling down that one. Let's see how the one goes. I ain't
Nice
good enough
tight
to
line
go.
one.
Yeah. Take it, Brian. Oh.
Yeah, it looked like a great one from my viewpoint. Thought he had a tight line, but I think he just came in a little narrow there into 2, as we see. Just looked like he had to just stretch out a little more than he anticipated coming into 2, and hips got just a little bit behind him and wasn't able to hold on to that load.
Yeah, close there. Just couldn't get everything put back together before that line came tight to keep that pass going. But we'll hopefully Corey will stop by here on his way by, and we'll see what he has to say. But Corey with a 1 1/2. 1 1/2 at 41. Maybe another reason to do a 35 start right now is it's what's happening in the next round. So maybe, and that's what happens in the head-to-head too, right? Do we do 32 on the first round tomorrow?
Yeah, usually we'll go 32 the first round, and then after that it'll be 35 start. But looking at the scores here, that puts Corey in 6th right now, 1.5 with 2 skiers. So worst case, he's still going to be top 8 finishing the first round. Which I think most people would think scores would have been a little higher for that top 8, but I know someone like myself that didn't ski as well as I would have liked in the first round opens the door, and we got Charlie Roche. This is interesting. So unfortunately, Charlie's ski bag did not arrive. He said he had a couple layovers. Bag got lost somewhere in travel coming from Canada. So he's on borrowed equipment here, but looked like a nice opening 32 off for Charlie Ross.
So we'll get back to Charlie because that's incredible that he's on put together equipment. That was his first pass on whatever that rig is. But let's talk to Corey Vaughn for a second. Corey, good to see you on the water out there. Walk us through how, first of all, two questions. One is, why the 35 start? What was the strategy there?
I mean, not really strategy. That's basically just what I've been doing in practice most of the time. I like it. I think better. Now that everyone's kind of getting to 41, 32 starts to feel a bit more like an outlier pass, where if I start with a 35 tempo, it's a little bit more like what I'm going to be doing. So that 32 pass, I just treat it too differently or something. Nice to have 4 strategy for wind, but here at Shortline, everything perfect. And also, I think, like, we need so much focus. It's like if I can shorten the amount of time that I have to be at that intensive focus by 1 minute, it can help at 41, even though I guess it didn't right there. I mean, I felt focused. Let's give it back to Charlie here. He's about to come in at 35, so let me pause.
Yeah, we'll get back to you in a second. So, yeah, Charlie, a skier that's really broken through in the last few years, amazing skier family. Hey, Drew, I hope you're good. Got Charlie, as Nate and I were talking over here, and, Charlie's got the opportunity here with we're at a D3 sort of lake. I'm sure he's got pretty good equipment under his feet, but it is different. Hard thing to get used to, but he's looking pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, he's having the season of his life right now. Started off with the big win at Moomba, and then he had another win where he ran 41 to take the title in Monaco. So, he's making a big statement in 2025. But, look, I know it felt great out there. This is my second set trying the new Nautique. I think I'm really going to like it. I can just tell it is a departure from the past, so I'm, just trying to feel it out. And when you get to 41, like, you kind of have to commit. And so I was trying to be committed, didn't exactly have the right timing, kind of with a 1 a little bit, and obviously more so at 2. I kind of misgrabbed the handle, and all of a sudden, in a flash of a moment, I went from watching Dane and T-Gas 4 and 5 and Joel 4. Like, okay, I'm going to try to run this thing. Then I'm kind of fumbling the handle off a 2, being like, shoot, I should have just hung on, at least taken the full 3 would have been nice. But you know what? It's going to be fun to ski another round. Leaves me a little bit hungry, and I'm excited to get back out there now.
Yeah, cool, and the next round's 35 start for everybody. So you're already there. Thanks for announcing for Charlie and telling us about your skiing. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you guys. I'm announcing Charlie. Oh, I can. Okay. I mean, it's 38, so we're watching a walk in the park. Charlie I really like his gait. So tall, so still, right up over the middle of the ski. I mean, he really commits through the finish of the turn about as much as anybody as well. Kind of a unique style. He grew up in fully the zero off, very powerful boats, watching Nate Smith since the time he was a little guy, a little kid. So he's kind of like the next generation of coming up with all this current technology, and I know he was part of the design team or the R&D team with the new Nautique, so, I know he believes he's part of the future, and he's certainly showing all of us that.
Yeah, that's really insightful. I appreciate that view. That's good stuff on Charlie. You're right, the age that he grew up in. But thanks, Corey. We, see you down here maybe later or see you in the water soon, man. Nice job.
Yeah, Kevin, we were talking about that same thing the other day, where some of us we started skiing when it was still hand driving. Then you had Perfect Pass, Stargazer, then the first zero off with ABC. Then the numbers came into play on the next versions and has continued to evolve. So it's definitely interesting to see where we're having athletes like Charlie come up and all they know is zero off. But that new 2026 Nautiques around the island, Will Bush driving, Charlie Ross looking dialed. If you wouldn't know it, wouldn't know that he's skiing on all borrowed equipment, 39.5 off. Little loose line out of 2, over to 3. Charlie managing the course really well there. A good-looking 39 off, Charlie Ross. I think the biggest adjustment for Charlie would probably be binding, over ski. I know I came onto the dock. He asked me if I had a liner that was his size, and I told him with my 14, probably going to be too big for him. But yeah, it's not only the ski, but I would say the binding, the liner. That's going to be a different feel than what he's used to.
It's got to be, and I mean that's the way it is for me. I'd rather switch skis than bindings in terms of something that's easier to adjust to. And we talked about earlier, give D3 a lot of credit. Skis are consistent out of that factory, and so if Will hands him a ski and says this, you're going to feel good on this, the ski's a non-issue. Now it's all about boots, right? But when I was out there with Corey, we were talking about watching him ski. You would never know he wasn't on his ski. Looks the same to me. It's incredible. I mean, that's just great.
Well, you talk about adaptability, right? And I know you mentioned earlier in the webcast about Terry. I've been around him, the most, and someone that tries everything on the market. And you're seeing Charlie adapt as he's coming in 41 off. Big one, tight line over to 2. He's got space over to 3. Are we going to see him turn 3? Looks like he's in it over to 4. Can he get outside of 5 to S-turn? Looks like just inside of 5. But was right there to challenge our leader, Dane Meckler, at 5 at 41. And, phenomenal skiing, but then to throw in the borrowed equipment, that was just an incredible round by Charlie Ross.
Yeah, incredible. 4 at 41 confirmed. To put him in that pile up there, the 3 guys now and so tie for second, 4 at 41. And that one ball, that was cocked and locked out of that one ball. Yeah.
Well, you heard Corey mention it earlier. Charlie attacks right out of the buoy, especially on his offside is 1-3. Very quick turn. He's fully committed.
Yeah, he's happy. He got a good smile there. I enjoyed getting to know him last year with Neely. They were both here hanging out, and just nice young people. Enjoyed talking to him, and I just can see his attitude there. He's smiling. Great to see him ski. Great result, given your bag didn't show up. So nice work. So we have one skier left. He was announcing with us just a little while ago, Nate Smith. So got an on-site announcement here. The food truck is open. It was great stuff last year. I'm sure it is this year. If you need some food and you're on site, head on down there, go see the food truck, pick some lunch up for me, drop it by the announcer stand, and I'll appreciate it. Food truck is open. And I got a fun text. So Horton, Jeff Rogers sent me a text. Austin was 2 years old when he put it as he says, I got lucky. So the first dad to ever run 41. And Andy will be another one that has done it. And I don't know, Brian, I'm trying to think of the other guys that have done it, how many of them were dads. I'm not saying there aren't any, but it's not coming to mind.
Yeah, I don't think anybody else was a dad at that time. I mean, we think of you've got Jeff, Andy, you've got Parrish, Jamie, Nate, Will.
Speaking of Nate, it looks like this is a 32 start for Nate. Yes, it is. He's been, like he said, we all, anyone that's a fan of the sport knows that, a few years ago, Nate had to start dividing his time between skiing and work and flying, and it affected his ability to prepare for tournaments. It's not like he's not been competitive, but, there are events that had he practiced, he would have gone farther. So this week he's got to practice. And you can see, I don't know how much anyone's been around Nate on a tournament weekend. The confidence goes up higher and higher, and you can feel it talking to him. And that's the way he felt to me hanging out yesterday and today. I think he's feeling pretty good. We stand a chance of seeing a big score here.
Yeah, he's been here all week and got some rides behind the new boat, and just like Dane, he's been skiing really well all week. So don't expect anything different. And I think something different with Nate, right? He's working, but normally even myself, when when I was working in the office, I'm coming home every night, and a lot of times Nate's not coming home with the flying. So it's not like he's working all day. He can manage to have a set at the end of the day. That's not even an option if he's in another state.
Yeah, no, totally. So here comes Nate. 35 off. This will be his opener the next round. This is another putting on a clinic. If, people study him, how does Nate do it? Why does it look easy? Why is he so successful? And if you think you can put it in the chat. But getting a couple of texts here. So thanks, Kuziak, for reminding me that Corey was a dad when he ran 41. And I got, at the same time, a text from Corey making sure I knew the same. Thank you both for letting me know. So we've got Jeff Rogers, Andy Mapple, and Corey Vaughn so far in the confirmed dad club that ran 41. And, let's cheer for Dane. See if Dane can get on the list today.
Yeah, Dane's right there, obviously, with the 5 earlier. Run it before on the biggest stage in the runoff to make it into the final at the 2021 World Championships. Now we got a 4.5, one of his comebacks at the Mastercraft Pro event last year as well.
Give a shout out here to skiing yesterday in the amateur competition. Both Scott Andrew and Mish Chadwick, they're hanging out just down the street at Cowdy. They're getting their ski rides while watching the webcast. They're going to come back here on site in a little bit. But love you guys. Good seeing you yesterday. Good skiing. Mish. Here comes Nate. This is such a hard pass for 38 off at 36 miles an hour, and it's just Nate has just refined it so much that it's just not. It's just routine. He just knows how to do it. Makes me want to just pack my stuff up and start playing golf.
Yeah, Kevin, you asked, what's the difference with him? The biggest thing I see is we see him here on the gate. He's free of the boat, and his work zone stays the same. He's able to keep the tight line, gives him a controlled, slow feeling at the buoy. And as Nate himself says, he's doing a gate, coming up, rolling in, takes that all the way down the pass.
It's 6 gates, right? I think I heard Nate and Regina talking about that. Every buoy is like another gate. If you're in front of it, that's the way you should treat it. That's a pretty cool mindset. I don't know how many skiers get to that place. But give a shout out to Nautique Representative Ronnie Barton. Ronnie, I miss you. It's good to hear from you on the chat there. Thank you. Ronnie just brought up an important point. She's pretty sure Wade was a dad when he ran 41. I would not be surprised if that's true. I got to leave a little room to be wrong because I'd have to confirm it. But we can. Thank you, Ronnie, for bringing that up. Somebody's going to go look this up, and we're going to start this list. But thanks, Ronnie. Good to hear from you. All right, Nate. So getting down to business here. This is Nate at 39. The passes so far have just looked so good and so clean. Nate's going to do his best to earn the right of saying, I just ran the best 39 of the day. He's up course and confident and collected and just calm and, I don't know. Did anyone run a better 39 today? I don't think so.
I know I didn't see all of them, but hard to argue against that one. Like you said, there's been events where he hasn't been able to train and not looked how we've grown to, see Nate ski in years past, and that's definitely not the case of what we're watching here this weekend. And like he said, he's been able to, I think, trade some shifts and really give himself an opportunity of when events are coming up, he's able to get some time on the water, focus on skiing, go ski the event well, and then I think I heard him say he's going to work the next 10 of the 12 days after the event.
Yeah, I think as soon as he gets home, he's on the road, right, for 10 days. So but good for him and good for us, actually, to have him be able to get out here and practice and get dialed in. And he's here to do some damage. You know, everybody, Nate's a competitor. I don't know. Out of everyone here, I mean, everyone here wants to compete, but I'm trying to think of anyone I would say is more competitive than Nate in terms of just, you could be playing video games, playing cards, it doesn't matter. The dude is here to compete, and he's ready to compete.
Well, that Nazi boat approaching the course. Nate Smith, 41 off. Going to be an important start here. Nice tight line at 1, over to 2. Backside and 2 ball. Little loose out of 3, but I think Nate's going to manage really well out of 4. Good 5.
It's incredible. Just incredible. Just puts that down. Nate Smith, full pass at 41, and not just 6 buoys, like crushed it pretty much. I mean, the amount of time he had, the amount of space he had, how chill he was. You watch him, we had a nice view of how he let things come together out of 4 and just waited for the line to come tight, did his work into the first wake. Just incredible.
When we see the commitment, so we're looking on the replay, look at the commitment here at 5. I mean, there was no hesitation, no safety. He fully committed the turn there, and I think that just goes to show the confidence that Nate has with his skiing right now.
Yeah, just hard not to just be in awe of how well he put that down. And so let's see, Nate's run 1 at 43 in a California Pro-Am, but that's got to be the highest score ever in a California Pro-Am.
Yeah, I believe so. I would say the course record here is 2. Probably by Nate back in 13, 14 time frame.
It's on video. You can go find it.
Yeah, I remember it was one later rounds of the weekend, and I'm like, dude, just go 35, and he finally went 35, and so he was taking 43 opposite end as he is now. But here we go, Nate Smith, 43. I know he's been turning it in practice over to 2. Can he turn 2? Can he?
Oh, but a California Pro-Am record of 1.5 at 43. Give it up for Nate Smith, 1.5 at 43 in a pro event. You know, here at Shortline Lake, just a half buoy off the course record, which he owns. Incredible skiing by Nate Smith. Well done, Nate.
And just a buoy off the world record. And we'll see here in this replay, Nate turned 1, had a pretty good 1 there, and it was full commit. I mean, he wasn't looking to stand up 2 there. He was looking to go. And that's I think that's the closest I've seen Nate, maybe even since 21, of really having the opportunity to get in front of 2 a little bit there and try to make a play to get over to 3.
Yeah, I remember I was running a camera. We were doing we talked about it earlier, D3 video shoot here, and Nate was coming the other way. It was from the other end of the lake. Like you say, he started 35, and he came, we're right in front of this 3 ball. He came just inside 3. He turned 2, just inside 3, just missed it, which would have been a record at the time. The record he had at the time was 2. And if you want, you can go, it's a D3 video where we put it together, and Ryan Sawyer helped edit it. You can find it on the internet and go see that too at 43. But right there, just 1 fraction of a second away from tying that.
Yeah, no, phenomenal skiing. So we're on the webcast looking at the leaderboard. So we've got our, for me, looking at 8, we got 1.5 at 41 since we're taking the top 8 into tomorrow. So there's going to be a lot of guys chasing, getting farther down. I would say we've got all the way down to 5th place is 4 at 41. So I think a 4 could guarantee it, and a 3 probably going to go to backup score.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 with a backup. Yeah.
All right, Kevin. Well, I'm going to go grab some lunch and get ready for the next round and hand it to you and get some information from Nate.
Good luck, Brian. Thanks for your help. I appreciate you coming down. I got Nate right here, so we'll do an interview while we get ready for the women. I mean, awesome skiing, man. You looked so good. Just share with me your thoughts of that round.
Well, thanks, Brian. I mean, that's the best score I've had in 2 or 3 years. But, for me, I guess I credit that to skiing. Like, finally, I've had time to practice and get back on the water and ski a little bit. So, I ended my Europe stint with running 41 3 out of the 3 rounds there, and then came here and did that. But, you know, it kind of flashed before my eyes a little bit coming out of 2. Like, I swung to 2. I'm like, I'm going to get around it. And I think it was all going through my head, like, what if? So, no, I'm just happy to run 41. I skied well in practice here this week. I came out early. I skied, figured the boat out. And that was kind of the gate and one that I needed at 43. Just don't happen very often. So.
We talked years ago right here when you ran 2 just inside 3, and you said to me then, you said 43 is a whole different animal. It's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the timing and the rhythm is so different. You know, I think the jump from, I've said it before, from 41 to 43 is harder than like going from 32 to 41. So it's just everything changes. You know, the vision at the gate, the load, the timing, the swing, everything's so different than 41. Like it's almost like you have to set up for 2 completely different passes. So I'm just happy to do that. You know, the first round, I don't have to worry about getting a score out of the way now. You know, my last couple of years here has been a 2, a 1.5, a 3 1/4, you know, something like that, where I'm barely getting into the finals. So it's nice to get that out of the way. And I think next round we're starting 35. So get to try it the other direction. But I mean, hey, pretty good scores. The boat seems to be working for the majority. Conditions are perfect. So we got another free record round next round.
You do. Yeah, you have a free one. Yeah, no, good for you. Yeah, no, the scores are high. I think the boat is working. We love the fact that it's out here for the first time this weekend. Awesome skiing. I mean, your 39 was so good. The 41 was good. You were just, I watched you coming out of that 4-ball, and you're like, I got this. And ripped it. So nice skiing, man. Really good to see you doing it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Brown.
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Ravenol, the lifeblood of your car. Ravenol, the lifeblood of your car.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, four-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right, looks like we're back up and running. Got a nice view of the dock there. Second round women's slalom. Janina Meckler will be our first skier. Now, what a great first round for both the women and the men. It was fantastic watching both sets of skiers. Just put in some great scores. Now we get to see the next round. So they've reset, taking a look at that first round and what they'll do different for the second round and see if they can improve their seating position. What a beautiful day here at Shortline Lake. Again, the Shortline folks putting on a spectacular event. Greg and Debbie Badal. Such a good event, such a great location. But here we go. Janina Meckler coming off the dock at minus 32. That'll be the minimum start, round 2. She scored a half at 38 in her first round. She'll be looking to add to that score. And nice and strong as she works her way down around 5 ball. Well done. Good start for Janina. Good warm-up. Drop her in, shorten her up to 32. Correction, 35. Again, our title sponsor, Nautique Boats, and they're running that beautiful 26 Ski Nautique. And I think the look of the boat is absolutely stunning. And then skiing behind it yesterday felt just as good. And we're getting such great comments from all the skiers today on what they thought about the boat and how it was for them. So that's a great boat. They've again knocked it out of the park. Nautique Boats. And some of our other sponsors, Good Waterski, Syndicate, D3. We have KD Water Sports, Conley Water Skis. We got her up and coming around the south end of the lake. Second pass for Janina, 35 off. We watched husband Dane run 5 at 41, his opening round. All right, a little bit of a wiggle woggle off a 1 ball. Settling down at 3. Nice solid turn off the 5 ball. Out around 6 and out the gate she goes. Janina Meckler. She'll come back at 38. So special thanks to all the pros that stopped by and helped fill in, give you guys some great insight as to what's happening on the water, a better insight, because they're the ones that are out there on the tour, and these folks all ski together. It's great to hear them make the comments. Chat room is lighting up with lots of good comments about what we've been talking about. Fun to read those. Shout out to those folks that are checking in on the chat room. All right, we've got her shortened up to 38 off. Again, she ran a half in that first round this morning. Look to add buoys to that one, all right? Nice and wide on her start. There's a gate shot, round 1, pretty nice start. Tight line, over to 2. Come on, girl. And it looks like she's going to be just inside of 4 ball. We'll wait to see what they call in. I'm hearing 3 and 3. So that'll be a 3 at 38 off. It does improve her spot. Skiers looking to improve their position on the seeding list for the finals. So that'll move Janina up. And next up, you should have Sasha Daniskaya. Sasha was a 1.5 at 38 in round 1. The Shortline crew making very efficient work of rope exchanges at the dock. Boat comes by. Yet at the same time, with the efficiency, there is no rush or push on the skier. The skier is given plenty of time to hop in the water and make their final adjustments, but that boat is just creeping forward a little at a time, keep the event moving nicely. We've had drivers Greg Bedell, Will Bush, doing a very nice job with that nautique. Three, two off. Sasha Danaskaya. Nice and wide, nice slow turn at 2-ball. Good angle, good leverage. Creates lots of room for herself. Look at that. Round 6 out the gate. Sasha, nice opening pass. Day's warmed up a little bit. That's helping the skiers loosen up. Perfect weather here at Elk Grove, California. Some of our other sponsors, Babe's Boat Care products. See some of the Babe's products here in and around our desk here. Rich Storley, State Farm Insurance. Thanks, Rich. Sorry to hear about your foot. Hopefully that'll get better and you'll come back and defend your spot at the Nationals again this year. Sure hope so. Eagle Wetsuits, Zero Off Speed Control Systems. Mike Dellinger Insurance. All the great sponsors that year in, year out help Greg and Debbie with this fantastic event. All right, now 35 off for Sasha. Second pass. Very solid off the 1 ball. Nice looking 3. She's a right foot forward skier. Great shape, 5 and 6. Sasha Danaskaya. Yeah, watching that replay. Really nice looking skiing. Plenty of room. Follows the boat right out of the gate. You can always tell when a skier finishes that pass beautifully. They round 6 ball, ski to the wake, make a left-hand turn, and just follow the boat straight out of the gates. That's a skier that's on track and ahead of the game. All right, now here we go with 38 off. She got a 1.5 in the first round. Janina just scored 3. See if she can improve on that. Here she comes. Little down course at 2. Big turn at 3. He's in it at 4. One more big turn. Around 6, out the gate. Sasha Danaskaya, that's 6 at 38. We had 4 out of the 7 skiers ran 38 in the first round. Now she jumps up and puts herself in that group. The top score in round 1 was Whitney. She had a 5.5 at 39. Anna Marie had a 3. Allie with 2. And Regina had a 3. Sasha coming around the island at 39 off. That's 10.75. Boat speed 55K. Nice gate setup. A little bit of loose line around number 1, and she cannot get the leverage to go around 2. So we're going to call that a 1 at 39. See if the judges agree with us. Again, we are just observing. But I am hearing 1 at 39. So good score for Sasha. She moves her position up in that seating list. So we had a little bit of drama in that first round of the men's division. Charlie Ross, his equipment did not show up in time for him to ski, so went over to the D3 boss, Will Bush, and said, I need some stuff. And what's amazing is the skis are all pretty similar, but what about the bindings? Where did Charlie find a binding that fit and he was comfortable with to go out there and run? What did Charlie run? I think Charlie ran 4 at 41. Let's see. He did. Charlie ran 4 at 41 on a borrowed ski and borrowed bindings. Amazing. All right, next up, coming around the North Island, should be Hannah Streltsova. Sorry, Hannah, I had to kind of read your name there a little bit. 32 off for Hannah. Hannah's opening score was a 4.5 at 38. And a good solid 32 off for Hannah. Brian Dittrich was down here a little bit earlier, and he said Charlie was looking around trying to figure out the binding situation. He asked Brian, he says, hey, what size is your liner? Maybe I can borrow your liner. And Brian says, I have a size 14 foot. Will that work? But Charlie was able to figure it out and got the job done, and done well. All right, pass number 2 for Hannah, 35 off. Nice looking 2 ball for Hannah. Works her way over to 3. She's right foot forward skier also. Right there at 5 ball. No problem, Hannah. Streltsova. And watching this replay, nice looking gate shot for her. Maybe there's a little bit of a high handle grab off of one ball, but she was in good shape at 2 and settling down and in right on time for 3. And that's the patience and the quality of these skiers. They spend so much time working and training that just a tiny little movement like that is not going to upset them. They know that they'll reset and have it squared away in a buoy or 2. But it's their focus. It's their focus and their training that allows them to manage those things. Okay, we're now at 38 off, 11.25 meters. She ran, she had a 4.5 in round 1. Oh, no. Bit of trouble off the 2 ball, just stalled just enough. Coming into 3, just down course, and was not able to make a turn. So that'll be a 2.5, most likely. Yeah, she was a little bit down course at 2 ball, so she was narrow into 3. So the trouble started before 2 ball, so maybe something off of 1. Let's watch on that from the boat shot here. The ski came up just a little bit, but she got back on it. Okay, I see. Handle did come up on her and delayed her leverage across, and so she came in without much speed or room at 3 ball. That'll be a 2.5. Allie Nicholson will be our next skier. Allie had a 2 at 39, round 1. Allie was up here helping us with the men's slalom event earlier. Thanks, Allie. We appreciate that work. Always nice to get your comments. We're looking forward to a really good ski ride for you right here. All right, we're with Hannah. She just finished her run now. Hannah, what do you think? I think that finish is a little less than what you hoped for.
Yes, it's a little lower than my best score or my average score, but it was second round. I know I'm in finals, so I kind of tried to go not easier, but not overdo it to save my energy for jumping. And that's what happened.
Well, that makes sense. I can see you did make some adjustments out there, but that was good. So I'm guessing you like that new boat?
It feels good.
Different? Do you have a few rides behind it?
Well, I haven't practiced behind it, so it was my second set. I still need some time to feel it. But
Okay, well, that I agree with you, Hannah. So we're going to be jumping a little bit later, yes?
yeah, I'm excited.
That's going to be good. We'll look forward to seeing you out there. Thanks for stopping.
All right, this second skier on the water here, or this skier on the water is Sasha Danaskaya. She's at 35 off. Thanks for the interview there, Brad. Sasha looking like every skier to, build on that first round. My bad. That's what I get for walking back to the booth while I'm eating my lunch and calling out the wrong skier. Sorry, not Sasha. That's Allie.
Yeah, no, Sasha, she was out second. She ran a 1:39, so she's in good shape. And that was 35 for Allie. We'll watch her run her 38 off here. Yeah, it's such a great view on the replay that they're showing us from the boat. You just watch them as they create space and leverage behind the boat. Their body position, they just get maximum result from not a minimal effort, but an effort that's very controlled. All right, so we got Sasha with a 1:39, Hannah a 2.5:38, Janina with a 3:38. Now going to run her 38. Allie Nicholson in the first round. Allie had a 2:39. Nice wide reach at 3-ball. Beautiful leverage all the way over to 5. Big turn and finish. Wow, she went +1 from 5 to 6. It's nice to see that the geese and the ducks are cooperating this round. We haven't had any visitors here. Knock on wood. We don't want to jinx it and call them back in. Conditions, again, spectacular here at Shortline Lake. Greg and Debbie Bedell putting on a fantastic event for everybody. Year 23 for the California Pro-Am. All right, 39 off. Allie Nicholson looks to improve on that 2 score from round 1. Comes the gate shots. He's nice and wide. Big reach for 1. Pretty good shape off a 2, but trouble. I think maybe she was pulled a little bit long, possibly into 2, and put her fast and down course at 3. So that'll be a 2.5. It does improve her round 1 score, but probably not to the level she was hoping for. Our next skier will be Anne-Marie Robalewski. She had a 3:39, and I know that Allie was looking to surpass that. All right, here we go. Anne-Marie Robolewski, this is pass number 1. 32 off. Ooh, a little bit of a stall off the one ball, but again, it's an opening pass for her. Big, tall skier.
Let's go Team Ohio. I believe that's where she's from. I doubt 32 is her normal starting pass, but all the girls starting at 32 this round.
Yeah, this round. And she managed that well. Anne-Marie had a 3 at 39 in the first round. Puts her in a solid spot for the seeding for the finals. She's tied with Regina. Regina at a 3. Whitney, 5.5. And we'll be getting to that round of competition here in a little bit. But she's coming back in at 35 off her second pass. Anne-Marie, one of the taller girls. So when I watch her ski, very reminiscent of Jennifer LaPointe. Tall, strong skiers. There she goes, round 5, and then no trouble at all, round 6 out the gate. That was 35 off for Anne-Marie.
As you watch this on the replay, I'm impressed with just how comfortable she looks. You know, it's a pro event, and she doesn't look nervous. It looks like she's having a practice ride. You just see the comfort level and the confidence in that pass. It's cool.
Yeah, that's a good point. She just looks calm out there. You know, their movements are easy. They're efficient, and she gets the job done very well. I mean, that was 35 off.
Anne-Marie getting another shout out from Coble Ski School, tuning in for round 2. Not exactly sure if she can hear me at the end of the lake, but she probably can. So the Coble Ski School is with you. And here she comes for 38. So a 3 at 39 in the first round. Got to get through this 38 first. So, yeah, chilling into the first wake out of the 1. A little slow out of the 2, but comfortable. She's patient at 3. Into 4. Lets that line come tight. She says, I got this. I go a little down course at 5 if I have to. And just fine for 6.
Just no problem. You know, she's out there like she's skiing like a veteran skier. Like say, a little bit of a stall out of the 2 ball, a little bit slow, but she was patient. She got a lot of 3 balls. She hit that one pretty well. Not terribly hard, but just enough. Put her a little more ahead of 4, 5, and 6. 38 off for Anne-Marie.
I bet she skis really consistently in practice. That's the way she looks.
That's because she's just calm and quiet and smooth. Watching the boat replay. Great leverage right behind the boat and a nice quick edge change. Gets that ski going outbound. And she just releases just as she gets to that line. Follows the boat out of the gates. Turns right back into that wake. That's controlled skiing.
Anne-Marie coming in, the lead for the day. believe is a 5.5 for 39. Whitney. Little slow turn there at 1. This tip up. She's going to hook up out of 3 and just kind of like Corey there. This reminds me of what happened to Corey. Just couldn't get put together, couldn't get everything stacked and ready for that load from the boat. Just a little bit of loose line and pop. But consistent showing for her, so a 3 and a 1.5.
Not bad at all. Certainly firmly into the finals, as all of our skiers in the women's division are. They're just working for placement and seeding. So left on the list, we've got Whitney Reaney and Regina Jaquest. Regina will be coming out next. Regina had a 3 at 39 in round 1. Whitney had a 5, leads the gang with a 5.5.
Quick announcement on site. The food truck is open. I'm just finishing my lunch. It was very good. If you need some food, you should just go check out the sandwiches that they're delivering. Good stuff on site. Thank you. All right. This is Regina Jaquest, the veteran.
Remarkable skier.
I think she's got some motivation in her tank. I think she knows there's a lot more in it than she had in the first round, so she's coming out to attack. Regina now a Team Nautique athlete. Behind a boat she knows. They've been at Corey's for a while. All right, Regina coming around the island here on her 35 off pass. When we get Regina through this pass, we'll do an interview with Anne-Marie. All right, all of you amateurs out there, all of you men's 5 guys that ski at 34 miles an hour and working on running 35 or running it better, this is just watch, take some notes, and then dream on about doing it as well as she does. So got Anne-Marie here on shore. So I just heard something I didn't know was true. That first round score was a PB for you?
Yeah, half a buoy. Pretty awesome.
Congratulations. That's awesome. A PB in a pro tournament. So last year you came out. Was that your first California Pro-Am?
Yeah, it's the first time I've ever been to California, too, actually. Pretty awesome.
Awesome. So coming from the Midwest, I grew up in Michigan. You're from Ohio. You've got a fan crew back there cheering you on. You want to say hi to anybody?
Oh, yeah. Hey to everybody at Coble, April, and Chris, and everybody watching there. And then all my friends in Louisiana and Ohio. Hey, guys.
Awesome. It's so cool to see you out here. Somebody new putting it in the mix. You look really relaxed out there, like you do this all the time. How do you stay so calm?
I don't know. I just think about what's going on in front of me, and I don't worry about anything else outside of that.
That's a good tip. That's some good focus for you there. Really good stuff. So congratulations on today and a PB and a pro event, and we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Yep. I'm super excited. Thank you.
Awesome. Nice job. Regina coming in on course at 38, just big one ball, just confidently attacking that one ball early as heck into 3. Keeping that line tight, working her good ski down the lake. She looks like she's on a mission. I've got a pleasure to have with me again Nate Smith in the booth today. Nate, congrats again on your great skiing this morning.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it was nice to put what I've been doing in practice here this week kind of into play during the tournament. I won't say that round doesn't matter. However, you can't win the tournament today. So tomorrow is kind of the important day where you got to make sure you keep moving through the head-to-heads and put up the scores that allow you to succeed through each bracket. But I'm super happy with that. I don't think I've been over to 2 or, really come out of 2 like that in a few years now. So, but that's the difference of skiing versus working. I've been off all week and I've been here all week skiing, and apparently I can still do it if I actually practice.
Yeah, no, that's great. I think that's what a lot of us expect from you, and we know we hear enough about what's going on in your life, and great to see and fun for you to deliver on that, where you actually get to practice and train and do what you do, and it's still right there for you. In fact, I know part of you was looking at that 2 ball thinking, I can turn this, and you're starting to. Don't tell me you weren't thinking about 3 at some point.
Yeah. Let's get into Regina's 39 before I
Nice
open that up, I guess. I'll talk about it. But
So Regina at 39, so that was a solid 38. We know she can do it all day long. She did, crushing that 38. To me, that just means she's in a good rhythm. She's where she wants to be to take a shot at putting this one all the way through and taking the lead. Tacking that one ball, similar to the 38, in front of 2. Looking like the Regina that we know. Big 3, that's where she got stuck the first time. 4, cruising over to 5. She lets that thing run, gets it hooked up out of 6. A nice pass for Regina, putting down that 39, taking the lead for our women's event.
yeah, that's a little more like Regina. The first round, I think we didn't know what happened. She didn't really know what happened. But, it's a different rhythm. It's a different lake. Coming from Florida can be a little bit challenging. And I did talk to her down there just a little bit about what she felt, what I felt, comparing notes. And, I think she had a little bit different strategy coming into this round. You can see here at 3, she still had that little hiccup there and that bobble at 3. I think she was definitely thinking about it. But once she swung to 4, 4, 5, 6, it couldn't get any easier. She has that, great offside turn at 1, 3, 5. She always seems to come out of for some reason, So she'll definitely be happier. I know she was pretty upset with the first round. So, these girls are all moving through to tomorrow, but you still want to do what you're doing in practice. You hate to get to a tournament and not execute the way that, you've been skiing in practice all week.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier, especially when the conditions are going to let you do that, when they're going to let you hit that mark. We're not on a river. We're not, we're in these conditions where you should be able to hit it if you do what you need to do and your head's in the right place. And she's got it going right here. So I hear the boat running up here. This Nautique, the new Nautique Premier event, the debut event for that boat. Here's Regina at 41. She has the lead. And she has no reason not to go big. Aggressive turn at 1, hooked up good. Over to 2, she's going to go for it. She's going to get in front of this 3. She's going to turn it. Oh! You can tell by the way she slapped the rope and's got her hand in her head. She had a chance to go coming into that 3. What do you think, Nate?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen her ski lately, but the way she was talking that, that's what she's been doing in practice every day. I think 3 and 4s and even beyond that. So, we're going to have the replay here. I guess what I see here compared to our last set is her water speed at the top of the glide was a lot better on the gate turn-in, which allowed her to swing to 1, have the space. And you see she was just waiting on 2. She stayed strong through that second wake driving outbound. Maybe she saw those bumps a little bit at 3, and that's not from the lake. That's just her own skier rollers that she kind of skied in there, or into, I guess. But, man, that's a pretty darn good start from Regina.
Yeah.
Yeah, she just sat back a little bit, but, man, what a difference. I mean, 6 buoy difference from the first round to now, so...
And a message to the dock, right? So,
yeah.
We've got Whitney coming up next, and Regina just, skied around 3 and made a play for 4.
Well, and you can see her, she was slapping the rope and putting her hands over her face just now and, revisiting what you were getting ready to ask me. Sometimes, there's a few of us that have been to that point, in jump. You have, Ryan Dodd and Freddie, they know what those jumps look like, and you see them scream and, yell when they pass. They're like, well, what if? I had to start at 43. Like, I knew that swing to 1 and coming out of 1, I'm like, there's so many. I'm always so calm about it, but I will admit there were so many different thoughts going through my head of what if? Like, what's going to happen if I get over to 3-ball? And, I think I just kind of overcooked it too. Like, I had the space and I had the rhythm, and I said, let's turn, let's go. And it was just a little bit too soon. Like, I really just kind of fell out the back a little bit, and the boat came tight and just pulled it right out of my hands. But I think same thing for Regina. She knew that was a good gate 1-2 with the opportunity to continue. We talked about she turns those 3 balls. So she gets a good turn at 3, swings over to her onside at 4. What's the record? 5? So she knows. She knows. We all know what those starts look like. And, answering your question about mine, that's kind of what was. You can't have those thoughts go through your head. I feel like I've done a good job of tucking those away at 41. But you don't get looks at 2 and 3 ball at 43 every single set. So you're kind of like, what's going to happen? I let it get the best of it. But
yeah, no, thanks, Nate. I really appreciate you sharing that. I'm sure everyone loves to hear, straight from your mouth what went through your mind. It just kind of makes me think of, it's similar for a lot of people that go out and ski. When you get to the edge of your performance, from whatever you've done before, you start to ask those questions. And for you, that's at a phenomenal level. That's, you start having that issue when you turn 1 at 43 and, thoughts jump into your head and you're starting to leave into that territory of like the unknown almost. It's fun to hear you talk about it. And we're certainly excited to see you get another few shots at that this weekend, the way things are clicking for you.
Yeah, hopefully that's not the best of the week. It might be the best, but, you definitely want to get down that 41 and, run it. That's kind of the goal of all of us. And, you saw a handful of guys that, were right there. Dane with a 5 that I'm not going to say he safetied it, but I think he had every opportunity to run that 40 from what I could see from the dock. Maybe it looked different down here. Charlie had a 4. Joel had a 4. Ryan Canepa had a 3 that wasn't hard. He knew what he needed. He wasn't going to blow it at 3 ball. So you just never know. Different round, different boat, different driver.
Yep.
There's always variables.
And now we're in the second round for Whitney. She's already come off the dock at 32, her normal opener, one-handed gate. She's rolling in for this 35 off pass. A skier that just popped the handle out the gate at 39 in the first round. So our second highest score as of this moment with a 5.5 at 39. Getting warmed up here for her second round at 35 off.
Whitney's 39 earlier was not bad by any means. I think she just, saving herself. This is round 1. Well, it was round 1 earlier of potentially, 5 rides in 2 days. So 5.5 at 39 obviously puts her through to tomorrow, given there's only 7 skiers. But at the same time, if why take a hit out the gates when you don't have to? So.
Yep, no, I hear you, and not a bad place to start her weekend. Like you say, it's, maybe 5 rounds, so that's only the first one. She still, ran 39, so I would think her confidence is pretty high, and she can build on this one. Here comes Witt. This is 38. 11.25. Purple. Just a big old 1 ball. She knows what she's doing. So confident and so strong. Powerful skier. Really early into 3. Waiting for 4. Turning right where she wants to. Moving right back into that line. And swinging out there to 6. And she's, I'm sure, thinking this is feeling pretty good. I'm ready to roll.
Yeah, like you said, at 1 ball, she got herself in a little bit deep, but, that didn't really affect her. She kind of relaxed a little bit, and we just worked her way down to 38. We'll see a replay here, but they've got Regina on the dock, so we're going to go to them.
All right, this is the pass that, well, not like I was going to say the pass that matters. They all matter, but this is the one that's going to determine if she gets a chance to put some pressure on Regina and take that seed away. Regina with a 3 at 41. This is Whitney's 39. Let's see what kind of start she gets. She's backsided 1, waiting for 2, almost tipped over in front of 2. She's early to 3. She's skiing like a woman on a mission. In front of the 5, she's going to hook up, and she is going to hang on to the handle this time. Out the gates at 6. That's a powerful pass. She's here to compete. Well done, Regina. I'm sorry. Well done, Whit.
Gina with a massive, massive score, 3 at 41. Tell us about it.
Thank you. Yeah, it feels great out here. It always does. California Pro-Am is one of our favorite tournaments, but it's great. You know, this is our first tournament debuting the 2026 Ski Nautique, and to be able to get a good score like that, 3 at 41, I'm happy, but I'm also kind of like frustrated a bit because I came into 3 a little bit thinking I was going to get a bit further, but I'm still really excited about the score. That's my best score of the year. So excited to have done that behind the all-new 2026 Ski Nautique.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what you'll do tomorrow too, and yeah, that was awesome, amazing to watch. So you love the new boat, I'm guessing.
Oh yeah, especially when you get your best score of the season, first tournament at it. So can't wait to see, you know, down the road with everybody getting more sets behind it, more tournaments pulled behind it. I think everybody's going to be pretty excited.
Yeah, awesome. Well, back to the skier. Good skiing.
Thank you. That was just so hot.
All right, great to hear from Regina. Thank you. Here's Whit. She knows what she's got to do. She's got 39 under her belt. Regina with a 3 at 41. Whitney putting down a solid 39, coming into her 1 ball. Stretched out, just did not get enough. I don't know, Nate, you tell me, width early enough, and she fell inside trying to get hooked up.
We'll see what this replay looks like a little bit. You know, like you said, she's been getting deep at that 1 ball. Just a lot of reach and a lot of ski in the water there. I thought the width on the gate was okay. You know, maybe just, let's see here. Oh, I thought we were going to get another view from the boat. You know, it's just the timing. You know, we keep talking about we haven't had a ton of sets behind the boat, so we're all trying to adapt to it. And it's not that it's negative. It's just different. I thought that gate was actually okay. She had the width, just kind of more beelining it right at 1 versus creating a little bit of space maybe and then try to turn it all at once with speed, and you know, did not have the line at the backside of the buoy at all that time.
Yeah, no, thanks, Nate. Appreciate that. So we've got the women's 2 rounds complete with the top score being Regina with a 3 at 41, a huge score. And then Whitney's half at 41. The ladies will be back out to battle. We'll go right down the leaderboard in a minute when it's presented to me. I don't want to go by my notes. I want to go by the official results. And we're going to make a quick crew change here to switch up to get into the men, which will be reseeded based on that first round. So we'll get right back into the men, and we'll wait, just before we do that, now this is what I was looking for. Thank you. This is the seeding for tomorrow. In 7th place, Janina with a 3 at 38. In 6th place, Hannah Stratlova with a 4 1/2 at 38. Sasha Danaskaya with a 1 at 39. Allie Nicholson with a 2 1/2 at 39. Nate, I think she'll be coming tomorrow. I think Allie's going to be fired up. Yeah. Anne-Marie Robleski, good for her with a PB at 3 at 39 in 3rd place, third seed for tomorrow. Whitney with that 1/2 at 41 and Regina with a 3 at 41. Well done, ladies. We're looking forward to seeing you all back out there tomorrow. Just one last note is Regina will have the option to have a bye on that round based on the nature of a head-to-head with only 7 instead of 8 skiers. She has the choice to not ski or to go for it, and her score will count. She can go for the record or a score or whatever she wants to do.
I think you should ski against her first round.
No way. Dude, we used to talk about it in the big dogs. We're like, if she skis in it, we're all staying home. Yeah. None of us are going to go out there and do that. So nope. I'll just watch Regina go for it tomorrow. Yeah. She'd show us all which way to go. Yeah, so no, well done. So we're looking forward to that head-to-head tomorrow. And I think what I heard was Regina would prefer to ski. So, you know, it's her boat. She's skiing well. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, I think you want to take as many rides as you can at the lake. Just see what it feels like. I think the women are going to stay at 32 start. We may be going to a 35 start for next round, and the head-to-heads is what I've heard. So
you are a 35 start for the next round, and I'm going to wait to have somebody tell me exactly what's going on tomorrow, but my guess is it's 35.
Yep. So I think we're going to take a quick break, commercial break, and we'll be back with the start of the men.
Cool. Thanks, Nate.
Yeah.
Ravenol, the lifeblood of your car.
So super quick out of a commercial and into the action. Got our first men's skier of the second round. This is Nick Adams. Nick Adams ended up our lowest seed of the second round, if I understand correctly, on the nature of a long handle in the first round.
That's what I heard. You have to measure the handle after each set, and if it's outside of the tolerance, you get a DQ or disqualification from that round. So, he got a 0 at 32 off, unfortunately. But, I don't know that really hurts him that much because his score anyways, it's going to take much more than that to make it into the finals this round. So he's looking for more anyways, but, it is a little unfortunate to have your handle be long, which I'm not really sure how you let that happen, I guess. So, we can go down there and measure our handles and, I'm sure it's not intentional. Nobody's ever trying to cheat. They may ride the edge of it a little bit, but, nobody's ever really trying to cheat or be long without getting caught. We all know they're going to measure it when you come out of the water. So I try to keep myself far away from that.
Yeah, me
that
too.
line.
You're right, and you have the opportunity to check. I always check. Either Nick didn't check or it moved while he was skiing, one of the two. And I never like to cut it close. I don't know about you, Nate, but I let mine be a half-inch in short. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, I was a half inch short of the actual line.
Yeah.
So I had like an inch and a half to give if it grew when I measured mine down there.
You never know. You go somewhere and somebody's tool's a little different, or
Yep.
I just don't know. Even at Nate, even for you at 2 of 43, I don't know if you want to take the chance on cutting that edge.
Yeah, what if I had that extra inch? Right? But you don't want to cut it close. Imagine doing something like that, and then you come to find out your handle's out of tolerance. So I've been through that once. With, boat path. So
it reminds me of Dave Good. So you knew Dave well.
Yeah.
He pushed everything. He wanted to push the limits, and he never tried to cheat. He just wanted to get every 16th of an inch he could get out of his handle. And he was skiing big dogs with us, and it happened here at the Pro-Am. It's happened to him twice. 2 times Dave Good said, "My handle's not wrong, your tool's wrong."
Yeah.
And he went and he got a measuring tape, and he got out the rule book, and he said, "Your tool's wrong, my handle's fine." And he was right both times.
Yep.
So that'll teach you something, too. Those were fun to see.
That's the important part of knowing the rule book of your sport. We all know it just by word of mouth, but if you actually study and understand the rule book, it makes things a lot easier when you get into situations like that. You hate to protest, you hate to go in and do things, but if you know the rules and it's blatantly wrong or obvious, then, you can contest it a little bit. So, I've always, for the most part, taken the path of letting skiing speak for itself versus fighting it. But, Dave, you're right. That's why he had such great skis. He always pushed the limits and knew what it took to be the best at everything.
Yep, I totally agree. Wish he was here. We miss you, Dave. Hi, Don, if you're tuning in. We've got Nick Adams. This will be... So why is he at 38? I'm sorry.
Should be,
This is 39.
This is probably 39.
Yeah. Into 5. He's going to take a lot to get to 6. He's going to throw that ski. We're going to see how big the hit is. And it was a lot. Nate, we got to teach him the rodeo. Come on, Kale.
Yeah, you got to do that.
Kale Burke, you got to send him some notes.
Yeah, man, all that work to kind of lose the line, when it mattered most. Like, you absolutely need to hold on to that to have a chance for tomorrow. Without running this pass, you're not skiing tomorrow. And, he had it. He did all the hard work. He got to 6. We'll see on this replay a little bit. It was definitely a lot of rope, but, you gotta give it that shot. So,
well, building on that first round, right?
Yeah,
And like you're saying, we all know that 6 at 39 won't do it for tomorrow. An improvement for him, and unfortunate he just couldn't sneak away out of that gate.
We have just a quick second talking about Dave Good. Some people know this story, but he and I used to talk. We were competitors, right? He had a different ski brand than I did, and one time he told me, "Hey, if you're ever interested, let me know." Said thanks, appreciate it. He never spoke to me again about it, but which I appreciate, him giving me my space on that. But we always talked flying. We always talked aviation because he had a couple of planes. He actually took me flying with him one time. We went and picked up Regina and brought her to a tournament, which is cool. But he's also the reason that I fly, and that's my second career in aviation. We always talked about it, and one year for Christmas, I had a card show up from him and Dawn, and it was him paying for my first flight lesson. So at the airport near my house in Indiana, he, sent me this gift certificate for the first lesson paid for, which kind of pushed me to go do it. So, I kind of thank him for giving me that opportunity as a secondary career to, have something after skiing. And, it's just interesting how being friends with somebody on the Shoreline skiing and, a competitor brand, and he just was still there caring about everybody else to push me to go do something else that, I liked. So just kind of a cool story that, some people know, not everybody, but
I didn't know it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a cool story. That's awesome. All right, up second, based on the seating on that first round, this is Louis Duplan-Freiburg. Coming off a first-round score of a 1.5 at 38, so definitely knows what he has to do. I mean, everybody on site knows what Nate and I keep saying, that if you're not somewhere near that 3 at 41, you're not going to make it to tomorrow, and so the mission is clear. It's not like he's wondering what he has to do. He knows what he has to do.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the first round you like to have something comfortable to settle on, to fall back onto for that backup. But, this second round is kind of a do or die round. You got to go out. The score is there to beat. I'm actually not sure what the cut is, but I'm guessing around 2.
Let's see if we can unofficially figure that out. So 1.
Yeah. So 1.5. Looks like Corey's in that 8th spot. So, it all comes down to the very end when who has what better backup score. So, but yeah, I would tell you you're needing a piece of that 2-ball right now to have any chance or opportunity to get into there.
All right, we're just making some changes here in the announcing booth, but putting that pass together, that was a little challenging for him. 35 start, 38 back, and he got her through.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little different for Louis. I'm sure he doesn't typically do that.
Right up.
But, good for him. A little bit of a challenge here looking at this replay. Wasn't the best start, but he stayed patient. He stayed with it. It was a pretty good 1. I think 2 is where he got a little bit of trouble, got pulled narrow. But I think we're going to go over to Lauren and have an interview.
All right, here with Nick Adams, all the way from Australia. Nick, tell us a little bit about your second ride out there.
Yeah, it was a cruel round. I actually felt fine, a lot better than the disaster like in the first round this morning, but not to be. Just right at the last second, I thought I was going to hang on to it.
Yeah, well, we're stoked to see you out there. It's always fun to see you. I've known you for a long time. Yeah, I'm just stoked to see you, and you're going to hang out and watch and support.
Yeah, absolutely. I love being out here. It's like one of my favorite events of the year. The people and the way that this tournament is run is second to none. So I'm really happy to be here again after a year off.
All right, thanks, Nick.
All right. This is Louis. He's coming in at 39. We just talked about this. He knows what he needs to do. It's a pretty good 1. Little loose line at 2, but he's staying patient. He's going to let it go out of 3. He's going to get hooked up. He's going to pull to 4.
Just inside.
Just inside 4. So a 3 at 39. Well, not better than his first round, but won't be enough to get him into Sunday.
He doesn't seem too terribly upset about it. I mean, he's down there jumping the wakes and kind of throwing the fist up a little bit. Really wasn't a terrible gate in 1. I thought 1, 2 was pretty good. Just a little slow there out of 3, and unfortunately inside of the 4 ball.
So just looking ahead into the running order here, let's see. Next up is Daniel Varco, then Blaze Grubbs, Carter Eaton, and then we'll get into Brian Detrick, Stephen Navu, and Dorian with about 9 people after that. So next up, Daniel Varco. Daniel's coming off at 2.5 at 38, so one of a handful of skiers that, just a couple of people that missed that past the first round as they were getting dialed into everything here in California. Daniel working his way down this 35 off. The starting pass for every one of these men in the second round.
Yeah, I think it's the 35 start. I know it can be challenging for a few. But, you know, under the circumstances of having a perfect ski lake and perfect conditions, you know, I think it's a good idea. You know, it shortens the time between each skier a little bit, shortens the day. And I don't think it makes it too challenging. You know, some of these sites that we go to where the conditions are a little bit more rough, a little bit more challenging, I understand the 32 option, but, you know, the conditions have looked the same all day for every single skier. So it's not like anybody's getting any unfair, you know, chance here. But, you know, it's a little bit of a challenge for people that don't start at 35 off very often. I don't think it's affected too many people yet.
It was, I don't know if you heard Corey, I asked him, because he did it voluntarily on that last pass. He made an interesting comment. He said, I don't know exactly what he said, but something like, it shortens my amount of time I have to focus.
Yeah.
You know, 5 minutes is better than 6 minutes, right? So I can stay focused a little bit better on that pass rather than being out there so long.
I'm with him. I mean, a year or two ago when I was actually skiing a lot, I did 35 start everywhere I went. And, you know, 41 off is your 5th pass, 43 being your 6th. You're tired. You're worn out. Like, it's a long, long time.
So this is 38. That was a big start at 1. I mean, just early, backsided, tons of angle, pretty early on, very deep out of that 5. That was probably sketchier than it looked. He got hooked up out of that 5 and made it over to 6, so through the 38 pass, second round.
Yeah, you always know it feels worse than it actually looks. I mean, from here to our eyes, it looked like a really good pass. I saw him shaking his head a little bit as he dropped into the water, but I thought this was really a pretty good pass other than that 5 ball, maybe just dropping the intensity a little bit, coming in a little bit narrow maybe to 5. And
right here.
Yeah,
Woo!
right there. Just kind of the backside, lost it. But, you know, he hung on. He stayed patient.
Yeah, lefty 5 ball. Hold on. See it one more time this way. This will be a good look. Just waiting for that. Here we go. Into 5, just falls back a little bit, and zing, over there to 6. He still gets off the ski pretty good. I mean, I thought he might stay on it too long, get locked out, but kind of lean lock, but nope. All right, his shot at 39. Again, we already know for the rest of the event, this is a must-run pass. He's got to get through this. It's simple. There's no safetying 3 or 4 to make the cut. He's just got to go all the way through it. So one buoy at a time. Daniel Varco. Interesting getting to see it first time here from the boat camera on the webcast, so we'll watch it from that way. Just a little bit tweaked out of 2. He stays with it out of 3. Hooks up out of 4. Now see what he does. Patient 5. We knew that 5 ball was going to make it or break it, and just didn't get it all put together out of that 5. So close. Nice skiing, Daniel.
You know, the gate, the coming to 1 here, you know, he got pulled a little bit narrow and had to reach and stretch for 1, but he recovered nicely over there to 2. A little bit deep at it. Really good out of 3. A little loose line at 4. He needed that big turn at 5 ball. He knew, you know, he kind of got it there. Too much load to really hold out of the backside. You know, unfortunately, like you said, you got to have all 6 to go through to tomorrow. But it's still really good skiing by Daniel.
Too bad he couldn't have had that 38 5 ball at 39.
Yeah, right.
He needed another one. He needed 2 in a row.
You're watching right here. I mean, he kind of had it, but it's just, you know, as you get to 39, it's a lot more difficult and harder to hold on to that line.
Yeah.
Kind of going back to Corey a little bit and his decision. It's going to play out very nicely for him now because we are 35 start the rest of the tournament. So, selfishly for me, the reason I didn't do it, even though I like doing it, is I started at 32 all week in practice. I knew how it felt. I knew what the ends looked like, and I wanted to at least give a shot in the tournament that way, and it paid off for me. So next round, we're changing things up, so you get a little bit different perspective and view and feel of the lake from one end over the other, where Corey's already had that. So,
yep.
I think it was a good idea by him. He's 35 the rest of the tournament now. I do believe we are starting 35 tomorrow morning.
I remember talking to you about that on this shoreline, 10 years ago when you were starting to run 41 a lot, and you were asking the question, like, I know I can start at 35. I'm just so used to having that 32. That's what I do, and kind of what you just said. I practice that way this week.
Yeah.
So that's what I do, But like you said, Corey's already done it once, so it's nothing new for him.
Yeah, I mean, in his brain, that's the only way he's seen the lake in the tournament. The rest of us have to change it up a little bit. Now, the lake is so similar, but you're looking at different things. You're coming through the gate staring at people down here. You're coming through the gate down there looking at a golf course grass. So, there's different visuals. There's different things to think about. I don't think the lakes is any different from one end to the other, but it is different.
All right, this is local boy, Blaze Grubbs. He's got a powerful style. He's a really athletic dude, 3-event skier, amazing reflexes, and just nice guy and fellow pilot.
Yeah, somebody, it's always got a smile on his face every time you see him, but also kind of a secondary career as well in the aviation world, flying around, doing some of the little bit of corporate stuff now. But I've had the opportunity to fly with Blaze a couple of times. And, he's a great guy, great pilot. It's a lot of fun to see him split his time both in the air and on the water, just like myself and his good friend Ryan Canepa.
All right, Blaze second pass. So as we talked about, starting at 35, now we're at 38. Blaze unfortunately misses pass. It's a pass he runs a lot. I doubt he misses it that much. But let's watch Blaze here, get him a good start, and just have him put this 38 down. That was a pretty tight one. In front of two. Big, gosh, too big two. Almost too big, but Blaze stays in that pass. Can't quite see the 4 from here. Early to 5, hooks up out of 5 over to 6, and 6 at 38. So nice skiing, Blaze. Let's go to the shoreline with Lauren.
All right, here with Daniel. Daniel, first round didn't go as planned, but second round you almost took down that 39. How'd you feel out there?
No, I felt great. Like the lake is absolutely set up beautifully, and I got to thank for all the organizers because the venue is just fantastic. Yeah, didn't quite get to ski enough coming into the event, but I'm happy that my health held up through this, and I'm looking forward to other events.
Awesome. Thanks, Daniel.
Thank you.
You guys.
All right, Blaze Grubbs lives just up the street. This is 39. A pass that this kid is capable of running. Big 2-ball there. He's in this pass. Turn in 3, get crushed a little bit out of 3. Down course at 4. See if he gets back for the full 4. Full 4 is a pretty good score for Blaze, but not maybe what he had in his mind.
Well, I think after the last set, he's accepting of that. You always want more as a skier, but man, you couldn't get a better start there at that gate 1 and 2. I saw most of the ski come out of the water at the 1 ball, and then like a picture perfect Will Asher style 2 ball. It looked like, just couldn't quite get the turn he was looking for out of that 3 ball.
Yeah, just being quiet here, just watching this replay, just watching my buddy ski and looking at what he's doing out there. It's pretty good skiing, pretty good shot at it. It's going to go down for him soon.
Sure.
He's going to put one of these through and get himself into the 41 off club as a 3-eventer.
Yeah, that's challenging. I mean, I can't imagine spending as much time as I do slalom skiing, adding trick and jump in there and being great at all 3. I mean, that's a full-time job in itself. And I think, that's what's been impressive by somebody like Regina that, she's got a full-time job, owns her own pharmacy, pharmacist, and continues to compete at the highest level in all 3 events for a long time.
It's impressive. We talked about it earlier. Well, some of these people have families and kids, and I was talking about Dane actually, I think, and how they have to juggle everything. And all of us amateur skiers have to do it, and these days almost all the pros have to do it. And it's impressive. It's not easy to do. It's really hard to find that balance.
Well, I think there's something to be said for all that. Like myself working, I had this whole week off. Dane was also out here this whole week and was able to ski. And I think when you're able to just be at the lake and relax and not, he was still working. He was, he's working most of the week, but a little bit more relaxed environment, not flying all the way across the country to ski a tournament the next morning. He put it out on the water, what that means. So spending time on the water definitely helps.
Nothing like it.
Sure.
Nothing like it. I was telling a bunch of my friends here this weekend, I only skied good when I ski a lot. There's nothing like water time.
Yeah.
I need it. Nothing like it. And Blaze, you're talking about work-life balance. He has to take off. He's got a flight job tonight, so he's got to go fly somewhere tonight. He's going to miss the jump qualifying round, but he's going to jump for a score tomorrow. So we're not done with Blaze Grubbs. He gets to take a jump ride tomorrow with all the other guys in the final, and we'll look forward to seeing him back out there then. I think we'll snag him for an interview here in a second. But it's Carter Eaton out there running that 35, the opening pass for this round, and doing a good job.
Yeah, I got to know Carter a little bit in Europe this summer. He was kind of traveling around all the different tournaments and hanging out and skiing with us. Seems like a super nice kid, great skier. And I think I definitely would put it on the short list to go ski his place in Alaska. I've never been up there before. So I think we're going to go to an interview with Blaze real quick. All right, Blaze is camera shy, so we're gonna wait one more pass.
So we're here at the center of the lake, and if a skier has to walk past us here at the tower, we try to grab him for the interview, and otherwise we try to find him on the dock. But I'm going to make sure we give all due attention to Carter Eaton. We got to interview him earlier, his first ever European tour. He's impressed Nate, and he says he doesn't know how all you guys do it. He found that a challenging, I'm sure a very good experience, but challenging. Here he comes at 38, skiing much closer to home, but still not at home. A slower turn at 2. Let's see what he does at 3. He gets hooked up out of 3, back in front of it at 4. He's going to slide down course a little bit at 5, pull to 6. The lefty gets it done, and he's going to get his shot at 39. But let's go to the Shoreline with Lauren.
Right here, Blaze. All right, here with Blaze, hometown guy, just 30 minutes down the road.
Yeah, I'm pretty spoiled with the commute, pretty close, so it's nice being in your own car and come to the lake,
Hey, awesome skiing out there, 4 at 39. I think that's one of your best scores this year.
Yeah, definitely this year. It's been super up and down, slalom, chicken jump. The overall skiers know how hard it is, so it feels good to get some buoys in, and the boat is just incredible. Greg behind the wheel, and yeah, couldn't be better.
Awesome. Well, we're looking forward to seeing you out there on the jump ramp tomorrow.
Thank you. You as well.
Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Nice job, Blaze. All right, here comes the new Nautique around the island. That's 6.2. Spooling that boat up. It's a fun motor to have in any boat. And Carter's got his shot at 39. He knows what he has to do. It's all about getting a start. His ski hops completely out of the water on the backside of 1. He's got to be patient. He chills out at 2. He gives himself the best shot he can and couldn't quite get hooked up out of that 3 ball.
I'm pretty sure we saw, again, the whole bottom of the ski here at 1 ball.
Entire thing. Watch this hop right here.
Yeah.
See the fin.
He stayed with it just a little loose at 2, looking for another big turn at 3, unfortunately. Just a little bit too much of a stretch and down course.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you see there, Nate? I'll let you tell me.
Yeah, I think it's really challenging. It's hard to really tell.
Yeah.
To me, I think when you have a ski come out of the water like that, it looks like nothing to us on camera, but the feel of that can throw you off just a little bit. You may not hook up as well. You may hook up a little bit harder, a little less angle going over to 2. It just looked like he kind of was at the apex a little bit early, really reaching, running out of line with the boat kind of pulling him forwards. He really had to stretch and reach coming into this 3 ball, which, the rope's pulling you forwards. You're going to break over at the waist. And I think the ski was just stuck a little bit behind him as his upper body was moving away towards that 4 ball. And when the rope's gone, it's really hard and challenging to get the ski back underneath the line as well. I could be totally wrong.
Yeah, no. When you lose that connection, like you see when you said when the rope's gone, and Greg likes to keep it simple, stupid kind of approach. He says, when you've got rope, you've got hope.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I mean, if you don't, it's not a good feeling to not feel that pylon. All right, this is my buddy, Brian Detrick, and he's definitely looking to build on his first round, and he knows what he needs to do. And he, we talked, Nate, about how people are skiing in practice. He's been skiing good enough to qualify for the finals.
That's what he said. I talked with him a little bit after he skied and just what he felt and things like that. But, yeah, it sounds like he's been skiing really well. And I think, he hasn't skied a whole lot of tournaments lately, so you get those nerves just a little bit. Get rid of them and come out and fight. Like, now he has a goal. Now, last round was, let's go out, let's ski, let's tiptoe around, try and get down 41. Well, now he knows what he has to do. So you kind of hanging that bait right in front of you, and he's more than capable of doing it. So now it's about executing and getting out there and getting it done.
Let's cut to Lauren and have her have a chat with Carter.
All right, here with Carter. Carter, I know it didn't go quite as planned, but hey, thanks for coming out. How did you feel?
Yeah, I don't know. Not my day. Some days you wake up, you're ready to go. Not this one. Just came off Europe and kind of opened the door to changing things in my skiing, and it's hard to shut it back. Now we can open it and got a month to figure it all out.
Yeah, that's awesome. That jet lag is no joke. But hey, thanks for coming. We're looking forward to seeing you. Are you going to do the Worlds coming up?
Not this year, but it's on my list.
Cool. Well, we look forward to seeing you out there. Thanks. Back to you guys.
Just watching Brian on that replay on that 35. I was just talking with Nate kind of off mic because I'll bet Brian hasn't done a 35 start in a while. I just know what he's been working through with injuries and his skiing and, not skiing a lot in the last couple of years, and I bet he hasn't practiced that. So here's Brian getting right back into it quick. So for Brian, 38 is his second pass. See what he puts together here. Pretty decent 1 ball. I think he's feeling comfortable at 2. I think it's going the way that he wants. Coming into this 3 looks pretty comfortable, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, this does look like a great pass. And, you say not starting at 35, or it's been quite some time since he's done that, and you're probably absolutely right. But sometimes changing things up like that are sometimes helpful because now you're not overthinking things. You're like, oh, well, now I don't know what to expect, so I don't know what's going to happen. It can be a little bit, take some of the pressure off of you a little bit. But again, here we are in his backyard. I'm looking at the driver in there, which is Greg, which is, was one of his ski partners when Greg lived here, and, who Brian will go ski with in Florida as well. So it's about as comfortable of a situation, I think, that Brian could get himself into. But looking at this replay, I mean, that's exactly how Brian wants to run 38. It looked pretty simple, pretty easy. A little bit of a hiccup there at 3-ball, but, I know he's working on the gate glide a little bit. We'll see what he can do here at 39. If he can get that ski moving through the top of the gate glide, kind of like he was talking about on that last round.
Yeah, Brian spent a lot of time skiing with Greg. The three of us skied together for quite a bit before, unfortunately for Brian, both Greg and I moved off to other places. But we used to ski together, the three of us, a lot. And so Brian's definitely got lots of rides behind Greg, lots of confidence in the boat, obviously confidence in the lake. And so it's all on him. Brian coming in at 39, must run past. Good enough one. He's waiting on 2 a little bit. Coming in at 3, he's cruising. Let's keep this going, Brian. Going to let it go out of 4. Looks good. Pulls over to 5. Nice, Brian. Well done there. That was a pass with some space, too. Nice job, Brian. Well done.
That was probably, I would say, his best pass of the set, and one of the better 39s I think I've seen all day so far. I mean, you can see there on that replay, the gate glide. I know that's what he and I were talking about a little bit, just getting stuck, a little unsure at the top of the glide. And it looked like he finally got the ski moving. It didn't really get stuck at the top of that turn-in, which allowed him to swing over to 1. Not to use this funny term, but he was on autopilot pretty much the rest of that pass. I mean, he kind of set himself up good at the gate in 1, turn 2, and, off he went. It was basically, don't let me mess it up versus, oh, man, I got to fight to get through this.
Yeah, it's fun when you set that rhythm and you're there and you just have to keep it going all the way down the lake. And then, just keep that rhythm going, keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
You set the pendulum up, you're just bouncing your way back and forth down the lake. That's the way that pass looked like it felt to me.
Yep. And like I said, I mean, he's got something to shoot for right now. He knows what he needs. Again, I'm not following up with these scores, but I think we're looking at a full 2 for sure, at the very least, is what he's going to need.
That's what we said earlier,
Yeah.
and I don't think that's changed. So right now, Corey is on the bubble with 1.5. And so Brian's a skier capable of, he's run 41 multiple times. We talked about this earlier. It's been a while, but he's certainly capable of getting down this line far enough to qualify. Let's cheer him on. Brian at 41. Little back out of 1, but he's all right. He's going to stay patient. He's going to hook up out of 2. He's going to S-turn 3. Or not. That scream tells me he didn't go around it. I couldn't see it from here.
Oh, I think he got around.
You do?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think he was screaming on, like, man, I should have turned that and gone. That was the
screaming I should have gone way more?
Yeah, that was a start for almost running it, I think. A little bit out of the back there at 1. But
yeah, a little out the back at 1.
Oh, without a doubt, he was around 3. You could see his hesitation to stand it up last minute.
Okay.
Yeah. He knew.
Well, well done, Brian. I mean, that's good. That's some pressure, right? You didn't have the 39 in the first round. You know you need a 3 at 41. The good news is you've been doing that in practice. You put that 39 down, and we get the shot. I can't wait to see this one. Let's see this.
He's a little down course, but, man, I think if, this was the finals, you're turning that and going all day.
Yeah.
I really think so. But he knows that a 3 is so much different than popping the tail at yeah, I see a 3 at 41 on the screen. I mean, unless I was missing something, but I'm certain of that. So, solid score for sure for Brian, and that's exactly what he needed to go do. And he might be kicking himself for not going to 4, but he'd be kicking himself more if he blew the tail or something at 3 ball.
You're making me question a little bit about our lineup here and what these scores are going to take, and we're going to find out here pretty soon. We're going to be getting down into the thick of it here. This is Stephen Nevu. He's at 35. It's Nevu. Sorry, last year to all of the Stephen Nevu fans. Somebody on site last year corrected me, and I forgot about that till just now. Nevu.
There you go. Don't mess it up.
So Nate and I are just looking here. There's a couple of guys with backup with. So let's just take a Terry Winter. Terry's got a 2 at 41. If Terry goes out and runs a 3, then 2's his backup. Brian's got a 3 with a mid-39 backup. So Brian's looking good with that 3. It's probably going to hold up, but not necessarily. So he's in that place where he's got to sit there and watch the rest of the event unfold, and his destiny is in the hands of his fellow skiers.
Yeah, I mean, Brian has to be happy with that. I mean, that's exactly what he needed to go out and do. Of course, you want something more, but, sitting on the dock, you want, I need a 3. I need a 3 at 41 to give myself an opportunity, a chance, and he gave himself that opportunity.
Stephen Neveu coming back. This is his 38 off pass. Got to chat with him a little bit on shore. I know he confirmed his plan this year. He was only going to ski a couple of events. He's a busy guy with work, limited vacation time. But we're so happy that California Pro-Am is one of his spots. We'll get back to him in a second. Let's have Lauren go down to the water with Brian Detrick.
All right, Brian, 3 at 41, awesome skiing, home side. I know it feels good to be here. Tell us how it felt.
Yeah, it felt a lot better than this morning. I went back, looked at the film. Nate and I talked a little bit as well, and I skied well this week leading up to it. So it's just one of those rounds you just need to throw out the window, focus on my cues, and I was happy I was able to execute it. We'll have to wait and see. I really, the goal was to get 4. I just haven't been there enough this year, and just came in with a little extra speed at 3, and I knew 3 is a lot better than 2.5 at this point.
For sure, yeah. So we're looking forward to hopefully seeing you. We want someone from hometown, here in the final tomorrow. So good luck out there.
Thanks. Good luck and jump.
This is Stephen Neveu on the water, having a chat here with Brian and Lauren and Nate on the shore, but we're going to turn our eyes to the water. Stephen Neveu coming in at 39. This tall guy reaches so far. Hanging in there, the man from Texas, originally from Canada, laying it out for 6, and he's a round 6. Full pass at 39. Well done, Stephen. Yeah, so coming off of 4.5 at 39 in the first round, him punching him right through that pass, full 6 this time. We'll see it on the replay here. He had to do some work. He had to make some adjustments on this pass. It wasn't the dialed 39 we just saw from Brian Detrick. But, confidence comes into play, experience comes into play, being 7 foot tall comes into play, and he gets out the gates. All right, this is the second time today we've seen 41 from the south. Corey did it in the first round. Steven rolling in. Just a little forward out of the one, but he's got something to work with here. He's going to get around 3. He's going to S-turn, see if he gets 2 there in time. I'm going to say yes, but I'm not a judge in this event.
Yeah, I think he definitely got back there.
All right, the boats are giving him a 3. Yep, so that's a 3. So that we were just talking about this. So there's a skier that just went ahead of Brian Detrick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the stage is kind of set now, right? You're looking at 3 at 41, and that's one of the most common scores that we all go out there and seem to fight for and run. But it's going to take a set of 3s here for the next couple guys, I think.
Well, so that's 2 skiers in a row that are coming off a round that wasn't good enough to go get one that should be. But it's an exciting event because we still don't know exactly how this is all going to play out. Pretty soon we're going to start to know. Let me see how many skiers we are into this. This is Dorian Llewellyn coming to us from Florida. I think that front white boot he's using that's got some miles on it. And I'm not picking on him. My boot is 20 years old and I still use it.
Yeah, I've seen that. When you always kind of know it's Dorian when you see that, but going back to the first round, what was his score? 5
He had a 5 at 39.
Just inside of that 6 ball, and it was really, I was down right at that 6 ball in front of the 39. He was just cruising that pass. I really don't know what happened that caused him to get pulled up a little bit out of 5, and just inside of 6. I mean, he hit 6 ball, it went up in the air. So see if he gets another shot here. I know that's some pretty good skiing from him. Obviously, he wants to run 39. Again, 3 at 41 is what it's going to take.
And I don't know about you, Nate, but I kind of like when I know what I have to do. When it's an earlier round or a different format and you're just going for the stars. But I almost feel just relaxed when I know this is what I have to do. And the rest of these guys do.
Yeah. I mean, the first round's challenging because, okay, let me just go out and ski and put up a score. But at the same time, at 41, you got to tiptoe just a little bit at that 2, 3, and 4 because you don't want to go down. A 2.5 first round is not what you want. You then second round, you're like, okay, now I have to get 4 ball typically.
Yeah. All right, here comes Dorian. This is his second pass. This will be 38, 11, 2.5, purple. Looking solid. I'm just kind of admiring how he looks like he's where he wants to be in the pass. He's ahead of the boat. He's moving ahead into those first wakes instead of getting dragged around. That looked like it felt good to me. So Nate, you got a comment here from Roger Clark. Do you see that?
No, I haven't.
Roger Clark says, "Nice skiing, Nate. Thought you were off to 3."
Yeah, I did too, unfortunately. But yeah, thanks, Roger. I really appreciate that. Appreciate you guys watching. Everybody that's out there watching as well. And I did spend a fair bit of time down there at AMJuly with several different people. Becky Lathrop was one of them that I skied with a lot. Roger was always there in the boat driving. He has a great passion for being the best that he can be and, providing a great experience for the skiers. So, there's a good crew down there at AMJuly. A lot of skiers have come through there at some point in time.
A great facility. I mean, I wish there were more places like that in the country where at a very reasonable cost you can get access to unbelievable skiing and a great community and, multiple lakes. And obviously they've hosted so many events. It's a cool place, man. If you've never been, you've got to go check it out, West Palm Beach. But Dorian, he'll have skied there. He knows what it's all about. He doesn't live too far from there. And here he comes. The pass he knows he needs to run. The pass he very nearly run. 39. He's got a little loose rope out of 2. He's got some work to do. Forward into that 3 ball.
He just clipped 3 a little bit. 1 didn't seem too bad. Just a little out the back there, 2. He was right around the backside of 1 ball here. Tight line for the most part. 2 just kind of came up, a little loose line there, had to set it back down. Kind of weird. You see the tip just like pile drive into the water here. Really good one.
Yeah, getting a good look at this from the boat replay, so we'll see what you're...
Yeah, I think he just kind of clipped the buoy a little bit, got his center of mass forwards and shoulders forwards, and unfortunately couldn't get the ski back in front. So looks like we're down to the dock. We'll give an interview with Steven.
All right, so back on the dock. Tell us about your set.
Yeah, it's been a roller coaster year for me, I guess. So it was nice to finally get a good score on the board. Kids behind like Lucas make us all look pretty silly sometimes. So it was nice to kind of put something out there that shows them that we still know what to do.
Yeah, there's a lot of really talented people coming up, but you guys are strong too. And I was happy to see that second round went well, and excited to see what you can hopefully do tomorrow. Want to talk about the boat a little bit?
Yeah, well, it's not for sure I'm in yet, so we'll see. But yeah, the boat's awesome. Nice improvement for sure. Feels good. I guess the big thing is it didn't feel anything too wild, so it was just a nice, easy day on the water. So it was good.
Yeah, the conditions here at Shortline are always good, but back to Lucas skiing, and good skiing to you. Good job, man.
All right, skier on the water is Lucas Cornell. We had a fun interview with him earlier. I think his 39 was a little bit messy, would be a word he would probably allow me to use. And he was laughing at his 41 start, but he's got a chance to improve on that right here. This is his opportunity. He knows when he needs to run. Had a 1 at 41 in the first round. And, as we all know, any of us tracking the scores here, it's going to take a 3.
All right, here with Dorian, one of the overall skiers here out in California for a slalom event. How's it feel?
Oh, it was awesome. And, I really like the idea of coming out here and kind of shifting gears and just trying to be a slalom skier. I definitely was wanting to make the finals, and it was cool. I'm trying to get in that mindset and didn't ski as well as I wanted, but, I don't think Steven was as happy to be on the dock before me as I was to be after him. But, I think I'm making good strides. I skied all right, just little mistakes that cost you,
Yeah, you look great out there. That 38 was super impressive, and I'm looking forward to seeing you jump later.
Yeah, it should be good. We're getting a good wind, so everybody should tune in, watch us send some jumps.
Thanks.
Nate, how much have you watched Lucas ski?
I've actually watched a little bit of him, not to study or anything like that, but I've just grown an interest in watching him because you never know what's going to happen. It's such a different style. It's a little interesting, but he can pop out a big score in such random places. So he just creates so much angle right outside of the buoy, or out of the back side of the buoy.
That one was huge.
And he's so strong, as you can see, right behind the boat. He's just in that stack position, so strong every single time. But I'm usually texting him, Moomba or wherever he's at. Dude, go get it. Get it done. We chat a little bit. He was here this week, so he was staying over at Paul Crawford's house with us most of the week, and he skied with me and Ryan and Dane. So I get to ride in the boat a little bit for him and watch, and I'd never seen it before. It's so different to see, but it's very impressive. His skiing's very impressive. He has a chance and opportunity to do great things. He's going to run 41. I don't know when, but it's going to happen. He ran 5 in practice this week and backed it up a few other times. So, just a matter of time. He's young.
Yeah, and you'll see it here from the boat, right? He's just, I mentioned it earlier, I just can't believe how consistently stacked he is. And there's almost never a hinge. If you watch, when we get to the 5-ball, his shoulders come forward just a little bit. But that's like the first time all day that I've seen it. Whether it's behind the boat or in the turn, he is stacked straight up and down. And
what it looks like on the backside right there loading? Jeff Rogers.
Yeah, exactly. We talked about that earlier.
Yeah.
Like Jeff was doing this, and hopefully Jeff's still listening. He tuned in earlier because I had mentioned him. And Jeff, if you are, you're still totally a part of this and wish you were here. I'd love to hang out with you. But yeah, nice and stacked.
Yeah. 39.
Pretty good 1-ball. Lucas dropping in hard on 2 in front of the 3. Little tip down there out of 3. He's having to make some adjustments. and
Oh, no.
unfortunately not putting that together. I thought he had it run.
I didn't see that coming at all.
Watching this on the replay to see where this, just a little bit of a delay there coming out, and then I think there he lost some more ground, comes into 4, just a little bit of that hitch, and I thought for sure he was going to turn this and go, and we lose it in the camera there. I mean, we'll see it on the boat replay, but
Yeah, I mean, he looked a little bit narrow at that 1 and 3, and I think with that hiccup at 4 made him have to go a little bit long and hard over to 5. So that might have been, that fall was the result of that. There's just that little hiccup there, and maybe just came off a little early into 5. But, that's pretty uncommon to see the ski blow out like that for him. It usually sticks down and it really drives. I've never seen more angle out of a skier than Lucas.
yeah, I think he came into that 5 and just went big and loaded up that ski to try to get it to turn, and that tail just popped out. So unfortunately for Lucas, I believe that means he will not be skiing tomorrow. Well, not necessarily. We need one more. Yeah, Nate and I are just looking at the results here, trying to figure out when we know who's in. I think we need one more skier to know like who's locked in. All right, yeah. All right, this is Corey Vaughn. He's coming in at 35 off. I'm sitting here with Nate and Brian Detrick, and we're just kind of talking through the results and the standings. You can keep track of it at home. It's not rocket science. Just takes a minute to go through the numbers. But Corey's got to get in. He's not in. He's got to, hopefully what he's got is a solid backup score of 1.5 at 41. And that was a nice-looking 35. He's on his way.
Yeah, and like we said earlier, he was the only one really to start at 35 first round. So not that it's very different, but, he kind of skied the first round just like he's going to get here in the second. And then if he makes it through to the finals, it'll be just like this head-to-head. So,
All right, so Lucas, we did this earlier. We had a fun chat, and you were kind of laughing and stuff, telling me about your ride. Let's hear what you think of this one.
Yeah, no, well, obviously it was wasn't as good, so, but no, I'm still happy. It's all right. It's not everyone's favourite day of the week, but it's okay. Yeah.
So, what did you feel out there coming in on that 39? How can you play us back that pass and what was in your head?
It was pretty messy. Still wasn't what I was after, but yeah, no, just 5-ball blew the tail and went swimming. Don't like that.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming out and putting on a show. We love watching you ski. We look forward to seeing you next time.
Oh, thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
And here comes Corey on his second pass. This is 38 off. Like Nate just said, he did this the same way this morning. He started it at 35, so this is a repeat for him.
Corey's another one of those skiers that you can be watching mid-pass, counting him out a little bit, but somehow he always comes out the exit gate. He's a fighter that just keeps going and going and going, even when you kind of count him out a little bit. So, it's very interesting to watch how he's going to attack this 41, because we think he needs 3, but he's going to push and try and be, more than that, looking at seeding and things like that.
All right, so Corey. Sorry, Nate, help me out. I've been doing this all day now. My brain's getting fried. Does Corey need a 3? He needs a 3, right?
Yeah.
Not here. We got to run this one. This is 39. Big one. He's up front in 2. Early enough to 3. Sucking up a little slack there at 4. Turning, got the shoulder down out of 5, and he's through the gates. 39. Well done, Corey Vaughn.
Like I said, he just keeps going. You know, he feels that he's in total control the whole time. When we're thinking, he might be a little bit down course. You know, handles up in the air, skis coming up, but he knows he's in total control. I mean, he does this every single day in practice. You know, he practices this way. So for him, that's his confidence skiing this way. And everybody's a little bit different, and that's just his way of doing it. Yeah, see how that handle came all the way up, but that's just kind of his style. That's what he does. So he's comfortable with that.
And Nate, I know we talk about margin of error, right? Corey tends to ski a little farther down course, and then he has these bobbles, and I think that's why visually everybody's counting him out. But like you said, he's got the confidence, and I think the biggest thing is he just takes the line that he has and is able to, continue to go, where I think a lot of other people get in that position, try to get ahead of that line, and then potentially fall in or just not be able to hang on to that load.
So Corey coming around the island down there. We're at 41. We need a 3 at least. He's got a 1.5 in the first round. He's run 41. We talked about it earlier. He's run 41 since he's been a dad. And here's his chance to do it again. Little good enough. Little pulled out there. Now he's going to lay out for this 3. Looks like he's around 3. He is probably got that, but that was close. We're going to – Towers gave 3. Let's see. Both 3. So we have a 3 for 3 at 41 for Corey Vaughn.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of the start that he was looking for out of that one ball there. Really had to stretch and reach for 2, but, in his mind, he knew exactly what he had to do to get over to 3. A little crazy S-turn there, about buried it in on the top of that S-turn, but unfortunately for him, kind of came out on the good side of that. But, kind of echoing what Brian said, he's so patient and is able to turn down course and be comfortable with that. I mean, for myself, if I'm turning 15, 20 feet down course, I'm in a panic. So, he's just comfortable with taking that line down course a little bit and dealing with it and being patient.
Next skier on the water, Terry Winter. It's a 35 start. I've gotten to know Terry since I moved to California years ago. I've so enjoyed hanging out with him and talking with him about skiing, and he's quiet, but he's funny, and we had a nice chat after the first round, and I think he's in a good spot to come out here and give this another run with a 2 at 41 the first round. And, I was talking with Brian earlier. I think Terry's got a lot of 2s. He's got some 3s, and the skier totally capable of getting a 3. Everyone here would love to see him do it today. He's going to have to do it today if he wants to ski tomorrow. All right, here comes Terry's second pass, which is going to be 38 off. Since the last Pro-Am, Terry's become a member of the HO team and the Conley team. He's riding an HO ski out there, so that's a change since the last Pro-Am. We talked earlier about how much testing Terry's doing, and he's constantly, like so many skiers, in search of the next best equipment, and it's now his job. We're going to cut to the dock. We've got Corey and Mackenzie.
Corey, that was some awesome skiing. 3 at 41 for sure in for tomorrow. Tell me about it.
Yeah, well, I had written in my ski journal, just skiing for 3 this round, like nothing dumb. You know, I normally can pull out a 3 when I need to, although that S-turn there scared me. I probably scared a few people at home watching. Sorry I made it that sketchy. But happy to get another feel. It felt great out there. Happy to be skiing tomorrow, try to bring some of the good rhythm from today into tomorrow. And then we're not skiing for 3 tomorrow. We're skiing for that second half of the course. And we'll see how the pairings work out here after Terry goes.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. Back to Terry skiing. Good job on you.
All right, Terry, this is a hometown hero. Terry Winter grew up skiing not too far from here. This is 39. He's got to run this to improve his chances of skiing on Sunday. It's a deep ski at 3, all the way up to the tip. He knows where he's at. He's got this pass down. You want to see somebody in a competition to who can take the biggest whip at the end. I'll put my money on Terry.
Yeah. But, you know, well, first of all, Terry just knows how to run 39 every single time. Like, he just knows how to get that done. But you mentioned all the different ski testing, different ski brands, models, testing this, testing that. That's a challenge in itself to come out here and perform, say, hey, I'm going to pick this setup and go perform in a tournament. That, to me, is very challenging because when I'm testing stuff or working on different things, you can get lost in a little bit of a rabbit hole sometimes and not really know what is right for you. So, to me, that's pretty impressive from Terry as well.
Yeah, I totally agree. Fun to watch this slow motion replay. Yeah. Nate and I are just watching, and I didn't realize how much he let that shoulder fall inside on that 3-ball. Had to just be patient.
I just think that's
Down
similar
course
to
at
kind of,
6.
you know, how Corey is. He knows where he's at in the course and what he can get away with and what he needs to get to that next buoy.
All right, Brian Detrick sitting with us watching in anticipation. This run has an impact on what happens with Brian tomorrow. Terry with a 2 in the first round. Down course at 1. He's going to lay over for that 2. He's going to get his ski around 2. And as I said, the guy that can take a hit, Terry looks like a full 2. So back-to-back 2 at 41s for Terry. All right, we're showing the leaderboard here, and I'm just chatting with pro skiers Brian and Nate. We're looking at these results here. So if we're talking about, if we just cut straight to the bubble here, it's going to be the top 8 other than whether it's Brian or Ryan Canepa. So we're going to see how that goes. But as we stand right now, let's see, what's that tie? That last tie for 6 is what place right now? 9th? Yeah. Hang on, we'll get back to that in a minute. Then this is the guy. So Brian Detrick watches in anticipation to see what happens in this ride. There's Ryan Canepa coming on course at 35. Ski just flying off that gate out to 1. Watching that ski move underneath him, so much outbound swing. Ryan just way up course on that 35, Nate.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the last time he had a 35 start either. Somebody that's been here skiing with him may know more than me, but so it's different, but everybody's skiing the same, if not better this round. So I don't really say this 35 start is challenging for others, but just you can hear it, Ryan. I mean, he's so early and just standing there waiting on every single buoy, turning right on the backside of it.
I just like watching the way his ski floats through that wake and out.
Yeah. Well, he gets so much angle, and he's done with everything by
Really?
the middle of the wake, and he's just casting out, just resisting and holding it going outbound. It's just kind of a unique style that suits him and works for him. But it's not. He has a great first round score, but it's not a given. You're talking about getting midway down 39. Sometimes that can be challenging too, having that in your head. Like, man, I can't just be autopilot and cruise it. I've got to get after it. So,
No, that's right. And we talked about at the beginning of the day, that 3 at 41 is what it's going to take at least. And so really what we're seeing is it's 3 and 41 plus the backup score, which is what's going on right now between Brian Detrick and Ryan Canepa, both living here at the lake. The two of them, only one of them gets to ski tomorrow. So it really depends on how Ryan does on this pass. Brian, what's he need to beat you?
Well, he needs three and I guess 3.5. He needs a piece of
4.
Well, he needs a full 4. I guess a 3.5 would put us in a runoff. But Ryan's been skiing well. Like you said, we both live here at the lake. We've been training a lot together this year. He's been skiing really well, and it's
All right, here at Terry Winter, I want to talk about how that set went.
It was all right. I felt a little better the first round. I haven't practiced the 35 start much, but it's okay. My 39 was a little sketch, but I'm not too mad at 241. I would like more, but it's all right. It's kind of about. I mean, that's really a pretty good set for me right now. So I'll take what I can get.
Yeah, that's awesome. I know the announcers called you the hometown hero. I know you're my hometown hero. You're pretty much the one that got me up on a slalom ski when I was this big. So there's a lot of people rooting for you, and we're all proud of you here in Sacramento. So.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Back to the skier on the water.
Yeah, thanks, Mackenzie. It's fun. Those two Sacramento people, I bet she wasn't kidding. And Terry probably did teach her how to ski. That's pretty awesome. So here comes Ryan. Brian watches in anticipation. Ryan on course. Ski flies out in front of 1 at 39. Coming around, he drops in on 2. He's up in front of 3. This is the buoy that matters. He's got to get around this 4. He's gotten around the 4, so good for Ryan. That puts him in tomorrow. And sorry for Brian as we watch Ryan Canepa finish out this pass. Yeah, I mean, congratulations, Ryan Canepa, for securing your spot. I'll let Brian's reaction to Ryan Canepa's pass.
No, happy for Ryan. Ryan's been skiing really well this year, and what we see on the replay, he's dialed here. Very smooth, controlled 39 off, and now he's in, right? If he had the buoy count in his mind at that pass, now he can just go ski, relax, and just work on the start at 41 and see what he can do here. I know in practice he's been able to get down a little more than halfway down the line, and I know he'd like to do that here.
Yeah, so we'll wait for all the official results, but we'll also do our best here to start keeping track of who's who in the zoo here tomorrow for men's slalom.
Yeah, Kevin, it just goes to show, there's not much margin of error, in men's slalom. I mean, even Steven probably says he's a little lucky in that 8th spot at 4.5 at 39 with the backup score. And but we got Ryan coming back in, 41 off. No pressure. He knows he's in to tomorrow. Let's see what type of one ball. Can he get a good one? There we go. Over to 2. A little stretched out at 2. Over to 3. He throws the fist. The S turns.
I don't know, Brian.
Back to back, 3 at 41s. Those are the 2 best scores Ryan's had all year, I believe, in tournament. So great skiing for Ryan. Secured a spot. Plus, with that, he got out of that 8th seed. So right now, it looks like
Neview's 8th, right?
Yeah, so he'd be in that 6th seed. So he wouldn't be going up against Nate or potentially Dane. I think in the 6th seed right now, he'd be paired up with Thomas. Obviously, we got to see how the rest of this field goes with the guys, Charlie, Thomas, Joel, all with their 4s. It'll determine their seeding based off the backup that we'll see here shortly.
All right, JP, Joel Poland on the water. I'm such a fan of this guy's skiing. I'm biased to the lefties. His instincts are just so good. He's just such an athlete.
Yeah, Kevin, all the sports growing up that I played, we always talked about that fast muscle twitch. And Joel definitely has that. You can see it on the slalom course here, replay, just attacking right from the get-go. Good opening 35 off. Then you see it in trick and jump, right? You need to have that fast muscle twitch, especially off the top of the ramp. And we'll get to see him doing that, getting some lift a little later today. This might be the first slalom final here at the California Pro-Am that Joel's made. I know he's come close. He was in, I think, a 3-way runoff a couple years ago.
Brian, we were talking about this earlier. He ran, Nate and I, we think we remembered correctly. He ran 41 in the prelims at Worlds, in qualifying at Worlds. Was that right?
2023, yeah. He went down early in tricks. He tricked first. Went down early in his second pass, and his hair was about this long, and he showed up the next day, shaved head, new man, and knocked down 41 and became the top seed in that 2023 final.
I can picture his celebration because it was so visceral. It was just so awesome when he pulled that off, and I can picture the pass. It was so fun to see, and it's great to see him out here. That's 38, looking pretty good. I watched the replay. I think his ski flew off the second wake out to 2, just like crazy hard. It was cool.
Yeah, it's been cool. If you think about it, the last 2 World Championships, you had Dane in the runoff to get into the finals in 2021, run 41 for the first time, and then you had in the prelims in 23, Joel. We're going to be at another good site in Italy. Here in about a month's time. And it'll be interesting if there'll be anyone else that can continue that streak of running 41 for the first time at the World Championships.
That'd be cool. I was talking with Allie earlier. I've actually skied there. That place is cool. 3 lakes, man-made. Like, I remember all the shorelines are bulletproof, like rocked, and it was a cool spot.
Yeah, I mean, we look at it here, right? I mean, obviously we've got 2 rounds. Worlds is, just to take a look at the prelims, but we're 2 rounds cut here, and we're missing quite a few people in the field. So having a site, probably comparable to Shortline Lake, we're going to have good boats, good drivers as well, and you'll probably see scores just like this to get into the final. But we've got Joel coming in, 39 off, attacking 2-ball there. Big 3 onside, coming into 4.
Joel having to make some work here to get this thing done. Already through to tomorrow before this pass, but now working on which seed he'll be based on what happens here at 41. But what the athlete's showing what he is. I mean, a lot of people could have freaked out with some of those issues that he had to manage there, and he kept it all put together out the gates at 39.
Yeah, I think that's just the confidence Joel has in his skiing right now. He looked really good in the first round, running 4, and he's got confidence in his equipment as well. He come into 5-ball onside, a little down course, but just attacking. And somebody that probably knows his skiing second to Joel, Matt Reaney, welcome.
What up, what up? It's fun to be here in Cali. Every time I drive through those gates, I'm just like, man, has to be one of the best lakes on the planet.
You say that, so I used to come here and practice with Brian a lot. This is one of my favorite, probably the best lake, my favorite lake in the world. I come through that gate, and I punch that code, and I hear that little beep, and I get like a little chill. Seriously, every time I come, I've told Brian this, and it's funny to hear you say that.
Yeah, I mean, we drove in again today. I'm like, my gosh, the trees, the water, everything's just so perfect here.
So we got your boy here, and Joel coming in, working on what seed he's going to be tomorrow. This is 41.
I think he's a little upset that helicopter isn't back here to watch him again.
Was that during his ride earlier? Yeah. Here we go, 41 off. Joe Poland looking at what a ripper one ball. Just the head whip there at the 2. He hooks up out of 3. He's going outside of 3. See what he gets done here. Pulls all the way. He gets, we're going to let the judges call that. I'm not sure. We could not see it from here, but definitely 4.
That was 4, but that was awesome. That was really good, especially that gate was a little bit slow.
But the angle out of 1, Matt, tell me what you think on the replay.
Oh, yeah. Really good one. See that little bit of chatter there. That's from that slow gate, but then Joel just charges full speed all the time. He told me earlier if he made the finals, he wasn't going to slalom again because he wanted to jump later. He wanted to save his energy, but I don't think he saved any energy there.
No, I think he spent some. He went a little into the tank.
That could be probably the 2 best rounds consecutively for him, right? Two 4s. That's phenomenal skiing from Joel.
I can't even remember the last time he got 4. I mean, it's been a while. He's been stuck at 3 a little bit, so he doesn't look happy there, but I know he's happy.
Well, I know we don't have it. A couple years ago, I think he ran a 3, and then he jumped really well. And I'm like, man, we need to have just an optional, trick round just in case.
Right.
Kind of dangle it. If you earn it where you have the opportunity to go for an overall record, it's there. And so when he ran 4 this morning, I was like, man, we might be here again, depending on how he does with jump.
Well, you say that, and that works back before he got a boat sponsor. But now he's got a boat sponsor. He doesn't want to trick.
That's true. That's true.
And here's T-Gas, the legend, 35 off the dock, having a good round this morning with a 4:41. Big score for Thomas. So, Matt, I've been waiting to get you down here all day to talk about this boat. We got to ski behind this boat yesterday for the first time. I got to see it for the first time. I was blown away. I can't believe how much it looks the same and feels different. I felt great behind the boat yesterday.
All
and
right,
I was talking
we're
with
back
Nate,
on the
and
dock
I said, the question I had is, what were your goals?
Another 4:41.
Oh, sorry, we're gonna
Want
get
to
that
tell
in a
me
second.
about it?
It was a better 4 as well. Yeah, for a second I really thought I was going to get down that. Just didn't quite get the 4 ball I was looking for. But yeah, on the right track to run one again.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully tomorrow we'll see you deeper into that 41 and maybe even 43. We'll see. Want to talk about your hopes for jump tonight?
Yeah, practice felt really good. So yeah, I'm excited for jump. And it's normally so good here to jump. So yeah, big scores are coming for sure.
Yeah, we're excited to see it. Good skiing today.
All right, Matt. So as you guys, the team at Nautique, what was the goal for this boat? What were you trying to do?
The 2 goals for the boat were to, 1, make it lighter, and 2, make it cheaper. That was the ultimate, those were the 2 mantras that they had. And then obviously when we made it lighter, the wake got a lot better. So I think, I've been talking to some people that skied in the tournament yesterday, and a lot of, the ladies were commenting on how going through the wakes is so much better. And, when I've been watching on the dock, and you watch these guys go through the wakes and off the exit trough, we're digging less of a trench in the water with the boat now. So not only does the wake and rooster tail and everything get smaller, but the exit trough, when the rope gets short, what you're seeing here, it's a lot less of a kick off the second wake. So when you get a little bit down course, a little bit delayed, and you jump on it and you got to get going, you don't get that pop off the second wake that that we had in our old boat.
No, that's awesome. Good to hear. And I don't know how much you heard about yesterday, but yesterday we pulled the amateurs and we had a lot of skill levels, right? We had slower speeds, longer lines. And I heard a lot of those people saying, I love the way that this feels. This is an absolute improvement. And I heard a lot of guys kind of that ski with me were saying, I can't believe how it almost just felt slower. Just everything felt calmer and easier. It was hard to describe.
Right. So, the work that we did on the hull, we also we did a lot of work with the prop and the zero off as well. And so at 36 miles an hour, we're about 500 RPM slower with this boat than we are with the old boat. So that's the sensation you get. And like even Joel took a couple days off skiing last week, and he came and slalomed, and after his first pass at the end, he said, "Is that 36?" And I'm like, "Yeah, man, it is." So you definitely feel the difference when the RPM's lower, and it just feels like the boat's not screaming away from you the whole time.
That's awesome to hear you explain it that way, and that would make sense in the way that it felt. And, the downside of T-Gas being such a good skier is we didn't even talk about his 39. Because he runs it all the time.
He's been running it for 20 years. So if you've watched water skiing in the last 20 years, you've seen T-Gas run 39.
Yeah, and he had to get down to work there a little bit. As you were talking, we see it here on the replay, but, nothing that made him think he wasn't going out the gate, just like kind of routine adjustments, like they're just, pulling in that line a little bit. But I love watching him ski, and I just envy his confidence and his consistency when he comes out to these events. And, it's whether he's getting 3 or 4.
Right. And it's been awesome having him join Nautique, because it was, he joined like last November, right when we were just finishing like all the work we did on the mules before we actually got a mold. So he was like a validator big time. Like having him on the team's been really awesome.
Oh, that's cool. That's great. Yeah, so fun to have this boat out here. I think these boats from here go to the U.S. Nationals. They'll be on display there. I think they're going to do some promo stuff. If you're interested in one of those boats, you can get a little time in it. If you're, contact the dealer. I think if I understood that from Greg, they'll be down there. They're not going to use it in the tournament, and they're not going to pull practice. But if you're interested in this boat, you can come see it in Arvin. But this is Thomas at 41. Got a 4 in the first round. He looks like he's going to turn this 2. He's going to throw the ski outside of 3. And Thomas is going to take his 3 that everybody knows he's good for. He throws his hand down because I think he thought, based on that one ball, he might be more. But a 4 and a 3 at 41 for Thomas DeGasperi.
Yeah, Kevin, looking at Thomas here, just a little back, hesitated out of 1. He just didn't get the load to get the swing out to 2, to get in front of 2 there. But Thomas is strong, like you guys have talked about, and we hear it all the time. Thomas can 3, 3, 3, 3.
I just hear you guys all talking about it on the dock, right? Everyone knows Thomas can go get 3. Like nobody questions if you're trying to figure out what's going to happen and the guy's coming after you that he's not going to do it.
Yeah, he's always in there. He's doesn't matter how far back you go, you'll see stats of Thomas, and he's just like you said, Mr. Consistency. That's what. It's very, very, very rare if you see T-Gas miss a 39.
And I know it was exciting, Nate running 1.5 at 43 this morning, but I think the person I was most impressed with is this next skier, Charlie, running 4 at 41, just inside of 5, right over the top of 5 on borrowed equipment. And I know talking to him after, we talked about it, that personally, Kevin, you and I, the binding is going to be the bigger the adjustment than the ski. He's on the ski, same model that he's used to. And talking to him, he said it was the kicker was most different with the setup that he's using right now.
And I don't ski with a kicker. I know you do, Brian, and I've watched you for years play with that thing and how to get it exactly right. We'll go to the dock.
All right, here with T-Gas, another 3 at 41. Tell us about it.
It was good. I didn't get the start that I got this morning, and I was trying to get a better gate, but yeah, it didn't work out. I'm happy with the 4 this morning, and I just want a little more now.
Yeah, they're both awesome scores. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow and maybe even a better score and maybe in a 4-3. So you want to talk about boat a little bit?
Yeah, the boat feels great. Tons of room out of the second wake. The wakes are so soft, and it's a custom pool, so I can always rely on the boat. And yeah, it was my mistake, and but still pretty happy.
Awesome. Well, back to the skier on the water.
Thanks, man. Good skiing, dude.
Yeah, so Charlie's staying with Whitney and Zane and I, and he showed up at like 10:30 last night, so we were in bed, and then he got up at like 7:30 this morning, comes out, he goes, I didn't get my ski, and I'm like, what's the plan? And he goes, I don't know, because Will doesn't have a ski. So I said, I think Blaze skis on a D3. Why don't we call Blaze? So he called Blaze, got a ski, and he got a ski from Blaze, and I'm not sure who he got the boot from, but just the attitude and how chill he was about the whole situation was the most impressive thing. Like, he didn't get razzled, or he's just like, yeah, it'll be fine. I'll go out there. And I thought his kicker was maybe a little bit loose, as you said. But then when he came in, he's like, nah, it's fine. I'll be good the next round. So, I mean, he's super impressive.
That bloodline. That bloodline. Thanks, Dad. Yeah, but Brian, we've watched skiers that they really have to tune that kicker. You think that's a pretty simple piece of equipment, but really, really impacts your ride. So, but like you say, look, he's on equipment that's working. We'll see if his other stuff has showed up yet for tomorrow, maybe, or not. But
no, I don't think they can locate it. So I think this is his ride for the weekend.
All right.
It's pretty impressive. Like, I mean, it's not a secret I work for Radar, but hats off to D3. I mean, like, their manufacturing must be pretty awesome that he can just jump on a ski and feel really comfortable with it. I mean, it's like I said, hats off to them.
yeah, I've been in the factory, Matt, and they do a lot of really cool stuff on there to make sure those skis are the same. And I used to ride them, and they would come out the same time after time after time. So it's one of the things I know they're proud of. So good job, Will and Creed, for making that happen. And Tong. So Tong's the guy in the factory actually laying up skis, so he deserves some credit too.
There's always a special guy in there that makes the magic happen.
All right, Charlie, this is 39 on the loner ski. Little slow there out of 2, but he's going to push that ski around at 3, get back into it. Big 3 ball, back where he wants to be into 5, and in front of 6.
Wow. Yeah, that's the one thing on this ski. He gets a little bit delayed out of 2-4 every once in a while. So I'm not sure if there's something he wants me to do or we can do to change it. I mean, I put his fin setting on it this morning, so it's right where he has it. But you see that little delay, and then hammers 3, and then 4 was super good.
That was a big 3.
The confidence, after one ride on that equipment to come into 3 ball and just trust that ski's not going to blow. And I mean, there was absolutely no hesitation. And Matt, I know I told you just a bit earlier, not live, that there was no feel out process in Charlie's first set. I mean, he came out 32 and was attacking it right out of the buoy like he always does. And that was definitely impressive to see, especially, most of the time, at least for myself, I'm on a new setup. You're going to be a little more cautious, not knowing what it's going to do. And
totally.
And that just, I think, goes to show of where Charlie's mindset is. He's worked so hard on his craft to get to where he is and having a phenomenal season that he's having so far.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell he's not thinking too much. He's just out there doing his thing and reacting, and that 3 ball's what he would do on his own ski, and so, I think he's pretty comfortable.
Charlie Ross, 41 off, looking to decide which seed he's going to be tomorrow. Takes a big pop there, get a 1.5 at 41. Brian and I are just going through the numbers because the fields have probably just sorted itself out.
Yeah, so Charlie will be the 5th seed. Thomas will be the 4th. Joel Poland in 3rd with Dane left to see. Obviously, if he can challenge Nate. But Nate and Dane will definitely be one and two. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out.
I feel like Dane's going to run 41 this round. What do you think?
Dane's been here since last Friday, so he's been here a little over a week, and he's been skiing well. I know he's knocked a couple down in practice, and I mean nearly knocked it down this morning. And it's a no pressure round. He gets to go out, ski, get a little more feel with the boat. I know he's had a couple rides before the tournament with it, and then I know he's familiar with who's behind the wheel now. Someone that I used to ski behind quite a bit, and now is going to be next door neighbors to Dane. And I know Greg and Dane, as well as Will, all at Sawmill, been skiing a lot together the last year.
All right, I love watching Dane ski. Matt, I'm a lefty. I always feel like I learn a lot from watching this guy.
Yeah, he's really awesome to watch. I'd never been in the boat for him before, and I was the boat judge at the LCQ a couple years ago, and it's really cool to watch. He just manages the line so well, manages his speed well.
So I'm here on shore with Charlie Ross, and I know what he's talking about because we were talking about it as announcers. So share with us those thoughts. You were just talking about your 39.
Yeah, the 39 got a little bit ugly. I overshot the gate. Finished one, I was like, okay, let's just stay calm. And then 2 was horrible. So just cut to 3, and it was just kind of like, you know what, trust yourself. I feel like I'm pretty good when I'm taking angle. I feel like I can take it more than probably I should. So went for the big 3 ball there and got back in it.
Yeah, we saw that 3. It was big. We saw that, and you kind of made up all the time, and then it looked even better when we watched it back on the replay, how much time you made up there. Talk to us about the 41 shot on that end.
Yeah, that one, I don't know. It was a little slow on the gate. I don't know, just because it wasn't finding a good balance, not a great one. And then kind of the same way I swung to 3 at 39 was like, let's do it. Kind of what I did at 2 there, but too much, I guess.
Yeah. Well, good skiing overall. Great job this weekend. You're in the final tomorrow, so we're going to see what you got.
Yeah, and have my ski tomorrow. It's coming.
Oh, all right. Well, that'll be more interesting stuff to talk about there with the ski. So we've got Dane coming back on his second pass. This is 38. Powerful 2-ball. Dane looks like he's right where he wants to be. Cruising through this 38.
So, Brian, what do you think of these 35 starts? Do you like it, or you'd rather go 32?
I like it. I'll be honest. Lately, I haven't been practicing that at all, but felt great out there. Especially, we've got a round under our belt already. We've already got on the water, so it makes that 35 off start easy. Even if we just had to go off 35 all the time, I know it condenses the tournament, and I know it can get boring, for people, even us, right? Out at the lake all day. And I mean, we're talking about 39 with T-Guys. Oh, we've seen it over and over. Everyone doesn't need to see 32 over and over again for everybody.
And especially like when the conditions are like this, and you can take 39 or 41 from either end, and you might have a favorite end, but the wind's not a factor. I think it condenses the event. And I mean, I don't ever see somebody like who's a seasoned pro. Obviously, some of the young guys don't like it, but look any different whether they're starting at 32 or 35.
Yeah, and I know Dane starts at 35 a lot in training, and I think there's no issue with doing it, and probably would be good for the sport to see it more often. But we've got Dane coming in 39, nice tight line out of 1 over to 2.
Yeah, he's up course, huh, Brian?
He looks so good. This pass is so easy.
Man, he crushed that.
Yeah,
he had
that
a
was
really
a good
good
39.
The first one was good, and that one was as good or better.
Yeah, I think one of the big things, Matt, obviously you've been involved with the boat, but I think a lot of talk is not having the swing. You're not having as much swing, but I think overall the water speed is slower, giving a little more control feeling at the buoy. You might not be as wide, but you've got that space up course. And it's just different, right? Something to acclimate as we do with all the boats.
Right. Right. I think, once people get more time behind it, like even the gates are way different behind this than the old boat, as far as even like the old boat you would pull out and it would speed up and then shut down in your glide. And so now you're kind of managing that. And obviously everybody who trains behind one has it dialed. What I've noticed with gates on this new boat is that people just got to carry more speed because it's a little harder to get free of the boat, but it's a lot easier to stay in contact with the rope the whole time. Whereas on the old boat, it's easy to get free, but when you're trying to carry speed, it's hard to stay in contact with the rope. So, the same thing's going to happen at the ball, exactly what you just described.
All right.
All right. Yeah. Well, Brian, here we go. Crushed that 39. This is his 41. He got a 5 in the first round. Little tip up, but he's not bad spot. Reach way over the front at 2. He's going to go outside of 3. And not going to make it back. We'll let the judges call that. My guess is a 2.5.
Yeah, I thought the gate speed was good there for Dane. A touch back. I know Dane can manage a lot of load out of one ball, but just wasn't able to maintain it. Just coming in a little narrow there at 2. And then I know Dane talks about his margin of error, with his height and reach is increased significantly at 41. I know we were on the dock earlier in the week, and he was just like, "Put your hand
You do the
up."
reach test? Where does his finger hit your forearm?
It's probably 39 to 41 is the distance.
You think it's that long? It's a rope length difference.
It's probably close to a rope length. And the thing is I know Nate's longer than me by a little bit, and Canepa said he's longer than Nate. So
there you go.
It's interesting.
Monkey arms wins.
Yeah, you get the
arms.
if you're an
Long
so normally they say your wingspan's about the same as your height, and I've got a 6'6" wingspan. I'm 6 foot tall, so I got a little bit of the knuckle dragger going. But
I'm pretty close to like 6'4".
Yeah.
So for Ryan, at about 6'1", I think for him to be longer than Nate, he's probably pushing 6'6" plus.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Jamie Bouchane was.
I heard that too.
Yeah, I think he had a
crazy
big old
arms.
You could see it walking, like his hands were like below his knees. All right, the man who's already secured the top seed, the guy that got to 2 at 43 the first round, cruising at 35 off. Matt, we've had him in the booth quite a bit today. It was nice for Nate to spend a bunch of time here. Really appreciate it. He's quite high on confidence right now, right? He's had some really good practice. He's been
All
able to
right, so we're
train.
here at the dock with Dane Meckler. You look like you had a great start at 41. Do you want to talk about it a little bit?
Yeah, I thought it was a good set. It's always nice to have kind of a practice ride, already securing my spot, and after round 1, and honestly, I wasn't really going to change spots unless I go round 2 at 43. So, it was a nice place to be. I thought, hey, let's go get a score, but I think I was a little fast in that gate turn in. The rhythm with that boat is so good. Like, I just have the right speed at the finish of the turn to kind of keep everything moving. And, I think I can get a big score tomorrow. But unfortunately, it didn't come together there.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing it. You're an awesome skier, and, your wife is here, too. You're an awesome ski couple, even though she's a little cooler than you. But you want to talk about that a little bit, too, being here with her?
No, she's definitely a lot cooler than me. She's a rock star. She's the only reason why we're able to do this. She does so much for us. So, yeah, and we're going to see her jump in a little bit. I'm excited for that.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Cheers to both of you. Good skiing.
Thanks, man. Good skiing. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thanks, Mackenzie. Yeah, but as we were saying, Nate, when Nate's confidence is running high, look out, right? And so that's the way he's feeling this week. It's the way he felt the first round.
Yeah, I told him I haven't seen this confidence since 21.
Yeah.
And he was a machine in 21. The last World Championship he won. And I know he won majority of those events. Running 41 majority of the rounds, and he looks on par again there at that 38.
Yeah, 38 looked easy. It was easy.
It's a warm-up pass for Nate.
Watch it here on the replay. Just it just goes exactly according to plan. He just knows exactly where he's at and when it's going to come together and when he needs to do what and how much and where, and just cruisy.
So, Matt, it'd be interesting to get your perspective. I mean, you've been around, seen him ski. I know, been fortunate. I think Nate, I heard him say, he's been coming to California now for the last 16 years. I've been fortunate to ski with him out here, ski with him at his place. And, I mean, what do you think, one of the biggest things is? I always talk about his work zone. I mean, he no matter where he is in the course, if he, doesn't get a good turn, which is very rare, then the work zone doesn't change. So he doesn't compound a mistake, by him with a mistake.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. I mean, he's always, pulling in the right spot, but he's also turning further up course than most guys do, and he carries more speed than most guys do. So if you watch even on this pass where he's turning in relation to the ball, this is where most guys are running 38, and he's at 39. So it's like the earlier you can turn on the boat or on the buoy, the further back in the course the pylon is. The further back in the course the pylon is, the bigger window you have. So when you have a big window, what does your anxiety level do? It drops. Where does your work zone go? Where it's supposed to go, because you're not stressed, right? So it's like it compounds for him the way it compounds for other people the opposite way. So, and that's always been the thing I've noticed about him is he turns closer to the ball, he's going faster, and he pulls in the right place all the time. So, and when you drive for him, you feel it. Like I always say, when Joel or Robert run 41 at the lake, at the ski school, it feels more like his rhythm. When they're hacking away back there and not running it, it feels more like further away from his rhythm, basically.
So what do you think he does at the gate, right? Because I totally agree, and great, feedback with that he's farther up course than majority of the skiers, and especially when the line gets short. And so is that the gate? Is he doing something different at the gate, or what do you think's allowing him to get that much farther up course?
Well, I think his gates are typically wide and fast. Like if you compared him to Andy, let's say, who was, run 41 as much as Nate did. This one's back a little bit. He's actually a little narrower on this gate.
But eyes on the water, this is Nate Smith at 41. Having run it in the first round, he's on his way to run it here. I heard him thump that 3-ball as he went by, but he's going to knock this thing down again.
Yeah.
Going around
Awesome.
6 at 41, Nate
Really good.
Smith.
But yeah, I think the gate, he's higher and faster than most guys at 41, but he still, like you say, works in the right spot, so he's still making his hardest pull at the right-hand gate ball. Whereas when dudes get fast, they start hard, and then they're trying to shed speed by the time they get to the right-hand gate ball. So it's
and they're giving it up.
Right.
That's the other thing. I think because he's doing the work in the right zone, he's able to maintain that outbound direction, and he's not giving back to the boat where
Correct.
then he's being pulled down course. He's allowing himself to continue to ride that pendulum all the way outbound.
right, 100%. Because like if you're going too fast at the right-hand gate ball, you got to stop pulling, or else you're not going to turn one ball. So like to be able to start as wide and as fast as he does on the gate and still make your hardest pull at the right-hand gate ball, I mean, that's why he gets the space that he gets at once, and then from there, he just manages it the whole way.
So we talked about this earlier. Years ago, Nate comes out here when the record was 2 and runs a 2 just inside this 3-ball at 41 from the north end, where he's coming from right now. Earlier this morning, he ran the 41 just as good as that one and had a shot at turning 2, and he sat here, maybe I shoulda, woulda, coulda. He's thinking about it like, even Nate gets into that moment and thoughts come in his head, and it's hard to make the right decision. But here comes Nate at 43. World record's 2.5. Nate's been around 2-ball at Shortline twice. Here he comes at 43.
Great speed at the gate.
Oh! Well, I think, Brian, he was going for it. We weren't getting one, right? There's no getting one.
No, there's no getting one. I mean, in practice, he's ran 2, I think, three times. 3 rounds, ran 2 off the dock. And so we saw that there in the first round where he was right there at 2. And I really liked his water speed there at the gate. As we see in this replay, I mean, that it would be interesting to see Nate's take on that gate in perspective into 1. I think that's probably something very close to what he's looking for. And I think just rushed it a bit and could be that confidence and, just adding a little too much too early there.
Yeah, so I think we've got our field, Brian. We're going to I'll give myself one out in case I get this wrong, but you and I have been looking at it, and I think I got these scores right. So we should have Stephen Neveu in 8th place, Corey Vaughn in 7th, Ryan Canepa in 6th, Charlie Ross in 5th, T-Gas in 4th, Joel Poland in 3rd with 2 4s at 41, Jane Meckler with a 5 at 41 in 2nd, and Nate Smith with 2 scores into 43 as our top seed for tomorrow. We'll, if any of that changes, we'll let you know, but that's the field. I got to get the women sorted out with Rochelle, but I think what we got here on site right now is the crew is already at work converting our slalom lake into a jump lake. They're going to swap out some buoys. We're going to go to commercial. We're going to come back with women's jump as soon as we get ready. We'll talk to you soon.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
AMJuly, the lifeblood of your car.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Only one water skiing brand holds all 6 world records. Masterline, made in the USA.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
Ravenol, the lifeblood of your car. Renault, the lifeblood of your car.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right, folks, we are back and live for our first jumper out on the water. Janina Meckler, be our first jumper. Ramp height is at 5.5 feet. Matt, what speed do the women go?
They're going 54K or 33.6, and it's nice to see Janina back out here. I know she jumped in a tournament I think it was last weekend or the weekend before up in Canada at an overall tournament, but, you know, she's making her comeback from having their little baby, so it's exciting, and it's nice to see her out here. The mamas are representing. It's great.
Yeah, no, I love to see the young families, and the little boy's name is Luca. He was pushing a little stroller yesterday, just so cute. So, but anyway, here she comes, jump number 1 for Janina. Nice and wide. Of course, everybody knows they get 3 jumps. The first one, to maybe take a little bit of a warm-up, kind of get the feel for everything. Janina Meckler.
There you go. Solid opening jump there. It looked really good.
No, that looked really nice. You know, if that was a warm up, that very good. She was from here over her skis, carried her distance out there, a nice landing. Janina Meckler.
Yeah, not super late. Just nice and smooth to the wakes, and then drive right through to that top left. So pretty textbook right there. That's a great opening jump.
Yeah, 160 feet for Janina on jump number 1. Great start to her jump set. They'll take her down, spin her around, bring her in for jump number 2. All right, here she comes in, Janina. Going to reset a little bit. She had a 160 under her belt for an opening jump. See if she can add to that. The combination of speed and lift is what gives them some distance. Let's see if she can get on her toes.
Wow, another really good jump there. She's looking solid, just steady and solid. Nothing crazy, but I think that jump looked like it was a little bit further. She had a little more speed into the turn that time. You know, again, we're watching this angle that the viewers are watching. We're from behind here. We're actually right across from the 600, so the distance is hard for us to tell. But we can obviously see where they're cutting at the 6 and the speed they're carrying into the turn. Yeah, a little shorter that one, 159. More speed in the turn gets you to the ramp quicker, so she may need to bring it down a little bit, but that was a really nice setup.
Yeah, and if you'll notice the display on the windshield of that Nautique, it shows the distance, and that's a great display because sun or no sun, that is a very bright display. It shows you exactly what the jumper's distance is. It's a great feature. We saw that at Bear Hollow in Utah a couple weeks ago, and I think that's going to catch on really fast.
Yeah. Yeah, that display is awesome. I mean, it's in the rules that the jumper has to be told their distance, so it's always hand signals, you know, from the judge, but this is much better that you can see it on the screen.
All right, third jump for Janina. She's got a 160 and a 159. Like Matt said, she was going to maybe carry it down course just a little bit. Looks like about the same width. Remember, she's a new mom, so she's getting back into her program. Not bad. Like Matt said, our angle's not great from here, but that looked pretty good.
Super solid. Yeah, it's nice to see her back there, and I'm sure with everything, it's just build, not trying to go out there and go bonkers. She's got the world champion. She's got the Europeans coming up in 2 weeks, and then 2 weeks after that, it's going to be the world championships. So I'm sure she's planning on, pushing things a little more and more the closer we get to the worlds. Wow, a lot bigger jump there for Janina, 168 feet. Wow, what a great jump.
Excellent jump ramp or jump ride for Janina. 168 sets the pace. 6 skiers left in this division. All right, next jumper on the water, Agustina Veras, coming at us. 168 is the mark set. All right, you can hear the driver, Greg Bedell, scroll up the nautique, bring the jumpers to their speed. Here comes Agustina for jump number 1.
She's cut quite a bit earlier than Janina did, turning about 6:10.
Now, it looked like she was a little later to the ramp, more to that right corner as she went up.
Yeah, I think she probably, we'll see her bring it down at the 600. If you're a little early at the 6, you're going to be a little slow in the turn. Hard to get your skis all the way around, so you end up going straighter at the corner of the ramp. Good opening jump, though.
So 145 for Agustina on her first jump.
You can go on the water side if you want. Yeah. Tell us when. All right, here at Janina, that was an awesome jump. Tell me about it a little bit.
Thank you. The whole set was pretty good. I'm still just coming back in the jump event. I haven't jumped that much after having Luca. So starting with the 160 and then a 159 was a good first 2 warm-up jumps, and then I knew I had a little bit more in me, and the last one was just perfect for right now.
Awesome. Yeah, 168 is huge, and after having a baby, that is amazing, and you are amazing. So keep doing what you're doing. Excited to see what you do next.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, jump number 2 for Agustina with a 145 under her belt. Did she bring you further down that time, Matt?
Just a little bit, about 5 feet, yep. So I think she's trying to carry some of that speed into the turn instead of drifting back. This looks a little better. Much better jump. Yeah, like the more speed you can carry, the more angle you can get out of the turn, and then, then that's where the lift comes from. Much better jump there.
And that certainly was a better jump, a 164 for Augustina on her second jump. And even from our vantage point, way behind the jump, we could see the difference in her setup, and that put her with the angle that provided the lift, and she made it pay with a 23-foot increase in the distance.
Yeah, I think she was just kind of feeling it out. I don't know if she was here for practice or not. I know a lot of the jumpers came early to practice. I'm not sure if Augustina did, but it looks like she's getting dialed in now. It was a great jump.
And talk about the conditions here for jumping. I know they like a light little headwind just to help them. Do you think this calm weather is going to be a detriment to them?
No, I mean, it's not. There's a little wind. You can see the flags are moving a little bit. Augustina backed up a little bit on that one, so maybe she thought she was a little late. There's a little wind moving, which we're down in these trees, so I think it's probably feeling like the wind's blowing a little more when they get up in the air. It's pretty good. I think she was a little early on that one.
It didn't look like she had the speed into the ramp.
Yeah.
I'm thinking on that one. And we might have noticed a little change in skier speed that time, but we'll see what kind of a distance she could put out. So that was a little bit short. That was a 155. So the 164 will be her best jump of the round. Again, the 168 by Janina is holding fast. So another big thank goes out to Greg and Debbie Bedell for sponsoring or hosting 23rd annual California Pro-Am. Nautique Boats for being title sponsor. It's an outstanding team and a co-op these folks have.
Yeah, and I know we're super excited to be here to debut this new boat. We love this place, and the attention to detail is so incredible here. Like, everything is where it should be, the way it should be, and the conditions are always so perfect here. So, from the Nautique team, the confidence was very high to have the boat debut here at the California Pro-Am.
And that's nice. And that's a shout out to the Shortline Lake homeowners. I don't know if they have an association, but we can call it that. The homeowners that are here on the lake get together and work and make. And this facility is state of the art and world class. Okay, next skier, it should be Regina Jaquest. We certainly know her, slaloming fantastic in the 2 rounds earlier. And now she's going to show us what she's got on the jump course.
Yeah, a little casual 3 at 41, and then we'll put the jumpers on. So, yeah, these overall, I think her and Joel are, doing both events. And, Sasha is too. It's pretty crazy what they do.
Yeah, and the amount of training to get to the level they're at is incredible. And then they show it at 3 events at the super high level.
She was a little slow in the turn there, but looked like a pretty good opening jump for Regina.
152 feet for Regina on that opening jump. And Janina sitting on top of the pack at 168. Augustina with a 164. 4 skiers remaining after Regina completes her jump set.
Yeah, obviously Janina was out early because she hadn't jumped in a year. But, you know, of her 3 events, jump is definitely her strongest. You know, when she's in shape, she's always on the podium. So, you know, it's not surprising that she's ahead of the pack, even though being the first skier off the water.
All right, second jump now for Regina. 152 under her belt. We need maybe a little more width, create some speed and lift for her. She makes her turn. I think her skis were more under her on that one.
Definitely a better jump. She was wider and a little later at the 600, so that's going to translate into a little bit more speed and width on the boat on the other side. So, you know, from this angle, it's hard to tell distance, but definitely she had more speed and a little bit better lift on that one.
.155 on that second jump. 155 for Regina. They'll take her down, spin her around, and she'll get one more shot at it. So, Matt, I noticed the jumpers, when they make their counter cut from the 600 side across, they sometimes lift a ski. What's the purpose for that?
Well, it's twofold. One, because you can edge harder on one ski, and 2, with the other one off the water, it doesn't create as much drag. So it's easier to create speed and get up on the side of the boat.
Less surface area of ski, less drag.
You got it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, here comes Regina. It is her third jump. She's got the 155 under her belt. There goes that ski.
Got a little later at the 6 again, so. Yeah, that was a better jump, that one. Yeah, the jumps in the 50s are quite low for Regina. She's always in the 60s or low 70s, so, you know, that one looked a little bit better.
Yeah, from here, you could see the extra speed. Yeah, the extra speed into the ramp, and it just resulted in 170 for Regina. Last jump, 170, and that scoots her just ahead of Janina by 2 feet.
Yeah, that's more Regina. 170's pretty standard for her, sometimes more, but the 150 is definitely not characteristic of her, so I think she probably just needed that third jump to get the setup right, and then that jump looked real solid.
All right, our next jumper's on the water. That will be Brittany Wharton. looking like she's got an average right around 175. We just saw Regina. She went, we had a number posted for her about 167 or so, and she showed us what she's most capable of, and that was a 170.
Yeah, these next 4 girls are definitely pushing well over that 170 mark. Correct, yes. Yeah, correct. So, and we have, Lauren, Poochie Morgan, Sasha, and Hannah coming up after Brittany. So we're going to see some big jumps.
Yeah, that's quite a lineup. It's going to be nothing but fun to watch. So here she comes on jump number 1, Brittany Wharton. Just like Matt explained, a better edge, create more speed, less drag, and she makes her turn. Let's see what kind of speed she can generate going to the ramp. I think that looks like a really, really nice. That's a solid first jump.
Yeah, great opener there. Some birds in front of the ramp. I don't know if she saw them or not, but that was a great opener.
All right, here with Regina again. Awesome 170-foot jump. Finals and
All right, we did a little interview there, but we had some technical difficulties, so we might get back to that. We'll figure that out. But that was a 153 for Brittany Wharton on that first jump. 153.
There we go. That was a much better jump that time. Girls are taking a couple of tries to get set up and get dialed in, but that jump looked a lot better.
So from what you saw, Matt, you think, was it more speed into the ramp, or was her lift a little better, or a combination of both?
Yeah, both. She was up higher on the boat that time and a little bit deeper in the course. So, 166 I'm seeing on that screen there. So still shy of what she's capable of, but looks like she's moving the right direction, and she'll get this set up right on the third one, I'm sure, like Regina did.
All right, so a 153 and a 166 for Brittany. Let's see if she can bring it on down the lake a little further, generate some more speed, then combine that with a good strong lift and add some distance.
Definitely more square in the air that time. It looked like she held everything through the jump better that time. Like I said, from this angle, it's hard to tell if it was further, but she definitely had more pull and more. It was much more square in the air that time.
How about lift off the ramp? Can you? It's like I say, we're kind of far away, but do you see lift? Any difference?
It looked good. We're watching this replay. Yeah, I mean, she looks solid there. Really
Nice.
good. 162, not for
Yeah, 162. Not her best distance. Her best distance is a 166. But good solid scores for Brittany. All right, so Lauren Morgan, Sasha Danaskaya, and Hannah Stratzvala, our next three jumpers. Got a 175, a 79, and a 195 for those three jumpers coming up. So we look for some good distance. Again, our top distance so far, Regina Jaquez, followed by Janina Meckler, Brittany Wharton, and Augustina Veras. So they're getting Lauren ready to go. She's sitting on the end of the dock. You can see that on the screen. Elaine Bush, our boat judge. Greg Bedell, our driver. The boat speed is set for these ladies at 33.6 miles per hour. Ramp height 5.5 feet. Lauren has a 175 average on our sheet. 170 being the top score to this point.
Lauren's going just before the 600, probably 605. Latest opener we seen.
Yes, that was good speed into the ramp, and it looked like really, really nice lift as well.
So weird watching jump from this far behind down the lake. It's really hard to tell the distance. So there we go, 170 as an opener.
Not bad. That matches our top distance, and that's on her opener. But that jump looked really good, Matt. It looks like she had all the components in place.
Yeah, it looked like the other girls were struggling a little bit for timing, and Pucci just right where she wanted to be on her first jump, I think. Seeing that replay, she was maybe slowing down a little bit, so I bet we'll see her try to carry a little bit more speed into the turn this time.
It always amazes me the way these top jumpers land. It looks like the landing is just easy. Is that a combination of length of skis? Because I know we've got much longer skis these days, and the trajectory as they're coming in.
Yeah, there's that, and then the line tension. So you'll watch that, the better timing they have where they can load the rope all the way through the ramp, the tighter that rope is, the softer the landing's going to be. So a lot of the biggest jumps you see are the softest landings because it's the timing and the load on the rope. Brought it down a little bit at the 600, so trying to carry a little more speed into that turn.
Maybe a little little split. She might have lost a little speed on the ramp. And that, again, another one of those just really nice landings. She just, she didn't even sit down a little bit. She just two skis.
Well, so far she's definitely cutting the hardest into the ramp, from the wakes to the ramp. So you're going to see those softer landings the stronger they are through the ramp like that. Yeah, 169. She did slip a little on that one, but I thought her timing was maybe a little bit better.
But that's two pretty good jumps, 170 and 169. Watching it on the replay. Not much of a slip, so maybe she, and look at that landing, just so nice. All right, jump number 3 for Lauren, 70 and a 69 under her belt. Looking for the width, speed, and lift. She was later to the ramp that time, Matt.
Yeah, she looked like she had a lot more speed on that one. Hard to see from here if it was further, but definitely had more speed.
And it looks like it's a progressive cut to the ramp. How hard do they turn those skis and set that edge, and how early?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about, angle and speed. Yeah, 169 again. Yeah, I mean, they want to, you want to get your skis around, but start easy, and the amount of speed you carry allows you to start easy. If you're slowing down or sinking, you're going to have to start hard. So you want to carry as much speed as you can, get your skis around, and then delay that strongest cut until, you're right into that whitewash and all the way through the top left of the ramp.
Over the years watching the men jump and watching Freddie Krueger year in and year out produce big jumps. And it's like, how is this guy doing it? And I never really realized I got a chance to be boat judge at a Nationals, and I got to sit and watch 10 open men jumpers, and Freddie was the last one. And I finally saw the difference, what he had over the other jumpers.
Oh, yeah.
It was visible.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like somebody who can go 240 versus somebody that can go 220, it's very, very different looking. Like watching somebody run 41 versus watching somebody run 38.
All right, so our next skier, Sasha Danaskaya, is on the water. She'll take a short break at the end of the lake. It'll just be seconds. They'd fix a piece of her equipment, then she'll be up on the water and coming back down again for that first jump. Sasha Danaskaya. Then following Sasha will be Hannah, and that'll wrap up first round of the open women jump. 170 is the lead score. Lauren and Regina sit there with Janine at 168 and Brittany 166. Augustina 164. Such a great afternoon here, Elk Grove, California, Shortline Lake. The sun is out. The wind is just right for these jumpers. Just a mild little headwind. Temperature is warming up a touch, but temperature is very comfortable. I know the water temperature is just great.
All right, Lauren, awesome jumping out there. Tell me about it.
It felt really good. Every time I come here, it's one of my favorite places to jump. It's just nice. The ramp's amazing. Everything feels great. I just, I started in a good. I wanted to build on that, and I'll have to think about it a little bit more on kind of what happened out there. I feel like I've got a big jump in me, and I'm excited. So,
Yeah, hopefully bigger later on. And yeah, I'm excited for you. That was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mackenzie. That's another great interview. That young lady is doing a fantastic job interviewing the skiers after their ride. Stasha Daniskaya, everything's corrected. She is. Opening jump at a 179 for her average.
Turning the 6. Very late cut at the 600 on her opener. That was a great opening jump.
She got down the lake. I mean,
Yeah.
from here you can see it. And
Yeah, it
we're
was
way
great.
behind.
That was great.
Very nice. And you're saying, Matt, she came down the lake further before she made her first turn?
Yeah, she cut the latest that she turned the 600 on her first jump there, so which is much later than the other girls.
And it worked for her because that's a 173 on her opening jump. That puts her squarely on top of the pack. Boy, and she was really over her skis all the way up the ramp.
Yeah, great balance there.
And it looks like the water ski jumpers are emulating the snow ski jumpers by their skis spread a little bit and they press forward. That creates a little extra distance.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at where a binding's mounted on a jump ski, there's a lot of tip and not a lot of tail. So especially in a headwind, and even in, like, there's just a little headwind here today, the tips of those skis are pressing up at them, so they have to press into them to stay balanced. Yeah. Little stumble on her counter. That was kind of weird. Ended up a little early, but still a great jump. That little stumble on the counter, I think, cost her just a little bit. She looked like she was a little earlier at the ramp, but she got the most out of it. That was a good jump.
Maybe that little stumble cost her a bit of speed on her setup.
Yeah, she just kind of bobbled a little bit there, so right before she stood up. Oh, 178. That one was far. Yeah, she got a lot out of that jump.
Well, that's pretty good. With a stumble, she exceeds her first by 5 feet and presses the lead just that much further.
If you watch Sasha, she's very efficient on and off the ramp. Loses very little speed through the transition of the ramp to the lift. So, she's one of those pretty jumpers you love to watch because she just carries speed, light off the ramp, and just floats really nice in the air.
Yeah, it seems like her control is just really good, and the effort is what she's doing looks so easy. But we know there's a lot to it, but the way she's doing it,
right? She's always getting the most out of every jump. She's just really efficient.
All right, we'll watch for that little stumble to see if she can smooth things out.
There you go. Yeah, that was perfect. She's got in the same spot all 3 jumps at the 600. So she's got her timing figured out right where she wants it. She banked a little on that one. That one was a little weird, but really good set of jumping for her. I mean, just very impressive.
What do you think causes the bank?
I don't know. From here, it's just hard to see from here. I don't know if she maybe dropped her chest a little bit into the ramp, but she came off like a little bit, just a tiny little bit twisted, that's all.
All right, well, that was a good spot on the bank, and maybe that's what cost her a little bit of distance. So 161 for her third jump for Sasha, but she has put herself out in front at 178. All right, we watched her slalom earlier today. Hannah Stratsova got a 195 average, and she's coming out and see if she can't jump past Sasha.
Yeah, she's just been getting better and better the last few years, and I don't know what her undefeated streak is, but she's won a lot of tournaments, and she's very close to going to that magical 200-foot mark that only Jacinta Carroll has done. So I think it's a matter of time. You know, I don't know which tournament it's going to be, but it's going to happen pretty soon because she's right up in the upper 90s all the time.
Wow. Well, she was very excited about the jump event. I spoke with her just for a minute or two during slalom, and she was excited about her slalom run, but then she always brought up, she said, I'm really looking forward to the jump event. I'm so excited about jump that's coming up. Here she comes. First jump.
Yeah, we may be 600 feet away from the ramp, but you can see that was higher, bigger jump than,
you could
than
see
we've
it.
seen.
That's right. That's absolutely right. And again, there's that show of effort, and it just looked effortless. See what kind of...
There you go. Well, she fooled us. I thought it was further, but
yeah.
She got a lot of lift on it. She must have just been real early.
Yeah, that equals the best distance on our first jump of the group, 173. Sasha had a 173 also, but we're looking for more than 178, and that's what Sasha did on jump number 2. And maybe Hannah can provide a little more speed with that same lift. See how she changes her setup as she comes down.
Difference between all those 3 jumps. Tell me about and how you felt out there.
I mean, it felt really good. It was really nice. I think I still was as balanced and firm like I want to be, and I don't think force enough. But yeah, it feels really nice. Everything smooth. I feel like I definitely have a lot left, and I think we're gonna in finals.
Perfect. Well, I can't wait for that then. Good job today.
Now, did I see, Matt, a little extra tug just before she got to the base of the ramp?
Yeah, she definitely had to be later there because she definitely dug in harder into the ramp that time than the one before. So, you know, watching from behind, I don't know how I've been skunked a few times on distance, but, you know, it definitely looked like she went harder through the ramp.
Wow, look at that.
A little further.
A 178. So Sasha and Hannah are matched jump for jump going into the third jump for Hannah. So let's talk about the boat a little bit, Matt. We watched this boat tow slalom skiers earlier today and yesterday in the amateur division. Do they power the boats differently for jump and slalom event? Is there a preference?
No, they don't. We don't change anything power-wise with it. You know, this boat's obviously lighter than its predecessor, and the wakes are smaller, so these guys should stay on the water better. and be able to generate more speed behind it. But no, the engine's the same as the old boat. Same. As far as the ECM of the engine, it's the same for slalom as it is for jump.
So, me as the boat customer, I walk into my local dealer and I say, I want to buy a ski nautique. Do I get a choice of engine packages?
Yeah, there's a 6.2 and a 5.3. So this boat would have the 6.2 in it.
6.2.
Yeah, all our promo boats. Any boat you ski in a tournament that's a promo boat is going to be a 6.2.
Okay, 178's the lead score. Got 2 skiers at that right now. She's got one more shot to increase it. There's some speed into the ramp.
Better.
Yeah.
Definitely better. I'm not going to say it was way further because we can't see from here.
No, we'd only be guessing.
Yeah.
It seemed better.
Yeah, absolutely. So she got her by a foot, 179. Very,
wow.
Be interesting. Hopefully they interview her. Be interesting to hear what she says because these distances are definitely down from what she's used to. And but it was like the women's slalom, the first round this morning. When there's 7 women for 8 spots in slalom, the scores don't go crazy, but they will in the finals. And I think we're going to see the same thing in jump.
Oh, interesting.
Obviously, second round, Regina ran 3 at 41, which was awesome.
Yes.
But I think, when the girls they're just feeling it out, getting ready for tomorrow. I think, obviously we're going to see some bigger distances tomorrow.
Yeah. So wrapping up, Hannah takes the top spot. Preliminary round 179. Sasha with a 178. Lauren Morgan 170 with Regina Jaquez, same 170. Janina Meckler 168. Brittany at 166 and Augustina at 164. So some nice jumping by the open women. And now we'll take a little bit of a break, maybe a commercial break while we get ready for the men. Now, I don't know if they have to go out to the ramp.
All right, Hannah, so you are officially in the lead with a big jump, 79. Tell me about it a little bit.
So there was first jump set here behind this boat. I didn't practice, so it was more like filling out the water, filling out the boat. Felt really nice. I just need to get in the course.
Well, hopefully we can expect even bigger jumps tomorrow and be more comfortable and used to it. And that looked great, so I look forward to seeing what you can do.
I'm looking forward for tomorrow.
AMJuly, the lifeblood of your car.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right, folks, we are back, and we're getting ready for open men jump. Our first jumper on the water is going to be Ryan Dodd. We're looking forward to that. They moved the ramp up to 6 feet. And joining us up here on the towers, Sasha Danaskea. Is that right, Sasha? Okay,
Yeah,
good. Thank
very
you.
close.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Well, if you're tuning in for jump, Ryan Dodd's first because he hasn't skied other than the Masters this year. He's only skied in one tournament in the last year, so he doesn't have a rating, which is why he's out so early. But you got him starting and Joel finishing, so it's going to be a heck of an event.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch because these guys the women look fantastic. They were getting out there with great distance, but you'll just see +1 for the men with their speed. And plus the ramp's up 6 feet. Yeah, and the boat is going faster. It's up to 35 miles per hour. The women were at 33.6.
Pretty sweet opener. He's a little early there. What do you think, Sasha?
I mean, kind of hard to judge from this angle. I think his setup was actually pretty late at 6. I'm surprised. So, yeah, it will be nice to see the progression from here.
Looked like he was slowing down a little bit before he turned.
I feel like he was breaking away a little bit harder than I expect.
Yeah.
So on, all right, we got a distance there as the boat's going by. Looks at, does that say 219?
I don't think it was very early on the ramp. So, like, he was.
No, he wasn't
on the
early on the
corner.
ramp. He just looked like he was losing a little speed out to the side. Just kind of put him on the corner. Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see the progression because I think he has been here for a little bit, so he get to ski and he's familiar to the side. So I think hopefully we'll see huge jumps.
Yeah, I think he got here about a week ago. Week ago today he got out here, so he's been practicing out here a little bit.
Very strong opening jump for Ryan. He's been off for a while, and this will be jump number 2.
He brought it down quite a bit at the 6.
Yeah, and I think he's not breaking away as hard.
Here we go. Yeah, this looks better.
Nice. Oh.
Little split.
I think, yeah, missed a little bit. But
Yeah, a little split on the ramp, but that's better timing, I think.
yeah, I think that's going to be close.
Sasha, what causes that split on the ramp? Is it arriving too late or too early?
I think it's just like when you're not super balanced on the ski, like if we late, I feel like sometimes we feel panic and tend to go a little bit heavy on the upper body. So I think he led with his shoulder a little bit too much.
220, and he's taking it to the dock. I think he skied into the dock.
Maybe something is wrong with the boat. They seem to turn around.
He might have been happy with just 2 jumps. You said that he has not jumped a lot recently, but is he coming off an injury?
He was injured for most of the season last year, yeah. He was pretty late on that one.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in general he's on the right side of the ramp often. So, but that was really nice. Missed on the ramp a little bit.
All right, so Ryan elected not to jump on number 3. He was satisfied with his 220. That was his second jump, 219 on the first. So he's happy with that. It sets him up for the finals tomorrow. So he must have had more speed to the ramp because he did lose a little bit by the ski splitting. Is that right?
Yes, I think so. I think he was in a good spot, and yeah, I think he missed a little bit on the ramp, but I think the full picture is there. So maybe he's saving it for tomorrow for the final.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Because I know he's not happy with 220, obviously, but maybe he's feeling something he didn't like and wanted to go in.
So that'll take us to our next gear, Emil Ritter.
Well, first tell me about that new boat and how that felt out there with those 2 jumps.
Well, I'm pretty stoked. It was first tournament behind the new boat. Got to get used to no wakes. It's pretty amazing. So I'm zinging to the ramp, but I'm not moving, and I'm almost orienting myself. I definitely feel the potential, so I'm excited for tomorrow.
So can you tell me a little bit about the thought process behind only 2 jumps and with that and the strategy you have?
Yeah, I mean, here, I definitely want to put a little bit of pressure on myself to make my first 2 work. So you can say that, or you can just say I'll have 2. So I told myself I'm going to have 2 jumps. I'm going to try to extract as much as I can and be as into it as I can, preserve a bit, and then stay hungry for tomorrow and not tired. And I did all that. I'm definitely hungry. I'm a little frustrated. I'm a little excited. So good spot for tomorrow.
Absolutely. That sounds awesome. I'm excited to see what you'll do, and great job today.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, coming in for first jump, Emil Ritter.
Yeah. Emil is coming up from the knee injury, so he hasn't been jumping as much and practicing. So, yeah, but he had 2 good practice days. His knee didn't hurt, so he opted out to do all 3/4 cuts. But, yeah, it's exciting.
Pretty sweet little 199 3/4 cut. Feel it out.
Yeah, 199 for Emil. Yeah, so I don't know that he carried it further down the lake? Do you think he made his first turn earlier? What would he do to improve on that jump?
Probably just going to pull out a little stronger and try and carry more speed up on the boat, you know. You obviously can't. It's hard to get as wide on a 3/4 cut, but without any wind like today, it's a little easier. But he's just going to try and push himself into the turn more, because the more speed he carries, then obviously the more he can get his skis around and the stronger he can go through the ramp.
I also feel
What did
like,
you tell him, Coach?
yeah, that's kind of what I just showed him, to be a little bit more aggressive and on a pull out. And I think the wind actually just picked up a little bit. So it doesn't look strong on the water, but when I was skiing, I think it was still stopping me a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of the girls looked early, and then Hannah then came in and said she needs to get into the course. I think you can just feel it more than you can see it on the water.
Yeah, no, definitely.
All right, jump number 2 for Emil. Oh, and that's going to result in a pass. So why would a jumper choose not to go over the ramp in that case?
I think from my perspective, he was a little bit more in the course, and I think he is not used to feel that load, so I think he didn't feel safe enough to take it. But I think it was, watching it on replay, I think it's a really good spot. He was just a little bit too static. I feel like he needs to be drive through. This way you feel more comfortable, feel like your body is working, and you can take the jump.
Yeah, I think he had. I think you're right. I think he had good timing. I think he just wasn't committed right from the beginning. He was kind of feeling it out. You know, like if you haven't jumped in a while and you get in that perfect spot, you're not quite ready for it.
So Matt, you're calling his approach, his cut and his approach a 3/4 cut. Can you kind of explain that as opposed to a double weight cut?
Yeah, so the double weight cut, you're starting over at the 5 and the 600, which is on the same side of the lake as the ramp. But he's starting on the right-hand side of the boat, on the right-hand side of the right wake, and just pulling out from there. So you can get, 90 degrees-ish if you're strong and you do it well and it's not super windy. But it's to just limit your amount of speed you can carry and how wide you can be on the boat.
So that would, starting from there, would limit your swing potential. Swing to get wide for that.
Yeah,
cut to the
absolutely.
ramp.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. And is that an early season?
Yeah, it's what you would do to take like an easier jump, and it's a little easier to get your timing when you do a 3/4 cut.
And how would that differ from a single wake cut?
Well, single's starting on the left side of the left wake and then just pulling from there into the ramp. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that looked better, at least from our point of view.
Much better.
Yeah, Sasha, I think he was paying attention to what you were telling him. I think he's put it into play.
Yeah, we've been skiing a little bit this trip together, so yeah, I think that's the good base. Like the goal was to stay safe and kind of keep jumping. So yeah, that was better. I think he ended up a little bit early, but hey, no pain. He got up, so I think that's a really good start.
At 2:04 for that third and final for Emil. 2:20 is a lead score, Ryan Dodd. And we'll go with Dorian Llewellyn being our next jumper. So, Sasha, you just mentioned that you're moving from Orlando to San Diego. Will you add surfing to your workout regime?
Yeah, I feel like that would be definitely a plan.
You're moving to the West Coast, and San Diego is a great spot for surfing. My daughter lives in San Diego. It's a nice town.
Yeah, we've been a couple of times, and yeah, I really like the town, the people, the mentality. Everybody's so active, healthy. Like, it's just very exciting.
And Imperial Lakes is not far away. Do you know Connie Bergmark?
I don't think I do, but...
All right, Dorian, jump number 1. He's cutting late at the 600 too.
Yeah, I feel like all the guys have to be like in the course and go so late at 6.
That's pretty much where all the girls went.
Yeah, I
Except
mean,
you went around it.
Yeah, but maybe
There's a nice
it's
opener.
a good sign for me to go way down closer to 5.
Yeah. Yeah, like Poochie, everybody cut there. Brittany, they all cut pretty much right where Dorian just cut.
Yeah, well, I think that was really good opening jump. Like, I think I like Dorian's style because he always looks very safe and
Very
like
smooth.
Very controlled, nice air form. So, yeah, I think that was pretty nice.
And he starts off with a 209.
So smooth into the turn.
Yeah, I think it was better set up for sure. I feel like he looked, at least from this point, a little bit more balanced. He's going so late at 6.
Yeah. But the way he doesn't break, he just kind of carries that speed into the turn, I think looks awesome.
Yeah, I think so
I don't know
too.
what his timing was like. I can't tell from here, but...
Yeah, I feel like he tried to add a little bit into the base, and I think that was good, but he split a little bit.
.213 for that second jump for Dorian. Yeah, it just looks effortless. You know, I mean, he's clearly there's a lot of effort out there, but just so much control.
Yeah, I mean, Dorian's one of the 3 eventers that jumps, and so like the balance is unreal. And he jumps a lot like his dad used to, just really light, really fast through the wakes, really clean off the ramp. Like, I mean, he definitely got his jumping from his dad, that's for sure. So it's cool to watch him.
I don't know. I feel like because this kick, I think he dropped just a little bit into the base. I think he went a little bit later, but broke away before the turn. So I feel like it was equal spot. I don't know about the water speed.
It looked to me like he stepped on the gas pedal off the second wake and
216.
216, yeah.
Gained a little.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. I think because the general rhythm was a little bit better.
So Ryan stays in the lead at 220. Dorian is bumped up to 216. Emil at 204. 4 skiers to go. Jack Critchley. Yeah, Igor Morozov, Louis Duplan Freiberg, and Joel Poland. 4 skiers remaining in this group. All chasing after Ryan at that 220.
Yeah, I think it's hard to tell from this angle. Everybody looks really late.
And like they kick it perfectly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Everybody goes very high, very pretty.
I've been wrong a lot today watching from this angle.
Yeah. Because I think Jack went pretty late, but he also breaks away pretty hard, so it's hard to gauge how late he is. 219. Wow.
All right.
Good
219.
opener. 219.
Yeah, great opening.
Yeah, that's well, that matches the opening jump of Ryan Dodd.
Yeah, I think the headwind picked up a little bit as well, so I hope that helps guys to fly further.
So with you're talking about a little bit of a headwind out there, would you change your approach to the ramp with a headwind? Would you go a touch later to get onto the ramp?
Yeah. I think
How would you change your approach with it if you notice a stronger headwind?
Yeah, like definitely when the headwind stops you, and especially girls, like we light, so you have to bring it down and kind of shorten your time for the turn a little bit, depending on the side. I think this side it's nice headwind, but it's pretty protected on the countercut. So if anything, you just get the benefit of the headwind in the air. Oh wow, another late approach. All the guys going like really close to 6. And I think that's a nice turn. He didn't break away as much.
Yeah, that looks like a good setup.
Nice speed. Kick. Oh, I think that might be the new.
That was
pretty
good.
That's
Again,
nice.
like Matt said, it's hard to guess from our position here. We're thinking that looked awfully nice.
Well, I'm going to say it was further because he almost hit the turn island when he tried to. When the boat was going around it, he had to swerve to miss it. So
Oh, boy.
Must
Yeah.
be further.
But I feel like the general speed looked a bit better. Like
Yeah.
he didn't lose anything on the ramp. Oh wow, 227.
Wow.
Nice.
Much
yeah,
bigger.
227. That puts him into the lead. So again, special thanks to our title sponsor, Nautique Boats. They brought out into the debut of the 2026 Ski Nautique, and it's getting great reviews from all of our skiers, from the people on shore looking at the boat, saying that is a great-looking boat. The design is very nice, and just nothing but positive things about the new boat. We're so glad that they brought it here to debut at the 23rd Annual California Pro-Am, brought to you by Shortline Lake, hosted by Greg and Debbie Bedell. We appreciate all the work that everybody here has done, and we're certainly enjoying this open men jump event. Right now, Jack Critchley from the UK has jumped into the lead at a 2:27. Here he comes down for his second jump. Now, it looks like he turned a little earlier at the 600.
Ooh, and he's breaking away a little bit harder again, so I don't know if that's the same speed. Like another late approach. I don't know if that's further. I feel like it looked more aggressive, but I don't think the general speed was as good. That's a huge
The old
deep water
turn
stuff.
island.
That's dangerous, yeah.
Joel almost hit it a few years ago.
Yeah, just right at that island. He was just thinking at that last second, then came up and went around at 2:26 for
That's
that
good
final
jumping, though,
jump.
for Jack. Like, wow, those are big jumps.
Yeah, like very consistent, and I don't think like anything uncomfortable. Like he was late, but he's generally late and like aggressive, but nothing crazy. He looked balanced.
Yeah, that looked good.
Yeah, I think the last spot he brought it down, but he also broke away a little bit too hard. So, but yeah, he's super close. Very nice jumping.
It's got to be hard for those guys cutting at what is that, 6:10? Like that's late for them.
Yes.
Him and Dorian. Dorian was even like maybe even 6:05. Yeah. But no, it was earlier, but that's still much later than the guys are used to. They're like at 6:15, 6:20 a lot of the time.
But I also feel like it's a pretty long setup, so emotionally you're like a little bit anxious because you're waiting, and then you have to go super late. So I feel like general intensity is pretty high.
Yeah.
At least mentally. I think the wind is picking up a little bit more, so I wonder if the guys will go even later.
All right, Igor Morozov, our next jumper. Where's Igor from?
He's from Russia. Yes. No, I'm from Belarus. Yes. But now live in the U.S.
So you're living and working in the U.S., so you become a citizen?
Yes, I am a citizen.
Oh, very
I have
nice,
my
yeah.
passport and everything, so I'm actually skiing for U.S. and I made the U.S. team this year.
Oh,
so
excellent.
Yeah, I made the full switch. Yeah.
Excellent. Didn't look like he carried the speed, though, on that cut.
Yeah, everybody gets wide differently. Igor seems to get wide really easy. Like, he doesn't do much after the wake. You know, if you watch some of the other guys, they go a little easier off the six and harder on the second side, but Igor goes kind of harder off the six and then coasts a little bit longer. So,
and you think his width is similar to the other jumpers?
Yes, I think he gets up to the same point on a boat, but it's just different rhythm and I guess different technique. But Igor has been skiing really good this season, so I'm really hoping he gets one together. And yeah, 190. Yeah.
All right, so that's a 190 for Igor, jump number one. All right, here comes Igor for his second jump. Looks like he's in about the same position.
Yeah, but
maybe a little bit wider.
Yeah, he didn't break away, so he had a lot of speed, and it's better. Nice kick.
Definitely a better jump than that first one.
Now, from my perspective, is he losing a little bit of lift on the ramp? Are you guys seeing a slide out?
Yes, I feel like he's missing a little bit of a kick. Like his left ski kind of goes a little bit away. It's hard to tell from this angle because everybody looks like they're late and they end up early.
2:14.
So 2:14. Yeah, good solid jumping. I feel like.
All right, 2:14 for Igor on that second jump. He went from a 190 to a 2:14. I thought I detected a little slip out, which for me, I'm not a jumper.
Jumps where you want to talk about a little bit?
Yeah, that was awesome. That was fun. Bit of a tough practice ride. I didn't really connect as good as I wanted to, but today a couple of things came together and Will was feeling really good. Set up, like the ramp feels amazing and the boat's pulling good, so I hopefully go a little bit further because I think these boys have got a bit more in them too, so looking forward.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing is everyone thinks the ramp feels great, water feels great, boat feels great. I hear it from you too, and that was awesome, and super excited to see what you're going to do tomorrow.
Hopefully do some big ones.
Absolutely. All right, good jumping.
All right, third and final jump for Igor. He's with a 2:14 under his belt. Chasing after Jack Critchley at 2:27. And we're going to record a pass. Okay, so that'll wrap up Igor's jumps. 2:14 will be his top scored. Louis Duplan Freiberg and Joel Poland be our final two jumpers, 2:28 and 2:34 for our final two. Louis Freiberg on the water, boat speed, top for the men's division, 35 feet. Ramp, of course, sitting steady at 6. Top score, 227. Follow up with a 220 and a 216 for Dorian, 214 Igor, and Emil at 204.
I think that was one of the earlier approaches, but he was so light on the boat, so I feel like he had a good rhythm. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's like actually pretty decent opener.
Yeah, he was early, but like you said, he got everything out of it into the bottom of the ramp.
So when you say early, what will that cost him?
Speed.
Speed into the ramp.
Yeah.
All right, 207 for Louis. Looks like in the chat room, Lauren Mallet sent us a little emoji, a little heart emoji. Thanks, Lauren.
Brought it down quite a bit at the 6th that time, so I think he's going to be in a better spot here.
Yeah, I think so. I feel like he's still waiting a little bit
Yeah.
too long.
He's
almost
got nothing taking him back in.
Ooh. I feel like
That does look better.
Beautiful jump.
Yeah, that
I
looks
think
better.
it's pretty much similar end result.
Might
I
be a
think
little further.
A little bit, yeah. But I don't. It's hard to tell from this angle. I feel like he brought it down, but he also waited along and broke away.
So did he correct that early situation that we spoke of on the first jump?
Ish.
Oh, wow.
219, yeah.
219?
Yeah, he just needs more speed. Like you can see if they do the replay, his skis start to come through and then he almost pauses. Like he just doesn't have enough speed to take him back until that switch kicks on. And then once the switch kicks on, then he's good.
So the skis coming around on his cut to the ramp.
Yeah, like he turned for the ramp there. He looked like he had more speed from where we were, but then as his skis came under, they just kind of like, they didn't go.
A little bit of a pause.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, so he just rides the line, he's just like stretching it and like adding more.
I mean, he's unbelievable from the wakes to the ramp. I mean, he's just working it really good.
And he's also one of the overall skiers, so I feel like tricks and slalom and jump kind of give you better balance. So like if you watch Dorian, and we're going to see Joel, all of the guys have not super aggressive style, but like everybody is very balanced, I would say, and very safe looking.
Yeah, and that's what I noticed as a boat judge watching Freddie Krueger. I felt from the wake to the ramp, he created more speed than everybody else.
I feel like there is very few people who create more speed.
I think he backed up a little bit that time, Sasha.
Yes. Ooh, but he's waiting longer. Still nice
Yeah, see
turn.
that little stall right there? Yeah, he's just early there.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, he just doesn't have the speed. Like, the more speed you have, as soon as those skis start to go, they just go back to the wake.
I also feel like the wind changed a little bit from the cross into the ramp to completely straight. So I wonder if it surprises them how much it's actually stopping you.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Just saw that little delay. It's like he turned and went, oh, hang on, now go. And he just a moment's pause.
Yes. But I mean, I think it's still really nice jumping. He's in a good spot for finals, comfortable. He'll know what the cut is, and if anything, just go all out. And I think he definitely saved his biggest jumps for tomorrow.
Were you able to get some practice jumping here before the tournament started, Sasha?
Yes.
You did?
Yes. It's very nice. So very enjoyable to ski here.
Beautiful place. So this is what we call our favorite skier of the day. Joel Poland will be our final competitor. We're certainly going to enjoy this jump set, as we have all of the jump sets we've seen this afternoon. It's been great. That looks like Will Bush behind the helm of that boat. All right, let's see what Joel's got. He's bouncing along, getting ready to go now.
This is more typical of where these guys cut, but Joel is going to be way early on this jump.
Nice speed, nice rhythm, good kick, nice. That's a pretty big opener.
Yeah, it's a good opener. He's just real early.
Yeah, our best opener so far has been a 219.
Again, it's hard to tell from this angle. I feel like he was a little bit early, but he has a nice kick, nice form. I feel like his strength is like balanced. I feel like
217 on that opener. Almost our best so far. Was he just having a little bit of fun? Because I know Joel posts a lot of videos where he looks like he's having just a great time. Why did he do those couple of bounces just before he turned it?
Well, I'm sure he's having fun, but whenever he's too slow or he pulls out at the wrong time, he bounces like that to try and like go further, to keep his speed.
To keep his speed?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Not bleed off speed.
Correct, because he's spending less time on the water.
On the water,
so,
the drag factor.
Yep.
Got it.
Yep.
Interesting. So now, see, for me,
now that's not always true. Sometimes he just goofs around, but I think actually that time there,
well, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I would have thought he's out there fooling around. He's in such control. Knows where he's at. He's got extra time to go.
Okay.
Well, my lake in Orlando's really short, so you just come around the corner and pull out right away. So I'm sure he's like,
Is that where
bored.
Joel trains?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he's bored before he gets to the course. See, this one's better.
Yeah, like this one, he did
He's
a
still
double
early.
up with a grab.
He's
coming
still
in,
really
so,
early.
Yeah, I think it was the same spot for sure. But he's putting his ski a little bit later, so.
Here we go. He's going a
That's
little
better.
still slow. You see that little hesitation?
Ooh.
And then he ends up late on the ramp, but it's not because he's late. It's because he's too
just,
slow.
Yeah,
Too
he's
slow.
just hanging on.
So with more speed, he's going to get to the ramp sooner.
Yes.
Yeah, did you see that same sort of a pause that we saw earlier?
I don't think it was the same pause. Like, he still gets good direction, but because he ends up a little bit early, he doesn't drive through as much. So that's why he kind of kicks and goes almost towards the boat versus kind of having a higher arc up, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yep.
So I think he's going to bring it down a little bit more. Like here, I feel like he just holds and then comes into the boat.
Yeah, and what causes a skier to sort of bank out? Like we talked about that earlier. Is there a reason? Is that how you're riding your skis on the ramp?
I feel like I don't know if people do it on purpose, but I feel like in this instance, in my opinion, he was just like, he ended up a little bit early and he tried to kick, and just because he feels the boat good, like that's just natural arc.
Got it.
Yeah, he's just super early. So, like, he can't get his skis around, and then he gets pulled. Like, he got pulled into the corner there, and he was like he's early. But he needs to come down at the 6 a bunch here, carry a bunch of speed up beside the boat, and then he can get his skis around. A little better, but he's still early. But this is better.
But I feel like in general, he usually cuts early, but he's super wide, and he stays wide really
This
really
has
nice.
got more speed. Here we
That's
go.
Good setup, good kick. Ooh, that was better.
Yeah,
I think that was better.
That looks
for
good
sure.
from here. And I didn't see the distance on his second jump.
2:23 on the second. This one should be a little further. You can just see, like, from back here, we can't see where he is early or late, but you can see, like, his skis had almost no hesitation, like, the first 20 feet back in.
Yeah, he looked like he just turned them and was gone. Oh, yeah, I see it. 2:23 was that second jump.
2:35.
Yeah, there you go. That's
2:35. Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
And it also looked like very
And he's still
nice,
early.
easy, safe.
Yeah,
Wow.
exactly.
It wasn't like he's getting everything.
So
out
he
of
had
it.
more to go.
He
Wow.
definitely does.
Nice. Nice. So that will wrap it up. That's the last jumper for the Open Men's Division. Matt Reaney, Sasha Donascale, thank you so much.
Thank you.
For
It
your
was
help.
fun to be here. Thanks for having us.
Thank you, guys.
We appreciate your expert input. Joel Pullen, first place, 235. Jack Critstad at 227. Ryan Dodd, 220. Louis Freiberg at 219. Dorian Llewellyn, 216. Igor Morza, 214. And Emil Ritter at 204.
All right. Well, congratulations, Joel Pullen. That was a massive. If you want to tell me a little bit about it?
Yeah, it was really nice. Those first two, I was just like, and then on that last one, I just like put a bit more energy into the counter and just got had some speed, and yeah, connected it. It felt really good.
You don't do a little joking around hops and save it for the ramp, right?
Enjoying the double ups, but on that last one, it was like, okay, you need to really get some stuff right. Your double up, and yes, it worked.
Yeah, that was amazing. Proud of you.
Thank you very much. Guys.
Well, we could run down our sponsors again. Our title sponsor, Nautique Boats, Good Water Skis, Babes Boat Products, Syndicate Water Skis, State Farm Insurance, Rich Storley, D3 Water Skis, Eagle Wetsuits, Performance Diesel Service, KD Water Skis, Zero Off Speed Control Systems, Larry and Gwen Ligon, Darcy Murray, Sanger Homes, Masterline Ropes, Fin Extra, that's a fitness group, Dutch Brothers Coffee, California Ski Ranch, Mike Dellinger Insurance, Home and Auto, Conley Water Skis, Wilderness Forestry Incorporated, and finally, Ravenel USA. We sure thank you for all your support for the 23rd Annual California Pro-Am. Shortline Lake, thank you. Greg and Debbie Bedell, awesome. Thank you for, again, hosting this fabulous event. Just look around at the skiers that are here and the people who are enjoying it. It is a great event that's well attended and very much appreciated. So we thanks everybody for coming, and we'll be back live tomorrow morning at, to be announced. Stand by for exactly when we'll be live, but it will be tomorrow morning. And we'll have some head-to-head slalom finals. We'll have more.